through. Like shorty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in a Civic. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check, whoa, VVS all on my neck, whoa. We talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet, like, whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air, yeah. Red bone body, long hair, yeah. Everything I do real rare, yeah. Can't buy one, need pairs, yeah. I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe lie.
Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. To a monster.
I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on
on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. so I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again. Losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn a 2 to a 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Stage 1. Third week is already here. The sun is surprisingly shining. Valorant is unsurprisingly chaotic, and half of the region is having an existential crisis about their London chances. I'm your host, Ginny, joined with Billy and Tom. Honestly, question, how cooked are we from like a scale of 1 to 10, Tom?
Oh, how cooked as a region?
Oh, yeah.
I'd say maybe like a solid 7.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah, I'd say.
Gary?
I'll go for 6. 6, 7.
I saw that one coming miles away. I need to stop
I'm
doing that.
31 years
No, we are
old.
cooked. We are cooked though. Like actually, realistically, we are a bit cooked. Based on things that we've seen so far, we're a bit cooked.
Let's have a look at the standings and then maybe have a further discussion as to the reasons why, or maybe the teams that we think are more cooked to say. I want to start off with the first group Alpha, where Foot actually is currently on that second spot. Would you say they've overperformed your expectations, Billy?
Ooh, I don't know if overperformed my expectations. I think that coming into this stage with the roster change and the kind of new era that we've seen of Foot, I was excited to see the roster perform. I think that I wasn't expecting them to hit the ground running so quickly as they have.
Yeah, they had like maybe a day of practice going into the first week, maybe a day. So the fact that they've come out swinging is really impressive. But I also think that there's been a team or two that have been a little bit underwhelming
Ooh, name
along
a
the way.
shame,
So
name a
like,
shame.
well, we got one of them coming up. We'll talk about it in a bit. But I think that that kind of plays into the fact that they've been able to do so well just off some of the individual brilliance. And it's exciting because they're going to get even better.
Oh, absolutely. And we got some exciting games today as well. We have BBL that is going up against GX, and then later today we have NAVI Gentlemates. BBL GX, however, is, I mean, both BBL and Gentlemates coming back from Santiago. I do feel like, Billy, when we're looking at them and their performance so far in terms of how they've done here, it has been a little lackluster. And coming into the stage, we highlighted maybe some of the meta changes being a thorn in their side, and it does feel like now is the time to lock it in.
Well, I mean, both of those teams had amazing Yoru players on their roster, and I think now, since coming back from Santiago, we're getting to the point now where there's not really a grace period for these teams anymore. You know, we're a couple of weeks into the stage. We're on week 3 of stage 1 regular season. And now it's kind of like, okay, you've had that kind of time since coming back from Santiago. We need to kind of see the actual improvement for them to be able to make it to playoffs.
Well, I'd say BBL managed to beat the Eternal Fire Core over like multiple different metas. So I'm not really giving them that excuse. I expected more from them.
I think that's absolutely fair, and last week in general, I do feel like we really put into perspective the teams that have potentially found more success with the meta changes and been able to adapt, and the teams that are still struggling. I guess if we take Foot as an example, the amount of time you spent together isn't really an excuse either at this point, but we do have to have a look at the permutations, and these are going to be showing what the percentage of scenarios is. So I think a really great way that Billy put it earlier today was the Doctor Strange scenario. It's like, I've seen all of them, but there's only one. Only one. But this time around, you know, for Group Alpha, Tom, there's more than only one.
Yeah, I would say, like, you can't look at this as like, oh, they have got a 32% chance of making it because it will depend on how their games go in the future. But of all of the scenarios that exist, that is the percentage. So this one's not so bad. The next one, if you screenshot it and put it on your social media and go, oh my God, 5 of the teams could make... No, that's not true. That's not how that works.
I bet you someone will do it.
But I do think, especially the teams at the bottom, it's a pretty rough showing from the likes of a Heretics and a KC. And there you go. Like, you're looking at the vitality that, oh, they've only lost 1 game. How are they currently in the 5th? But also there's 5 teams. That's not how it works. It's just the different scenarios that can make it. Obviously for Pacific, they're the team that has lost both games. So their chances are pretty poor. If they win all the other games, which they won't, but if they win all the other games, then they could make it. They're playing Fnatic this week. Come on, come on now. Come on.
Okay,
Let's not be silly.
I didn't say predictions, but I love it. Let's put it out there. Okay, we already know where you stand. But also, Billy, we have to highlight here the fact that Foot specifically winning today versus against today, winning this week against Team Liquid Friday.
We're not there yet. We're not there quite yet.
That is so crucial.
Yeah, I mean, Foot will lock playoffs if they beat Team Liquid this week. But
crazy statement.
We have to wait until Friday before we get to see that. But I guess that's why we're kind of excited to see
Game of the week.
Oh, sheesh. We're going to have to wait for that. But also, we also have to highlight the fact that nobody can be eliminated this week. Okay, the Group Alpha permutations, Tom explained it, also explained it.
They can't mathematically be eliminated, but some of them are, come on.
Yeah, if you're bad at maths, I don't think that's going to help either way.
Basically, some of them are almost out.
Yeah, we'll see. But BBL is, of course, also on some of these groups as well as GX. BBL last week against Eternal Fire, Billy, I don't think a lot of people expected them to be losing that game specifically, considering the track record that they had against them. Something's not sticking in that camp.
Well, yeah, when we think of the BBL roster, I mean, they had never lost against the Eternal Fire roster, right? So it's like really tough for them to come in off of that loss. I also want to like highlight, not to continue dogpiling on Pacific, but the only wins that both Giant X and BBL have had in this group so far have been against Pacific. So,
well, someone's gotta lose, you know, like
exactly. And
You
I
don't
think
have to lose every week.
now it's getting to a point though where I'm looking at this BBL roster and I'm thinking of the games that they have coming up ahead of them. If they lose today, there's a chance that they end up choking playoffs.
Whoa! Do not put that out in the universe.
But it's crazy to think about.
Someone has to lose, you know? A wise person once said.
That wise person is also somehow standing by in the past with Lovers Rock to have a little bit of a discussion about what to expect this week. Lovers Rock, you have a game today against GX, and last week Eternal Fire game was a little rough, so you've had a week to reflect, to look at what went wrong. What do you think was the biggest pitfall for you last week?
I don't know what the pitfall means. What does it mean?
Something that didn't go right.
Oh, it was. I don't think it was our game. Like it was our game, but it wasn't all our game. It's more our selves not playing like us. We tried to fix it. I think we fixed it, and we will show it today.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. And I want to also talk about individual performances, especially yours, because we've seen the meta changes, which has changed Yoru, not really an agent that we've seen picked anymore. We've seen you on the Waylay, we've seen you on the Jet. What has been going on there? How has it felt for you being on the server playing those agents?
I mean, it's obviously hard because Yoru was the only agent I played for a long time since Ascension. And I am trying my best to adjust new agents. I think I will be good. Yeah, that's it.
What are you doing behind the scenes to make sure that you feel more comfortable on these agents week by week?
What I am doing? I work on them on custom games. Yeah, that's it.
That's fair. Absolutely fair. You're going up against GX though, and this is a team that, you know, sometimes we see them come out with compositions that are very GX-like. Of course, there is a certain read that we may be expecting from you today, but when it comes to going up against them as your opponent, what are you looking to capitalize on? Any mistakes that you see them make that you want to take advantage of?
Yeah, we did a good analyze on them, I think. We know their game plan on specific maps, I think, that we will play today, and we will catch them off guard, I think.
Okay.
I hope. Yeah, that's it.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the interview. Once again, good luck out there, and we're going to back over to you guys. Catch them off guard. That's the word that I spent like the last 2 hours trying to figure out what was the word he said. That's the one that he said, Billy. Catch them off guard.
Maybe they learned that from Eternal Fire last week when they got destroyed.
Maybe not. I mean, you'd hope that that is a game that you learn from, especially when it comes to the compositions and some of the changes that we've seen in the BBL camp that have not necessarily been able to translate as successfully onto the server.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of talk about the composition changes that we've seen from kickoff to stage 1 for BBL. I think a couple of the key things here is the fact that we're seeing Kreven move away from that Cypher and onto that Viper, which I think I'm happy with. I think that the Cypher kind of became a bit predictable, especially when we think to their performance that they had in Santiago. And I think as well, the kind of elephant in the room is Lovers Rock being able to find his place on this team, because ever since the Yoru changes, obviously they've kind of had to pivot and move away from that. We've seen a Waylay, we've seen a couple of other duelists in here. I was hoping to potentially see a Chamber at some point, considering how proficient he had been on snipers for this roster in the past.
Yeah, I think the only worry for me, like the composition you put up there, it almost feels like a backwards move. Like we've seen a lot of teams like Fnatic, for example, picking up a Harbor, like trying to innovate further into the new meta. That feels like a, okay, we're kind of more comfortable with this, so let's go backwards in the meta, and I don't know if that's necessarily the play.
Yeah, I mean, last week it wasn't the play, so this time around they said that they have a couple of reads on GX. I'm looking forward to see how that's going to play out, because GX is also another roster that struggled last week. That game against Pacific, like, I wish we had heart rate monitors for coaches specifically, because the reactions that
I would have broken it.
I would have broken it for sure, because it was ridiculous what we were seeing.
Yeah, but it's also kind of like same old when we think about some of the things that happens with Giant X. Obviously, them getting ecoed on split this round in particular, round 2, was just kind of a tough watch. I think that Whaley ends up stunning their own Neon, which also Westside on Whaley. What is Westside not doing for this roster right now? It's a bit much for me. They're playing this Whaley on a couple of maps, but then they're having R on it sometimes, Westside on it other times, and yeah, I think there's a couple of micro mistakes going on in this Giant X camp, which is meaning that they're ending up losing rounds that they technically should be able to win. Which is a concern for me.
This was the round where we saw CNED basically just dancing in main on Neon for like a whole minute. No one was able to deal with him, and then because of that, the site was stacked. It was that round, right? Yeah. This is kind of the end point where they ran out of time and then executed on themselves. Like, I'll be honest, that it was a funny match to watch, but it did do some mental damage to me and Mitch, because there were so many things that happened in that game where I was going, that can't have been in your practice ever, like never. So I think it just went very badly. They won the game though. They got through it. Now hopefully Pipsum has helped fix some of those issues.
You would hope so. Also had a chat with Cloud from GX ahead of this matchup to see exactly what went wrong there. So let's figure it out. Cloud, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game today against BBL. Last week, you guys had a little bit of a hiccup. You won the series against Pacific, but now that you've had a whole week to look back at it, look at the VODs, what do you think was the biggest issue? What went wrong?
I mean, I think right now, in general, we're playing good, you know, and our biggest problem is closing out the rounds, which is ours. And I think that's what we are mainly focusing on. So, yeah, we are doing like a lot of job on this.
And could you maybe let us know a bit more of an insight as what it is you're doing to make sure you're closing rounds? Is it comms? Is it fundamentals? Is it anything else had to do with it?
I mean, to be honest, in clutches it can be like thousands of different situations, but in general, like we're having some protocols or we're discussing like what we could do better, you know, in those clutches. So for example, like peak or either go back together, make a general plan how we want to play this clutch, and look for like the best condition out of the situation, and I think that's what we are focusing on and discussing.
I'm looking to see how that plays out today, especially because you're going up against BBL. It's a team that's very much known for having momentum. They lost last week against Eternal Fire. Do you think that makes them maybe an easier opponent for you today?
I mean, it works both ways. You're either getting a lesson and become better, or it can snowball you and you can play worse, you know. But I don't know. They're a group of hardworking people, and it can work both ways, to be honest.
Is there anything specifically that you think you'll be able to capitalize off when you are going up against them today?
I think they have like pretty fast play style, pretty aggressive play style. Like we'll just see how they play. I mean, we know how they play kinda, and we'll just try our best, you know.
Can we see anything from you guys, maybe composition-wise, position, nothing? No, you don't want to give me anything?
No, of course no.
All right,
but
well,
who's giving up their plans before
Absolutely
the game?
nobody. You know, you gotta try, okay? You can't be mad at that. But thank you so much for your time. Good luck today on your game over there, and we're gonna be heading back over to the desk. Thank you, Ginny. That was insightful. I guess so. No, but it surely was.
Keep your secrets.
Yeah, like, tell me something. But we also have to look at the skirmish specifically between Westside and LaRock to see who came out on top to dictate the map veto.
Make it fast, and we can drink a Red Bull together. I didn't see you. It was kind of flicky. You want me to play up? I play up as well?
Yeah, let's play up.
Okay.
Okay.
Oppa! I didn't want to play up. Really, bro. Yeah.
Westside actually able to close it out 5-3. No, he's been really good at this, getting the advantage for the teams, but what better to do than get both of the player teams on the stage to get into our first game at right, first game of week 3 VCT EMEA Stage 1. We're ready to head into the map veto here in regards to, first off, what are we expecting these teams to pull out? I mean, Fracture immediately out of the pool. I am not too surprised. Haven, Lotus, and the decider is split, Billy.
First off, both teams deciding to stick with the bans that they had last week, so no real surprises there. I think the first thing that I'm gravitating towards, Tom, is BBL actually picking into this Haven. Let's not forget that Giant X chose this map last week, so intrigued to see.
And how did that go?
Yeah, but intrigued to see why BBL have chosen into it if they do want to exploit a weakness from Giant X here.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially because for Westside on the Phoenix, he's been absolutely nasty on that map in particular, but I do fear that if they can shut him down, especially their attack sides without him are going to be tough, and the defense for Phoenix is always a little bit more rough. I'm a bit more surprised by the Lotus choice, though, because I believe neither of the teams have actually played that map so far. So.
Yeah, and Giant X have banned it the last 2 weeks as well, so for them to select it is kind of exciting. And I want to also touch on the keys to victory here that we kind of discussed previously, Tom, is enable Lover's Rock. I think that's also coming down to, like, can we figure out where Lover's Rock identity is on this team since the Yoru changes? And then for Giant X, really just getting Westside into a better position. I think that so far, as Tom's already mentioned, the Phoenix has been a real highlight, especially on that Haven. So yeah, I think more from him as well, please.
It feels then in sense of both of these teams, when it comes to their keys to victory, it's more reliant on individual performances. Is that what you would say? Or do you think it's more the rest of the team being able to set up the individual to have his own best performance?
Well, the funny thing is I'd go slightly different because I think we are going to get Westside. For me, for Giant X, it's whether or not the other players are there. Ara had a very bad first week, very good second week. You get him online, I think they're going to be competitive. I think the same, you could put LaRock in that bracket.
Yeah.
LaRock is going to be good, but who is there with him?
The Razor chairs that they're currently sitting on. They're with every single one of the players, so that's something to point out as well. Yeah, either way. BBL side of things, again, like Lover's Rock is one of the players that we've highlighted as well earlier, saying that the changes from the Yoru have had maybe not necessarily the most beneficial impact on how he's been playing on the server. So I want to see that comfortability that he had, like, just improve.
Well, I think another thing is they played the Waylay in week 1, and then obviously changes came in for that Agent 2 by week 2 with the patch change. So they then had to go and explore something else. I believe it was the Raze Neon that they were playing instead. So yeah, I think really just trying to figure out what is the identity here. We've seen a switch up, as I mentioned, from Kreving, move away from that Cypher onto more Viper-orientated maps, which has been really enjoyable to watch. I think for Giant X as well, though, Cloud kind of mentioned it in that interview, really instilling these protocols in the team so that they're not losing rounds that they should be guaranteed to win.
But also, I want to touch upon the importance of winning this match, Tom, because we're looking at BBL. They've already lost one. GX was really shaky last week against Pacific. So this is that confidence and morale boost that either one of these teams would need if they want to push into playoffs.
Yeah, I think especially for BBL, expectations are incredibly high. And, well, there we go. This is the mass change. And sort of what I was mentioning earlier about almost going backwards in the meta. This feels like a more old school meta Haven comp. Like, you've got that breach back in for LaRock. He's still very comfortable on it. But this is where Lover's Rock on the Jet is going to have to be very impressive. And we haven't really seen as much of it yet.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, let's not forget, they were playing the Yoru Neon Cypher when we think back to BBL's Haven previously, and now they've decided to opt for this LaRock on Breach and Lover's Rock on Jet. I think that this really, as much as it is almost like taking a step backwards, when we think about their time on Challengers, LaRock was probably one of the best Breach players in
great
Challengers.
At everything.
Yeah, like he is great at everything, but the first thing, the agent that came to mind was LaRock when I think back to his Challengers time, so yeah.
I mean, if Mini was here and he saw the Breach, I think he would be very upset, but
he's not.
He's not, so at that point, who cares? But we have our casters ready for today as well. Maybe they can give us a little bit of an insight on what they think about the Breach. So Hazak Cairo, welcome.
Well, thanks for having us. Yeah, results from the previous week make this a must-win game for both teams. The question on my mind is Giant X facing in the facade of a wounded BBL, or is this a team which is truly in crisis?
I mean, for both teams, Hazard, this is probably the perfect week for them both to bounce back. You've got Giant X, who haven't really solved their issues in terms of, is it double duelist, is it double initiator? But for BBL, they need to bounce back. They need to show us what they've got in the locker. For Giant X, they've seen BBL get beat last week. There's a formula there to follow. Can they show us the goods?
The expectations for these teams obviously vastly different. BBL expecting to find themselves London bound, but if they want to be on that flight, then something has to change. And if there was any time to figure out your identity, it would be against a team facing similar issues, let's be real. And I think this breach that we've seen already feels like they're going back to basics.
Yeah, but is that a signifier of this crisis that BBL are in? Their identity from that double duelist starting to show cracks in the agent select.
30 seconds into the round now, already GX have made their presence known on C, and behind Lotus smoke there is still a big question mark there, but duly cleared, and now BBL's focus should start to shift towards A. Again, you're seeing Rose playing incredibly passive here, and that's when the reclear starts to happen.
Yeah, I really like this. Proactive as ever as BBL. They always want to be on the move, and Rose gets all the information, but also a whole load of damage. Players are on the backline very quickly.
Yeah, Rose lucky to live there. Still with utility, though, and the backline has been spotted.
And it has. Groovy getting prepared with that paranoia, but as the players come through, they're going to find the picks, but at least Groovy keeps it even. One more player in the corner. Can Lovers Rock get one more? He can, but we're still 2-on-2. The Sheriff of Westside on the site gets Giant X started the best way possible.
Yeah, GX very receptive to that pressure coming in from BBL. You saw the heavy flank. Lovers Rock has his time in the sun, but so does Westside. The two players highlighted by the desk as the keys to victory here. Enabling them as much as possible has to be the win condition. And it's Westside the little bit sharper this time.
Yeah, for both of these teams, we haven't actually seen even this split from BBL, obviously, in the first 2 weeks, but so interesting that we straight away get them going back in the meta, and it's Tom and Billy speaking about the fact that like they don't like this look, they don't like the idea that BBL perhaps could be losing a bit of the identity.
Yeah, and it comes back to a conversation we were all having about there being a bit of a Masters hangover. You know, none of the top 6 Masters teams having a positive record until today. All gamers confirming their spot in the playoffs in CN. We'll come back to that in just a moment. There is a curious stack here by BBL. They're posing the question with all 5 players, and GX have got to be careful they navigate this.
Yeah, at least they're taking it slow and not getting caught off guard, but BBL already looking to leave the site, and with Giant X staying in place, this is looking like it's just going to be a quick re-hit.
And so back to the previous conversation, yeah, a first ever defeat to the Eternal Fire Core and Izzy on the surface would seem like, you know, a big thing, right? You know, it's a huge loss to take, but this is a BBL team which you and I have followed over the last couple of years that every now and then do switch off. It's that next game and the bounce back where, you know, then you're really asking the question, do they have what it takes to find their feet in, you know, this meta right now, which really doesn't suit them?
All 5 players of BBL stand on the outskirts. Whether they want to attempt to retake, I don't think is very likely with the positions that they're taking up. And I want to further your point, right? And kind of build upon that. I agree with you that BBL are a team who normally do bounce back, but I want to switch your minds back to EMEA Challengers 3 of 2025. And we didn't really see that bounce back, right? I understand that the group was a lot, how to put it, the group...
Stacked group.
Yeah, stacked
Mandatory,
group. It was
Enterprise,
hard.
lots of Ascension attendees.
Yeah, a lot of big Ascension quality players, but the point I want to get to is we watched the first 2 games of them being playing against each other, Enterprise and Mandatory that they played, and they didn't really show us too much, which is a bit poor.
Yeah.
And in that moment, in that group, I thought to myself, these guys look like they're in a crisis, because remember they were trying to play double controller and a lot more slower, and I feel as if that's kind of where we're at right now with BBL.
No, there have been a few metas, even Teho Breach springs to mind where it didn't immediately click, but as you can see here, Haven is their playground, and with the anti-eco out of the way, just the 1 death on the GX side, I believe. Westside already with a run it back. There are tools to make this scary.
There is, and one of the biggest in Lovers Rock's hands. The operator, we know how good he can be, and back towards the Jet, struggled on the Euro, didn't struggle on the Euro in kickoff, but as things have changed, the Jet might be the answer to the problem.
And when we talk about enabling him, it has to be stuff like getting an operator in his hands, but one of the best swings that GX will get at that is going to be with Westside and this ultimate. So already surging towards the C side, Kreven taking up position.
Yeah, but the operator does get to strike, but not before losing the site entirely. In fact, BBL try and backfill it. Flickless just misses his chance, and BBL might have won the round already. the two remaining resistance, the two-man main resistance, need to try and get the spike back in their hands, and with 50 seconds remaining, they've got plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, they do. And they're happy to throw their guns at this. At what point does... Lovers Rock is holding the angle.
Yeah.
Rose did give it up. I think GX are just waiting for an overextension which BBL are not happy to just give them.
30 seconds left.
Flickless does have the Bulldog in his hand, so you're expecting him to at least go to one of the rifles of BBL. As for Westside here, we want to keep that Vandal in hand.
Yeah, it gets to a point where I think you're just anticipating this is GX saving the guns rather than making a last gasp attempt. So with that in mind, BBL should walk away with all 4 weapons here. It certainly looks to be the case as Lovers Rock fires off on Flickless. And they can pick up their first hit on Haven nice and early, which is important, Cairo, because they're starting on the defender's side. And when you look at how BBL have performed so far this stage, it's the attack where they've really struggled.
Yeah, it is the attack where they've struggled. And when I think back to Haven historically, I think of this BBL roster always having such a good Haven defense. So yeah, as you said, this is the half that we're not putting under a microscope. It's the next one. But I guess on the other hand, then we start to think of Giant X and what their attack looks like.
Brawl about to break out in A, and it's that big exchange between the op of Lovers Rock and the rest of GX here we've got to be thinking about. Larok is back on the breach, so he's got a stun to support if required. Right now, the drone is the only catalyst for Lovers Rock to get himself into a fighting position, and in fact, he'll just leave his IGL behind to watch over this by himself.
Yeah, the drone not seen too much, but Rose in the middle of a main, completely caught out.
And a lot of rounds they're building this defensive macro off of having the Sova solo A long. GX read into that tendency, and it's maximum punishment.
That it is. So with the 4 players remaining, how does this look? You can already see that Flickless has anticipated a flank as the Omen of Loiter tries to probe and prod towards that side, and he's held a jump but isn't able to win. So now full focus on the remaining 4 on site. What can they do to hold this down?
Larok almost full belt on the way back in.
This is going to be a real issue, one which Giant X are going to have to try and stand the test of. Only a classic, but it's Lovers Rock. Oh, Ara's rifle, and Giant X to perhaps win it here and now. That is 3-1 in favour of GX.
Huge win early on in this series for GX, getting the rounds that they require on Haven. Cast your minds back to the Eternal Fire game. BBL in the skirmish there, ending up picking into the first map. That was Pearl. Eternal Fire ready for it. Feels like you maybe want to say the same about this one already here.
Question has it, when we get into this, right, it already looks that Giant X have a great start to this map, it has to be said. This next round, a really big swing round between the two. If Giant X were to win it, BBL probably on an equal round.
Yeah.
When do we start to consider this, that BBL really do look a little bit weak?
I think, as you said, it's right after this round. And another aspect to that is just how they've been defaulting. I mentioned it a little bit there, and without the Yoru, it completely changes your theory. And yes, BBL have been known in the past at playing with this exact composition. Comfort, the best way to describe it. While Les was still in the region, he said that Larok was one of the best breach players in the world. But what can he do here on this mid-fight? Nothing. Just watch as Lovers Rock go down. And so it all sits on his shoulders. First kill is good. Revealed up, Robinho's already made the cross, and he's going to get out with his life.
Oh, the spam though nearly captures him. Back onto the spike of BBL, and look at Loiter.
Cloud finding one back, Larok just sticking this, Flickless. Catches a kill onto Rose, but won't stop the defuse in full. Larok's hands were busy. He didn't have to do too much in that round in the end, just the 1 kill in the site defense. And a bit of a mistake from GX in post-plant.
That is a mistake, but BBL get through into the next round, counting the lucky chickens, and I can say this as if there's not a whole bunch left. The fact that we look at this, and Giant X had a good post plan, managed to get rid of the flank, which they seem to be so aware of. Still, we are in a big swing round between these two. BBL's economy isn't out of the woods just yet.
This one more pressing than the last. Arrow sliding in immediately. Paranoia catches, so does the reveal. Positive trade. GX with the numbers.
Yeah, but look at this. They've responded so well, read it perfectly onto the C site. BBL are left recovering, and look at Westside. He's nearly got to run it back again.
That's what you've really got to be targeting. Phoenix ult every couple of rounds to make this pick worth the price that you pay in trade-off for other utility. Lotus Rock already sending a statement, making sure he's known on the flank, but it's such a split retake.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to ones realistically here.
So BBL, as ever, happy to roll that dice and play down to their own individual strengths, but when it stops with Lotus Rock, it stops for the rest of them. This one just isn't feasible. And so GX build on their lead, at the very least, some rifles retained.
Yeah, I feel as if BBL are kind of making some really basic mistakes in the sense that when we're watching them right now, a lot of the rounds have got a flank element to it. And Giant X are just dedicating one player to the flank, and every single time after the pistol round, Giant X have been winning it, or at least have got a player to identify the issue. Yeah. So it feels like right now BBL are taking a lot of chances, being a little bit, I guess, I hate to see it, desperate in a way.
Yeah. No, I know exactly how you feel, and I think a common trend for a lot of these rounds as well is built off the back of what GX were always historically so good at, set pieces.
Yeah.
And when you look at their composition, I'm definitely favoring in current times the Neon Phoenix, which we've seen find success in this region on other teams, Liquid for example as well, to be winning those fights as Ara did.
Well, there is 3 rifles in the mix here. As you could see, BBL wanted to fight that mid portion, but Giant X once again, very slow on the uptake, but that actually favouring them against BBL.
It's exactly what Cloud is trying to call around, this antagonistic behaviour from BBL. Rose hangs on for a couple. In fact, it's Lotus Rock with the hat-trick in the end. Buys them a 4 versus 2. The question is, can they recover any of these rifles? Doesn't look like it.
Grubby wants to go back into the space that has just been fought for. Has seen Rose, but needs to be careful of any more. While showing his presence, you can see that Flickless is working elsewhere on the map.
And that's the thing, with all of those numbers invested towards A, Flickless has to know that there's a gap that he can try and make some space with. It's all a game of timing. And Creven decapitates him on the way back through. Gribby left with it all on the table. The ball in his court. He has a full utility belt, but the question is, how many do BBL give him?
I mean, rifles can be picked up, at least donated to the likes of Loiter.
Yeah, BBL are set for the next round so long as they can close it here. Can they keep it clean?
Well, they should be able to, right? It's 4 of the best that we have in the region against Scrubby, who's not had the best of 26 starts. Smoke in, just playing around the edge of it.
Seeing if anyone wants to walk into the crosshair, as you say, not the best stage for Grubby. Part and parcel of this GX system, but given a chance to get going, he starts to run hot. Grubby with a couple, and now it's down to the 2v1. Flash in his face, but Creven is there. Safe pair of hands as always, and BBL back within 1.
Yeah, the heartbeat starts to get raised a little bit when Grubby gives it an attempt, and it is a respectable one at that. At least BBL get over the line, but it's the numbers in which it saves them, right? How do you even let it get into this position? Great A fight, expecting the contact from Giant X that's been catching BBL off guard, and that's what I think we're going to see a lot more of. That adaptation. Right, we are just going to brawl then. That's it.
Yeah.
Nice try, Grubby. Nice
the gloves are off, you know. And then you play into the mind games. Is it just Rose here? Okay, the Sova player's taken the first fight. Lotus Rock's in behind it. This time, he's going to be bringing out the AWP.
Revealing area.
Well, that AWP obviously going to be identified with the scan of the dart and a shot fired, but nothing off the back of it. Giant X will fill that space.
Yeah. GX just loving to take this long control and then freeze, wait for that reclear that BBL have been known to do.
Taking their time coming back in. The problem with Giant X, or the problem with BBL right now, is if they leave players on the site, Giant X can create problems with the ultimates that they have in pocket.
Okay, interesting. Change up from BBL. It's Kreven watching mid instead, and they've actually brought Larok in here to support. A site, and he's the defender of it, but it's Rose instead at the back that's able to pick up one. Larok trying to flood back in and help out his captain, but Westside with the run it back, already good for another.
Well, the spike can go in. Look at the 3 remaining. You can see the operator go straight to heaven to try and get a pick.
Paranoia cuts across the frame of default, but unfortunately Lovers Rock walks away empty-handed. Westside again, and with Flickless by his side, GX indestructible in these kinds of situations.
Yeah, I'm starting to take note of GX. This is looking pretty decent against BBL, but it feels as if the playbook is totally catered to their opponents. They know exactly what they're going to do. They've got everything prepared for them. And these side hits have so much potency about them, especially when there's ults at the back of it. Really feels like we've stripped back the layers and we're playing a fundamental game here. It's very simplistic stuff, but potent is the impact. First time out called on the BBL side, a sign of weakness perhaps, as Key is starting to lay out the orders, and yeah, he was pretty candid with his response after the Eternal Fire loss that it was a game plan issue. Yeah.
How much have they really developed since the last time we saw them here?
Yeah, that's the big aspect to it. How do they switch things up? And I don't want to call it a game plan issue here, but I feel as if I can't call it any other way, right?
Sure.
In the sense that they're getting caught off guard by Giant X every single time. It's up to Key to try and prepare his players for this. They've opted for such a simplistic take on Haven, and it doesn't inspire me.
I mean, it's the basics, right? It doesn't feel like BBL are even leaving themselves with an opportunity to defend A at times.
Yeah.
Go back and look up a Larok highlight reel from his time in Challengers. Half of those clips are on Haven A site as a defender, you know?
Yeah.
We need him there. We need Loiter putting the short smoke as well, right? The Avova smoke, like...
Yeah, but there's a difference between Tier 2 and a roster that's qualified to champ.
But you've got to be able to level that up, right, accordingly. And if GX can beat you at that game, then...
100%. Oh, the flash being held through mid, and well, the steps probably going to follow. That operator and one rifle on BBL, the only parts that could really form a dangerous line as the defense try and hold on. There's a utility being sent towards them and slowly gravitating towards the C site. Well, a duelist and a Cypher break through B and open the site up.
Spike far from committed at this point in time, though. Cairo still holding back on this GX.
No, not anymore. Look at Cloud. He's rushing to the B side, and not only that, Giant X have taken that A link space. His Ara goes huge, a lovely double kill, and Larok left trying to chase and follow the footsteps of an Ara that has gone elsewhere.
Yeah, just running circles around him. And Larok, you thought for just a second and looked away at an inopportune moment. The round is done, though. GX have secured themselves a 6th with this post-plant. The numbers at the top of the screen, too much for BBL to digest. And it's another tough pill to swallow.
Well, the operator has been identified, and you know Giant X want to try and get rid of that as Lovers Rock tries to dip, up, dive, and dodge. But I tell you what, there's not much dodging in Westside's rifle. So that leaves Larok, the only buy coming into this round, saved.
GX happy to invest those ultimates in a round where they know that BBL are looking more and more downtrodden as things progress. I've got to say though, I'm wondering how much of a lead they can really carve out here. One of my biggest criticisms for GX in the previous week was their inability to close out that 11-3 they had against Pacific. So you don't want to take anything for granted right now. We know BBL's focus will have been on that second half. Create maximum damage while you still can.
So the operator is now dead. Not right, operator, sorry, it's a rifle. Lovers Rock dedicated towards that mid portion of the map. Well, BBL set up a A play through the Loiter. The only man to hold on to, and you know he's capable.
Yeah. Arguably the most consistent player on this BBL team, and the problem being, if he's not alive mid to late round, where do you look for answers? TP's out, it's a little bit of a bait for Rose, but he gets detected in long, and it's a long, long way to go. The Sova player on high alert, and you can see the rotations in motion, but that's where GX start to peel back.
Yeah, BBL are playing to Giant X's tune, that pressure, pulling players across. They don't want to get caught out. The drone not seeing much, but remember, this happened last time, and BBL could doubt themselves here. Instead, they prefer to act off the information, as there is going to be a C hit coming through soon.
Yeah, into Kreven set up without a slide for the Neon player. This trap should be finding value, but it's instead the Rolling Thunder that cuts across the site and stops GX from getting in. Lovers Rock denying them entry at the doorstep. Rapino can trade it out, but Kreven's right there back, and BBL showing those signs of life. Backside is out of guard for GX right now. There's just no way through for them. Arrow lit up, and the rest of the defenders there to finish what they started. The distance closed.
Yeah, distance closed, but at the expense of 4 ultimates off the back of that. How repeatable is that round? That's the question I ask. I mean, fair enough, you get the round win. BBL, I guess a minute of a round worth of momentum, but it's not a whole bunch. And I can still see issues that are coming through on the defensive side.
No way we've just replayed that same Phoenix flash like 3 times. Come on.
Mate, it's toxic.
Production are on smoke, but here we go. Westside can't blind his teammates with that one, surely. And as Lovers Rock pushes up, this is a much more aggressive look from BBL than what we'd seen in previous rounds. And it's paid dividends. Loiter adding in from Suicide as well. And it's a man advantage for now.
I like that, right? You're seeing that Loiter, that sewer position.
Showers.
Yeah.
Scottish accent coming through.
Actually gets value, has a concentrate in the game,
Sorry,
God's sake.
I'm just glad we don't have Pedal in the map pool today.
Cheers, me. So the last 2 remaining have to try and go elsewhere. That Seaside completely given up. Remember, there's that one trap just outside of main. They could give a little bit of information, but it's not dependable. So as soon as this one goes, Hazza, like the world's the oyster for GX really here.
Yeah, you've then immediately got to look, what do BBL have coming back into a potential retake situation? The dart should be coming back up for Rose. He's got both shocks. Cam already used preemptively by Kreven. And Westside does have a molly, so this could get a little bit cagey here.
I mean, right now, the attack are going to try and want to get a pick back in their favour, get numbers in theirs, and that pick's just done it.
Wall goes up, Molly's still available.
Oh, and Flickless, it might have been a little bit dirty, but he manages to get it over the line. So a 2 versus 1, BBL had the advantage, and they've bottled it in this round, leaving GX with a massive advantage heading into the last round.
Yeah, it's such awkward fights. There's a 1 versus 1 that happens at CT. Flickless able to win that one. And with Westside having the extra util to just stall it out, Kreven's 5 HP. He can't disrespect the Blaze Wall in the end. And GX just isolate the fights that they needed to. It's a really frustrating way to lose. And, not another one.
Come on! Come on! Another one?
You're joking.
Well, I'll tell you what it is, it's another C hit, Hazza. It's Giant XL not one to stop, not at all. And Lovers Rock at the back of sight, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught out and having to respect everything thrown his way.
Yeah, he's on a bucky, so maybe wanting to play up close around the edge of one of these smokes. It's going to fade before he gets the chance to.
Well, those flashes aren't doing a whole bunch, and neither is the paranoia. Ara and Giant X will end in a flawless round in this first half. What a brilliant start.
In-zone flawless there to close out the half for GX. A real kick in the teeth for BBL, who wanted to bounce back from last week. We'll see if they can after the half. Slow start for BBL in this first map of the series of what is a must-win series. Like we said, that's just exactly how this game feels. Sure, it's in the 1-1, but we were speaking about it, the Des discussed it. That game against Pacific is the one which everyone feels like they're naturally going to get at this stage, and anything else would be considered an upset, especially when you're looking at this BBL team that wish to be London-bound.
Yeah, but on top of that, Hazza, there is a cuss in EMEA, and something that not a lot of people have spoken about. When it comes to your kickoff winners, anybody who's won the kickoff in EMEA has never qualified to an event after that win. That's an insane stat to think about. You think of Carmine Core in the first year, right? You think of last year when we saw the kickoff win go the way of Vitality. So, like, overall, this could be worrying if BBL can't win out here and put themselves in the drop-off zone.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Whether you believe in curses or not, something in the water, and this is a chance now for GX to really hammer that point home. Flickless has been fantastic on the Cypher since making the switch, and he's one of the first players here. Shown the exit is Ara though, and Lover's Rock has made a way into the C site. Grabinho trying to hold it down as the reveal comes in over the top, but still it's just not looking good enough for GX to keep themselves in it right now. Twice the numbers for BBL in post.
Yeah, but they come back in with 2 Sheriffs, and hey, listen, a couple of those body shots can make things dangerous.
Oh, you got to hit him first, and Cloud's already taken on board. An unhealthy amount of damage. Rose at the double, that'll do it. BBL on the board first in this second half.
Yeah, the reality after that first half is this is probably just a typical Haven map. The defense have struggled, and BBL go straight on to the attack and prove what they are good at, and that's taking the heads clean off. Yeah, Lover's Rock 13 and 10 so far. We need to see the rest of this BBL roster pick up the slack.
It is done.
So with the pistol round secured, BBL, of course, yeah, just thinking about this attack side, it has to be something that's been running through their minds over the last week as a general issue, as they lost exactly 1 week ago against Eternal Fire. And this game, on paper as well, should be the perfect opportunity for them to respond to what happened, because there is no additional rivalry, no additional stakes. Hello, Cloud. You all right, mate? Cool.
He's looking deep into our
He
souls.
is. Sorry, it caught me off guard a little bit there. I'm shaking.
You feeling all right, mate?
No, I shiver down my spine. I don't know. Maybe it's just the Berlin weather. It's actually quite sunny, surprisingly.
Oh, mate, I feel as if I'm in Spain with this weather.
I mean, you live in Scotland, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
anything's
true.
an improvement. But back to the point in hand. Sure, BBL, right? These attack sides and the pressure of the game.
Yes.
You know, the pressure. It's not the same. I think Larok looked like a man possessed at times after some of those rounds. Really, lots of emotions attached to that one. Whereas here, this should be an opportunity to sort of reset, take yourself a step back.
Yeah, BBL, a team with a target on their backs, let's be honest, right? Especially after how they were talking in interviews, especially with how good they've been. Everybody wants to prove themselves against this, and Giant X would have known the task at hand. Lover's Rock hasn't been able to quite connect, but at least Krev and the rest of BBL are. Okay, that's fine. It'll be pretty easy from here on now for BBL to get this round done.
Yeah, just confirming what the weapon was picked up there by Cloud. It is only a ghost, so one more kill would be good damage. And we'll have to see if Rose can pick up that other rifle, I assume, on site.
There was Marshall from Lover's Rock, so
yeah,
it's not a massive loss realistically.
But to sort of build on what you were saying there as well, it does feel like put up or shut up right now for BBL with the position that they're in, because they've talked a big game. It only counts for much if you can then put the results behind it. Cloud with no real opportunity to make something stick there. So the gap back down to 2, and we'll have to test for strength BBL's bonus.
That's the big point. Yeah, you're going to have to means test this and see if BBL can show us what we know they're capable of. And they have done that in the first couple of rounds. It seems as if we went right back to what we expect of them in this second half on the attack. But the big keynote here is the note that came in straight away in this half was that BBL have the second worst post-plant record of any team on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, look, the post-plants last week, not just for them and Eternal Fire, were pretty poor.
Take flight.
Cloud gathering info over the top of the A-long smoke. There is player presence behind it, and BBL doing much of the same that we saw from the defense in the previous.
Seems if BBL want to show presence and head elsewhere, but they have deposited a joker. Loiter placed face down on the A main. What can he do realistically? Ooh. Not a whole bunch. He wants to head elsewhere.
Yeah, he's folded, unfortunately, so not much with that one. GX looking like they're playing for a retake towards the C side. This cam from Flickless can spot players early, but with it destroyed post-haste, BBL are ready to fight this one, and Flickless can't stand the ground. He's forced to forfeit it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hear about how GX are going to start to get in towards this retake, though, Hazard.
Spike planted.
For sure. Get me walking behind you, kiddo.
Ruby.
Wait, Ruby, wait.
Garage picking Ruby. Nice.
I got a blind default, boys.
Yes,
Ready?
yes. Wait, I don't
I got a blind default, okay?
I don't molly.
Ready, boys?
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm revealing.
Go. I flash.
I'm blinded, guys. Default.
One's backside.
Default, and backside. Long.
I got blind.
Player standing.
Minus 40. Flat.
Long default.
He's default.
And now Flickless left in a 1v3. He watched the site get taken, and he will watch it crumble. Rose is there to clean it up, and yeah, when you looked at the comms, it was, you know, pretty standard, right? I think it was, there were a couple moments there where it felt a little bit panicked, but otherwise, BBL doing exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and I think Giant X had identified all the key issues there as well in terms of like where players were playing from. It's just unfortunate that they all line up to level shot there in the end, but I don't think it, again, I don't think Giant X are doing anything too bad. I just think BBL are now beginning to shoot again.
Here.
Outlaw in the hands of Lovers Rock, and an opportunity here to start building up a little bit more finance. I think one of the big things about how BBL used to play around comeback, for example, was that they were running the Outlaw a lot. They were running the Operator every single time it was possible, even throwing away the most expensive gun in the game to punish some of these ecos. And that kind of leans into the second map, Lotus, as well, and how you're expecting them to play there as it returns to the pool.
Here.
But from GX now, it's a case of what I was talking about earlier. Can you start to close out some of these rounds, you know, where it feels like they have that plan, they're setting up for a retake. Can you execute on it?
I don't know what Giant X are rotating off the back of, if Kreven's been held or whatnot, but it seems if they're thinking it's going to be B.
Just a bit of a gamble, right?
Yeah.
Get 4 bodies behind this, hope that BBL are trying to play into it. You can even hear from, you won't be able to hear it through the microphone, but down on the stage, the comms are pretty hectic on the BBL side as they're now scrambling over towards A. Of course, Kreven has told them that this should be a free site. They haven't accounted for West Side just yet, though. He's not going to last very long.
He managed to get himself into a shot, though, in a corner in which can be difficult to clear, but that information should make that as clear-cut as possible for the attack. Not expecting much from this from Giant X.
But they're going to give it a damn good go. In goes the classic Avara. That's one down. Flickless the next. And it's just your standard eco fodder versus rifles. BBL should be moving through this with ease and tying us up at 8-all. It's damage control more than anything as the spike starts to pace aggressively now.
Yeah.
And they can add the finishing touches, no problem.
Yeah, it's so interesting that we saw Giant X in their attack, and everything that they showed us, right, in terms of the fact that they're willing to go and take those fast takes. But what the worst part about it is that their general stats aren't that much worse than their attack stats, and this seems to be that they're really struggling. That's why Pipson is checking in and seeing what's actually going on here.
GX, of course, another team adopting double duelist, and it's important to mention that while historically that double duelist would be very effective on the defender's side, that was down to the Yoru. When you're missing that, I think the theory sometimes is quite difficult for some of these teams to really get a grasp of and how it is that they want to set up a lot of the time. If you're playing for set retake, you do have lots of good utility with the Neon Stun, for example, and even these Phoenix Molly lineups if Westside is looking for it. So that's what I'm wondering here. Can GX actually start to show us a little bit of that game plan now? And you can also see coming out of this timeout that Ara is going to have brought up an operator, which is another talking point in and of itself.
Yeah, it is. It's something that is like, I feel as if a key part of Ara's game, something that like we've really saw a lot of and left a lot to be desired in that first stage of kickoff. But as we've headed into stage 1, first week, we didn't really see a lot of it. Second week, once he got it back online, Ara was absolutely frying on the operator.
Yeah, he did lose that head-to-head versus CNED actually, 3-1. But as you say, it was across the rest of the pack which he found most effectiveness. And if that can set up this defender's side a little bit better, then it's going to be exactly what they need. It's a cam for contact here. Or is it Ara just peeking in front?
Well, he's now on the line, so this allows Giant X to lean heavier towards other parts of the map. Drones traded, and that smoke stops Cloud seeing a whole bunch. In fact, the main pack now is BBL start to bear on down of A.
Yeah, Westside is here and does have the ultimate, but in a defensive position, it always feels like you're really bringing it down to the wire. Lovers Rock trying to create a little bit of space here over the top. Westside did pop the ult, in fact, so he can live a little longer, but he's got to start fragging out or he is on borrowed time, and it's just the one to bail him out of that situation. GX without numbers and with that operator, it's another safe call.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X, right? When we think of the game against Vitality, that operator didn't get a whole lot of chance to be online, and it's the same here for Ara. He wants to keep it. He wants to keep it in his back pocket, and BBL aren't chasing either. Right now, the way the things are looking, BBL take advantage.
As you can see there on the screen as well, the impact which GX are able to get from this operator tends to be pretty good, but there were moments definitely, and in kickoff as well, where you mentioned that it felt like Ara was missing in those situations, and it just simply wasn't worth the price tag.
I mean, it's insane though, you think towards the first half even, right? If we want to make it much more relevant, when we saw Ara's rifle work on the Neon, it looked great, and these set pieces seem to be missing from the defense side, where if I'm thinking about it, that's probably your most set piece heavy part of the map, surely, right?
Yeah, and if we're talking Ara's op play, especially, look back no further than Champs last year, and you know, the final stage that we had in EMEA, I feel like that's when we really saw him level up individually, especially with this gun. It will find itself part of the foundations of this defense yet again, as BBL have now taken the lead. 5 rounds unanswered. And Lovers Rock with a judge. You feel like he's heading straight into sewers here.
Yeah, adding that to the repertoire will be a dangerous one. We've seen Deca and what he can do with a judge, but we're not going to see it here as they start to head elsewhere on the map. B is what they're thinking about. But also, you've got to be thinking about the op lying on the C side of the map. That's a potential danger that BBL could walk into.
They're going to go right down the middle instead. And Lovers Rock with blades drawn has an opportunity to get mobile in here as well, one which he will take, and with that license, no kills collected. Grubby still holding on here as best he can. GX hanging off the olive branch, and BBL making them pay for it. A hefty toll in the 3v3. Larok doubles up, but the spike is left out in the open.
Oh, big information, because look at the flank.
Flickless catches this just at the right time. Kreven closing in the gap, and Rose spotted to the corner front B. Ara interested. 2-on-2 situation, but GX have players in the right position. Kreven, more than anything, a bit of a red herring in this situation, and Ara posted on the line has to hit the shot. And with Rose just peeking, that's the barrel spotted. That should be Ara confirming this one now as Kreven's trying to close the gap, just can't complete the distance. 9-9. And GX answer right back.
GX do what we know them best at, right? Trade off, play off one another. That's what this whole team has been built upon. Just the simple basics. It's a little bit dicey, but GX do well to respond to the pressure put on the B site. And when Larocque loses this spike, that's the worst part. Because how do you even get it back? Krebin trying to fly, BBL's plan completely crumbles. And we're all even once again. They head towards C, and that's where the operator is.
Ara again, ready to fight this. Cam is further back this time, so he tried to peek off it. He stunned himself. Can't scope back in. Not until it expires, and with that, he is able to pluck Lover's Rock out of the sky, slide back into the open, ill-advised. Support coming in from the rest of GX, and Cloud with this ult. Trying to tag up Krebin, who's already inside the smoke. I don't even know if they've realized it yet. Yeah, Krebin starting to find value and flash in for his troubles, but Flickless finds it before the gun runs empty. And it's Westside to finish off the job. Double digits for GX, and they'll do it back to back.
Huge round. BBL decide to go quick and straight away. They lose every sort of pace. I don't know what's going on with Ara in this corner, right? But he manages to recover well. Grubby not identified either, even though he's sitting on logs and already got a pick from there. It's a bit chaotic, and it doesn't need to be, but Giant X will be happy. Operator now with an ult in the back pocket if Aru really needs, and it's now changed to the A side of the map.
He's getting these picks now, finding his rhythm. That's what was absent last time around. That's where I feel like in kickoff we just weren't seeing the value from it, but it's a mental game as well. Anybody's best guess which angle he's on next. And it's just the drone sighted right now for BBL.
It's becoming a bit too easy to read though, because BBL have done this majority of the times in terms of going towards A and heading elsewhere.
Yeah.
Now Giant X just refill the space, they're re-clearing. BBL need to get a move on or else they're going to have a real problem in the back lines.
Grubby has an ult here as well, so he can quickly reposition to help assist the C site hold. How much further do they want to commit to this? Because it looks like Flickless is actually playing to defend the site.
Yeah, there he is, behind his cages, but he has been hit by the paranoia, and Krebin takes out Grubby, the support for Flickless. Although Flickless holding it down and making things even, Westside comes in, gets one of his own. There's another ultimate set into the mix as BBL lose their real opportunity to get the lead back, or at least even things out. Giant X 2 to the good. BBL, what is going on?
Just feels like BBL hit 9 rounds, and sorry, oh my god, and haven't been able to pick up since. Flickless proving why he's always been such a great player. He's an anchor at times. We know that his initiator play was really what made a name for himself, but looking at him in a couple of these rounds, just the decision-making, knowing when to fight, when to give it up, it's been perfect.
And yeah, it's been a little few and far between from BBL, a good start, but since then we can see from the round count that GX 3 back to back to back. And that's why we're going to get a pause here. Flickless quote. Some pros, I would say, how humble they are, but that's like 1% of them. And interestingly choose the BBL cams to show here, Hazza.
Yeah, I don't know. Topical, perhaps, but look, he's putting it up right now, putting up the numbers when you've considered like how he's been playing so far in this map at the very least. The least deaths of anyone on the GX side. Always dependable, I think, and yeah, it's been great to see him adapt to a new role from what we'd seen him on previously. When GX have asked that of him, I think this is an organization and a coaching staff with Pipson that's always demanded its players be flexible on other roles. Whether that's been successful or not is a completely different conversation. But he's been up to the task so far. And with the finish in sight, it is just a couple of rounds now that separate them from taking their opponent's pick home.
Hara doesn't get his clean lane. And you can see BBL consistently putting this smoke down like GX did to stop the operator getting the value that it wants. Spike kept towards the A side. BBL should be going back towards this side of the map to re-hit.
I feel like BBL are playing into that conditioning now, though. They've left bodies behind in A. op already sighted early in the round, but that doesn't look to have foiled their plans whatsoever. They just carry on and use Lover's Rock as this pointy tip of the spear, try and throw it in a distracting direction.
Yeah, but the lack of noise from BBL will make GX look for something, and that's what they've done here. Found Lover's Rock, and now they look to retreat.
Yeah, GX just walking down middle through west side, finds one. Throws a flash behind him for good measure, but there is no re-peeking that position right now. Flickless still keeping tabs on C, but only lasts for so long. And here are GX backfilling the space.
Yeah, looking to fight, deny the Omen ultimate, and Flickless into the cage. Caught out, and Grubby trying to escape, gets caught himself. So it's West Side's Phoenix.
30 seconds
Something
left.
we've been so complimentary of will not continue. A 3 versus 2 now for GX to try and win.
Good damage though, Laroc's really low.
Yeah, and Cloud in towards backside, looking to try and catch someone off that might peek him. And there it is, there's Kevin gone. So a 2v2, which the health favors Giant X.
Exactly, and Arrow's got a full belt coming back in. Cloud's just got his recon.
Yeah, need to be careful of his position. Where is he coming from? The info dart to set him up, pushes Laroc, smokes him out. So now it's Loita to clutch in a 2v1, something we know he's so good at, but he's under pressure from Ara. Denies the defuse. And I don't know if that was halved. Loita now needs to peek, needs to find! Ara trying to defuse, and as we expected, Loita shows us the clutch.
A Red Bull clutch, no less. Expertly played from Mr. Consistent on the BBL side. Backed into the corner, but didn't buckle under the pressure. We got to talk about the rest of this BBL post plant though. There are still glaring issues here, which it doesn't look like have been cleaned up too much. And that is evident on the face of their coaching staff, both Key and Viento.
Yeah. You can see it on the faces of the Giant X coaches as well. Not happy that they managed to lose that in a 2v1. But hey, listen, we've seen crazier things from Loiter. Back towards the A side of the map though. The operator taking a much more defensive position within the corner of A main. And BBL continuing to play with this A conditioning that they've set.
Yeah, that's the mental game right now. It looks like GX have been pretty happy to concede that space. It's what BBL do with it, which is most poignant. Garage also about to be tested. And Flickless does get pinged by the recon bolt, so he's forced to give it away. In the meantime, look at the scaling on A. Stopped, dead in their tracks by Ara.
That's fantastic work, and Laroc nearly gets a chance to get rid of Cloud. So now 2v5 for Lovers Rock and Rose.
Again, BBL stunted on their A progression. As the sequence unfolds, GX find themselves right back where they were at the start, but with the kills, with the numbers.
Do they think about safe here? There's 2 players that won't be able to buy in the next round. Should Giant X win this, which we expect considering the conditions. And you think about that, a 12-10 scoreline with players not having a full buy, that's not the position you want to be in.
I mean, that's what happens, right? You win one round where one player survives, like you say, and then you come straight back into the next and
10 seconds
face this, where GX look like they're going to have a clean sheet when all is said and done. In effect, a flawless round.
Lovers Rock needs to be so careful.
But I don't think he's really willing to overinvest to this position. So GX reached 12 first, and from map point on their opponent's pick, they'll have 2 opportunities to close it out, the first of which against a bit of a mixed buy.
That's what you're hoping for. There's not a better opportunity for Giant X to go and do it now. When you think of ultimates that could come and play, they'll probably BBL looking to try and get that Hunter's Fury online for Rose.
3 players on light shields. Phantoms in the hands of Grubby and Flickless looking nasty. Rose just on a Sheriff. And back to beating the A long horse. Lovers Rock floating in, trying to do something with the shorty there, just not really understanding what was happening. Traded out, GX have the numbers, and well, BBL have lost their duelist.
That they have. That's the space taken away. And Ara, so deep on C-Long, giving so much information to his team.
Lovers Rock was the one really doing the heavy lifting in terms of those entries. It's at a 4-on-4, but as you say, Ara has already progressed the length of C-Long. Or if they're actually just going to cut back across into his neck of the woods. This could be devastating. No, it's just pressure. That it is, and there's also extra space taken off the back of it. If you look at Rose, Westside trying to break in. He's done so successfully with players at his back. The cages stopping the angles that the GX players want to take as they come straight back in. BBL, it's Rose with 2 quick headshots. So it's Ara's operator to clutch a 1 versus 3. Weakest gun in the pack or so you'd think, but Rose's 6-shooter has set them up for success. Spike plant only just coming in now, Cairo. Ara's got a 1 versus 2 on his plate, and it looks like he's eager for it. Yeah, he also has a slide. One that could easily break a crossfire, win a 1v1, and a relay bolt. So let's see what Ara has in the locker for us. It's not a whole bunch as he heads straight into La Rock. So a 1-round shootout between overtime and a map win for Giant X.
Another round where Kreven is able to reposition and be so fundamental to how BBL are winning these rounds. Not just at the end there, but him getting the Cypher off as well. Leading them on a pathway towards a spike plant. Feels like his lurks had been neutered at times, right? We hadn't seen the full value of them at points, but here it set them up with a full purchase, and there are ults, execute heavy ults to use.
That there is, but you look towards how Giant X have set themselves up. They do not want anything to do with the C side of the map. Already we're getting the Rolling Thunder sent in, and it's not got a whole bunch of value. GX play for the retake.
Rose on thin ice here as well. He's the one with the Hunter's Fury. They need him alive in post. He's taking more damage.
Yeah, look at this. BBL are bruised and battered. Can they hold on? Because Cloud already and Ara have found the picks that they need. Hunter's Fury ripped from the defense side. Spike on the ground. BBL need to brawl. They need to get their fists up, and they can't defend themselves. They're losing fight after fight, and Giant X end up winning Haven, which was BBL's pick.
Yeah, beating them into the ground in the end. A narrow loss on paper, but an unprecedented turn of the tides for GX here. Exactly the kind of result that you want to bounce back and keep things going.
Yeah, it certainly is, but this is going to...
We'll hear what Ara has to say down on the stage with Billy.
Hello, Ara. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on the win. How chaotic was that kind of last round there before it almost went to overtime, first of all?
Sorry, let me move a bit. It was a bit chaotic, like everyone was calling, like just go inside, play retake. I was screaming, guys, let's flood, let's flood. Other people were screaming like just play slow a bit, and yeah, it was a lot of chaotic.
And I want to quickly ask you as well about playing against the Breach, especially with the operator on that defense. Did you find this a challenge or easy peasy?
I mean, it was a bit of challenge when they execute C most times, like when they do the flash and they take me off the angle, you know. But I think it was pretty okay because this comp is a bit old, so I'm kind of used to playing to it. So it was not that hard.
No worries. Congratulations once again. We'll see you for map 2, and I'm going to let you join the rest of your team. And we're going to toss it to a break quickly. We'll be back with the desk very shortly.
I see my enemy. No, I see who you are. You are my enemy.
I see who you are. You are my enemy. Look at our enemy.
But you're the most brain rotted in the team, no?
What?
See?
Yeah, I agree, I agree.
I think Ara number 1 for sure.
For what number 1?
Brain rot.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tick tick boom 문을 차고 있죠 이건 deja vu 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌리지 마치 red hot Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fight we all sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine cannot sleep without the sour pain is my superpower 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐 Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight about it babe 이끌같이 shade 날 주세워 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fight we all sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine cannot sleep without the sour pain is my superpower
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT, where GX has officially taken the lead in this best-of-3 series against BBL, winning their opponent's map pick. This is a great start for GX.
Well, we kind of said, like, it's a must-win for both teams, but I think especially for BBL, I want to say, right? They're the team that are coming back off of being a global event and now losing out this first map to Giant X on their own map pick as well, nonetheless. It's a little bit shaky if you're BBL right now.
Yeah, I think especially if you go for that like older style, like we're going to go back to the comp before Yoru, and then it didn't really light the world on fire, and you played against a team that it has basically said themselves, their coach on record went, this isn't really our meta. Like this, we like the double initiator. They've moved their Sentinel into a secondary duelist and then beaten you with it. Like that's a really bad look.
Yeah, that's alarm bells ringing in regards to BBL, but for GX also, we have to give them their praise because we had questions in regards to after what we've seen against Pacific, what we're going to be seeing from them this week specifically. Is that going to be a lesson? Are they going to adapt? And I feel like this is what we want to see from GX.
I think on this map specifically as well, if we're talking about Haven, is the performance that they had against Vitality on this map in week 1 in comparison to how they were able to fix that defensive side more specifically against BBL today. I think Ara and Westside clearly the kind of front runners in those kind of double duelists, and I also want to highlight Ara on the operator as well, picking up a lot more kills than what we're used to seeing. It's been a bit iffy for him, and him himself kind of admitting that it wasn't too challenging playing against the Breach. So yeah, I think Ara and Westside, the fact that they're able to continue this double duelist, like you said, Tom, is really like a testament to how adaptable we're seeing this kind of Giant X.
Well, I think their defensive side especially was my main worry, because sure, it looked okay versus Pacific, and I think they'd already made some adaptations, but I didn't expect them to work as well versus a better team, a team that can sort of push you. But they moved into doing more retakes, they moved into sort of still using that double duelist to clear together, maybe getting aggressive sometimes. I also want to give some credit to Flickless, because ultimately his role went from, I am this like initiator player that's setting everybody up, to I am ultra site anchor while a full team is executing on me. And he was annoying. Like they had so many positions where it's like, we've paranoid, we've stunned, we've aftershock, we've thrown anything. And it's like, yeah, he's still just chilling and he's killed 2 of your players. Like that shouldn't be happening, which, okay, you have to look at BBL in that way, but you also have to look at him and go, fair play, you should be dead and you're not.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what GX, I guess, in my sense, surprised me a little bit, because especially after last week, I had a lot of questions. This is a good sign. This is what I wanted to see.
Yeah.
And then moving into Lotus, it's a map that we've not actually seen them play before, Billy. So it brings a whole other bank of questions when it comes to what composition are they going to play? Are they going to keep up this pace that we've seen from this map specifically? What are they approaching and what do they think they can bring against BBL that could throw them off even further?
Man, it almost feels like it would be criminal to not see Westside back on a Sentinel on this map, right? Like, the thought that they could potentially continue this double duelist, which appears to be working out really well for them, but it's like you say, we don't know what to expect from either team, right? Because we've not seen either of these teams play this map in kickoff so far. Like I mentioned in the map veto, Giant X banned it the last 2 weeks, and now they've decided today, hey, we're going to pick into this. I think if you want a little bit of copium for the BBL side, though, I think back to when they played it in Challengers under that BBL Pacific banner. They played it, I want to say it was 30 times whilst under that banner with a 70% win rate. So I think it's a pretty decent ratio, but again, it comes down to the are they going to lean back into the compositions that they played when they were in Challengers, or are we going to see something else? Because the last time they played that, it was like a Breach Neon Cypher.
Yeah, I think the good thing on the other side for GX is this is a map that is still very much solo duelist is fine, double controller is pretty good. You can run a Senti with that as well. Like, I don't think anybody's gone like too crazy always running double duelist on it, so I can see why they'd want to lean into it. My worry for them at the same time is what we've seen so far. You kind of mentioned it. Week 1, they play Haven, not good. Week 2, they improve their Haven. Week 3, it seems to be getting better. The same even with Pearl. They had like a pretty okay, they still lost it the next week, but they improved. They haven't played this map, so now we're going in with that first step. So does that mean
are like on the floor?
Yeah, they're not going to be able to adapt. They're not going to be able to give pips. And I am hella excited though. Westside Chamber, that's going to be lit. The man with the best headshot percentage, given a gun for not for free, but for very cheap. There's one shot to the head.
Obviously not the first time we've seen Westside on Chamber this year, but yeah, it's exciting to see him back on it for this map specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to look at BBL's composition when we're looking at the Raze as well as the Vice and how we're expecting that to play out from the side of BBL and Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see Larocque and Lovers Rock jumping onto that Raze and Neon. I think that Tom and I both kind of wanted to see something like this coming out from BBL. I think especially as well something that the casters why did I almost say Mitch and Tom? It's because you're sat right next to me.
They're the best.
Something that Cairo and Haza had mentioned throughout their cast, right, was the sniper usage from Lovers Rock and them being able to lean onto that, especially on a map like Lotus.
I think as well, the Vice, you mentioned it briefly, on the C site, it's perfect for stopping Neon. Like, you can have all of those Thorns doing a hell of a lot of damage, the wall to isolate a player. That singular duelist might struggle if they keep running into a Vice setup, and Creven is unbelievable on those type of Sentinels. So I think they have the pieces for this to be a good map for them, but it's whether or not they can get it all working together.
But it also needs to be a good map for BBL because so far you have returned from a global, you have 1 win under your belt, you've lost against Eternal Fire. This is it for BBL. If they don't manage to at least push this to a decider, alarm bells will be ringing. But for GX, they are looking comfortable on that Haven. They looked and we'll see whether or not they'll be looking comfortable on Lotus as we're heading into our second map of the series with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, we head on to Lotus, which is Giant X's pick, but it has to be said, historically, this is the most BBL map ever. This core made their debut, announced themselves to the world in the Ascension 24 on this map.
Oh, absolutely, right? And I think since then, it's massively fallen out of favor from them. Sure, it's not been in the map pool recently, but even if you cast your mics back to Ascension, they lost it all 3 times they played it there. And this is now where we're seeing changes. Personally, I'm loving the Vice coming out immediately. The meta read in Americas right now is seeing Vice on Split and Lotus right out the gate, whereas EMEA haven't really caught onto it. And having her be the premier counter to Neon, especially when Yoru is nowhere near as prevalent with those fake outs anymore to break the wall, is absolutely huge.
As BBL start the defense, what seems like on the front foot as Lovers Rock looks to walk right down and there's players to meet them, and straight away hemorrhaging a player, and Larocque nearly getting caught himself.
Down to just 7 HP. You can see in the meantime, Westside ready to escort the rest of his team onto this site, but this is where the sheer wall is waiting. And Loiter has been heard on the jump spot.
Westside noting to his team that the wall is here and waiting for the rest to get into position before crossing the boundary.
BBL have already rotated in this time, though. They've taken that opportunity, and now GX are pivoting towards B, but it's a good call.
It's a very good call, using the wall to deny
Okay,
BBL,
sure.
getting ready to go and retake themselves, but straight away Westside's Headhunter has found one. That's Rose gone, Larocque low, and Giant X once again, the pistol looks good. A 3 versus 1 in which we'll have to see Loiter try and clutch. I think this might be a little bit out of his wheelhouse, and it is. Giant X get a first pistol for the second map in a row.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round from GX there as well, gotta say. I like the scaling on A. They were ready to receive the C pressure, dealt with that brilliantly. And Westside already hitting shots on the Headhunter, a sign of positive things to come for GX here. Last time they played it was at Champs against Heretics. 13-3, absolutely decimated them, so...
You're not too hard, you're gonna break my hands, bro.
Let's hope Flickless doesn't break his hands, because that might be a problem.
That definitely will be a problem.
Handless. Hoping that doesn't happen.
That is poor, come on.
Come on, man. You gotta give me the license to get a little bit silly.
Yeah, I'll give you it. A little bit whimsical.
Yeah.
And it seems if this could get whimsical, considering the amount of bodies BBL have at the minute. Not expecting too much of an upset as we start to get things underway. Oh, with Ara getting lost here, this is where things get worrying, especially with chances like that going amiss. The rifle not recovered.
It is the smoke from Loiter as well. It's just giving Larocque a ring to play around.
Yeah, and he's continuing to do it. The reload is what catches him off guard though. And at the same time, look at Creven. He's starting to close the net in, and Grubby managing to buy himself out of a dangerous spot at 19 health.
21 HP between the two of them though, and Creven's already closed the net. It's only Cloud left.
Yeah, with a Marshall in hand, this will feel like an operator. And with 2 points of health, he needs to make every shot count.
It's a rotation which he'll make towards the C site through spawn, but Loiter has matched it already. He will be here first.
He will. Will this haunt identify him, though? That's the question. Feels like Loiter has the advantage, especially in health, and it's exactly what you expect. What is going on in that round?
That is just pandemonium, but BBL benefiting from it. Great smoke to help protect Larocque in that corner, outside breakable. I'm pretty sure this was the only gun bought up. It was a bandit there, and I look across the board, it's like all classics, but GX just can't make the best of the situation, and there you go, immediate equalizer.
It seems if BBL are vibrant.
That's a real change from last week.
That it is.
That's what it's about, right? Finding some calm in the chaos and actually just cooling off a little bit. I think these Turkish derbies can really get in those players' heads sometimes. BBL have usually been good for it, but...
Well, there's still 4 shots in the West Side's Headhunter, which sometimes similar stats to that of a Guardian. Lovers Rock, though, in a difficult spot. And this could be back-to-back equals with the way this has started.
Well, maybe. I don't know if we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
But Arrow has the Judge and Flickless has a Guardian. This is looking decent, no?
It is. It's just a question, can he get past that wall? Can he vault over it and find something? Or can Westside just open up a completely brand new avenue? That's A now under pressure.
Big question mark towards that A space, and with the Vipers wall there, Westside now makes things a little bit uncomfortable. Rifle recovered. Giant X looked to answer straight back.
Thank you very much, says Westside. GX grouping up for the C play now. It's going to be a 5-on-2 here. The wall has already been triggered, so there is nothing left here for those players to play off, except for Rose's utility belt, but timing has to be right.
As Rose tries to peek out and can't get it at all. Creven now respecting this. In fact, goes into the middle, trying to take a fight. So Larocque has to clutch up a 1v5, does have the showstopper, but does he really want to use it here? Surely there's going to be a moment where he makes that decision. And so all the players of Giant X look to create a crossfire and make this unwinnable.
I mean, you were the Oracle, right? That opening kill, and GX have managed to convert it into a round win. I know that there was talk of curses on the previous map, but I think the real curse is usually us. Whenever we cast GX, it feels like they lose, so who knows?
Hey, listen, maybe There's always
13-0s. The only 13-0s in the partnership era in EMEA. Both of them GX.
And both of them us cast.
That's what I'm saying.
There's plenty more games to be cast. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think we've got any more Giant X, to be fair, after this, but they're showing us some good results, some good performances so far.
That's what I'm saying. The Giant X fans hate us, so if they actually win this game, it's huge.
Yeah. Well, at this point in time, the only cost that we have to be considering is that of a kick-off winner never qualifying to an event after that. And it's looking like if BBL continue in the way that they have been, Hansa, that could come true.
It always feels like from kickoff into stage one, it's that time of the year which the bigger teams get a chance to really tune their approach. Fnatic are the prime example, and they do look like the prime competitor right now, especially in this group. Always good for a stage one win. And GX through Westside, always good for a pick on A, apparently.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the kickoff teams get upset entirely because you think about it this way, you have to adjust the Euro changes and 2 maps coming into the pool.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to really try and get your head around.
Okay, Rose, just don't jump this. Oh my god. I was going to say, bro, please, just take the orbit's fine. You know Westside's probably there anyway.
Yeah. We'll know about Lover's Rock in a minute, but LaRock has gone hunting in towards Ara, a peak which does not favour him. So uncharacteristic that he loses that, and Rose wants a bit of this as well. BBL decided, right, just give us our ones, let's try and take this, and GX are winning them time and time again. Ooh. What is going on?
Yeah, that's just great punishment of Kreven there. One of the changes in Vice's kit from the last time we saw her really be a stalwart in competitive play is the flash.
Yeah.
Now you don't get that audio cue anymore, so the incentive is to play off the back of it. You can still get great value, but obviously BBL in that situation, their hands are tied. This is going to be a save.
Yeah, want to keep the operator, want to keep the rifle, but the biggest thing that I have to say, Hazza, is the LaRock one I can forgive, right? The fact that he's trying to go and find something, get a peek, get things back in his favour, but it feels like BBL and the fact that they have the hero factor, right? Players that can go and win rounds, that they maybe try and play that card a bit too often.
No, that is true. I think Kreven is somewhat warranted there because he's on a pistol, right?
Yeah,
You're at that stage in the round.
But
no, I do agree with your thoughts, right? It's like too many players on the BBL side wanting to be that hero sometimes. Westside searching for any more damage, but he has his ult now, so that's exactly what he needs into the following round.
And I think we didn't really get to hear the operator in that last round, so now Giant X know about that coming into the next one as well. LaRock, yeah, go for it, mate, but I was expecting maybe a bit more in terms of that support.
Yeah. I think also BBL needs to hold a conversation now, and okay, sure. Look, maybe I'm a coach. I don't know.
You're definitely not.
Definitely not. They need to have a conversation, and I imagine that's what the timeout is going to be for here, around how they want to hold this A space, because Westside's been a real issue. The rendezvous that he has, the TP to get out of that position, and the changes to the map, which you saw in the previous round, gives him now a nice headshot angle to sort of set up on for any of those fights of players that do want to get aggressive, makes it Chamber's paradise, really. So there has to be some sort of an adjustment. Are you posting up and op on a deeper line? Do you still want to take these early fights? Is it a late re-clear? What is the call?
Yeah, I think, like, especially considering how often BBL, that's at least the core of 4, right, excluding Lover's Rock after the change, should know this inside and out. They played it so often, especially in their run into Ascension. That was the big part of their map pool. So I'm expecting, right, key checks back in. Guys, remember how to play this map. Remember all your fundamentals, and this will start to work. Because realistically, Lotus, pretty fundamental.
Yeah, it is. And I think this is another map where Rose really proved himself as an in-game leader in terms of his calling, coming up through challenges into Tier 1, but he's definitely struggled in this new meta so far to get the better of it, and you can see here BBL, their adjustment towards A is Boombot for info, standard Fade Horn from B through the gap in the roof. And they have identified that GX bring numbers to the occasion this time. It isn't just Westside with his ult blocked.
But they haven't committed to this entirely. BBL instead tried to work elsewhere on the map, clearing out B main, for instance. And, well, there's a lot of pressure coming through here. LaRock pops the showstopper. No packs to try and get himself forward. Elsewhere, BBL collapse upon the pack of Giant X. And this could be over before it started.
Yeah, in the meantime as well, got to highlight the fact that Lovers Rock has been able to walk out onto sand, so he's got a deep line, and he heads up towards C. Just a couple of lanes that GX can look to abuse here, and the biggest concern for me is this B pivot again. If Rose finds himself isolated.
You know the biggest point here, Giant X don't have the numbers. Simple as that. They want to try and get that spike down, so they're going to go investigate. Split up, look for clues, and let's look at Cloud and where he's going.
30
He's trying to
seconds
get in
left.
behind and stairs. I also want to look at West Side as well, though, with this ult specifically. No, it is Cloud that takes first contact. Wins it cleanly. Creven gives up the utility. And with West Side in the meantime, just scouring away on B, it's exactly where they'll get to. Lovers Rock in behind the trap, though.
It's a quick 1-2. The Horn doesn't get Cloud or West Side, so Lovers Rock should have an idea and does. So we look at Cloud now. He's going to get moved out of position and into Rose's cross here. That's BBL to answer straight back.
Brilliant there from Lovers Rock, just continuing that development of the deep line that he was able to get on C into a full-on flank. BBL did well to defend the site at the start. Decent enough showstopper from LaRock in doing so. But can they make this success repeatable? That's the question on my mind. Looks like GX might be considering another early A investment to meet them. And actually, BBL have increased the bodies they're willing to throw.
Yeah, the defenders on site looking to try and play on the front foot, playing on the attack. We expect this when it comes to a defense side on Lotus, and already the blast packs prepared with a quick combo. The operator not getting its chance in the sun as West Side forced all the way back.
Yeah, just went for the haunt there. Had he been looking towards the left, half a chance he could have taken the kill in that situation, but BBL have been able to create enough pressure to put Creven under the microscope. He's the one with an operator of his own. And there are vines there to just stall this out as well, but Creven wants a little bit more. He's not going to stop heating up. Creven with 3 already under his belt, but even that isn't enough to satiate the hunger. Creven makes it a quad kill before the night is done, and Loiter's there to confirm an in-zone flawless.
They've been asking Hazza, well, if you take the operators away from the duelist, who picks it up? Well, there's your answer. Creven will bloody do it. Oh my God, a brilliant 4K. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, it's vintage, man. Spline up as well. Feels like I'm watching 2020 NA Valorant. It's crazy. It really is.
He can't believe it himself.
No, he can't. But we're all loving it. Here we go. No, McDonald's. What was that?
No bother McDonald's.
Yeah, okay, sure. Not so sure about that one, though.
Right. Reset, back into the next. Economy still good for either side, just to note, but the ultimates are coming into play for the attack. That's the big point here. Lovers Rock's operator has gone and caught Flickless out, so that pressure you see on the A side of the map, that's gone.
LaRock's got to try and stand the test here, though. Looks like GX are actually making their way towards A through West Side again, but he needs to be careful. He could be caught on this rotating door very quickly. Paranoia from Loiter's enough to set him up. And in the meantime, GX didn't even spot the 2 players behind this.
It feels like we're going back to Giant X of last week. They're making such simple mistakes and getting caught out time and time again. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, this round's a little bit all over the place. They're trying to take the A space so they can, pressure B simultaneously, but one final set piece to see what they can do.
30 seconds left.
LaRock just backpedaling, but Rose is there to handle things. Looking like an in-zone flawless for BBL to now find themselves in front.
I mean, something that's changed here, right? You go from a double duelist comp that was very much on the front foot, playing as a pack, splitting sides. It felt as if they were completely dissecting BBL. When we go to here, where Giant X are asked the question, right, can you play much slower? Can you have the likes of Westside try and scale up himself? But at this moment in time, we're just not seeing it. And BBL, they're taking their chances now when it comes to these 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I feel like in the past, BBL have struggled against some of the slower, more methodical teams if they're able to have their way with things. I think, for example, the NRG game against someone like Ethan, who's able to mid-round that. And here, you're looking at it for GX. At the start, when they had the picks to build off of, yeah, there was some comfort to it for them. But since the timeout, BBL have really just reset, refocused, and in winning that A duel every single time now, or at least stopping GX from having an instant way out, Westside's not finding anywhere near as much effectiveness.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big component to this attack side, is Westside. I'm wondering now, is the call, listen guys, let's try and go quick, let's try and catch BBL off guard, which I think honestly won't work out, because we've seen the fact that BBL are so happy to leave a solo player holding down a lane while the rest try and gamble and flood in. I need to keep a note on what actually is the answer. So far it seems to be we're going to get Cloud setting up Westside towards the A side of the map.
Lovers Rock once more though, finding this forward fight with complete ease. GX not really engaging in the map enough right now, in my eyes, to threaten a rotation from BBL in this situation. They've still got 3 bodies stacked up towards C though, and that is going to prove to be the issue. A now under threat.
Yeah, there's going to be a delay here as Loiter has to hold things down by himself. Rose close by. Grubby, the man who has to be careful that he doesn't get caught off guard. A big double from the captain, and unfortunately Loiter not long for this world, so we settle in a 3-on-3.
Back into the retake, ults for BBL, especially Steel Guard on Creven. Here's the aggression though.
They know the operator's there, a double swing, and Lovers Rock can't connect, so he goes for the ultimate instead. The players of BBL try to threaten the side, but it's Lovers Rock operator that comes through at the perfect time. No more rifles, it has to go to the pistols, unless Grubby has something for us. A 1v3, players low, can't connect, and everybody on BBL knows exactly where he is. It will be 5 for the defense.
Yeah, BBL looking a lot more effective in these micro moments where they're forced to scrap a team which was so good at it in kickoff. Seen the drop off at times. Rose does well to get 2 here, I think, but this round is also built off the back of the early C control that they're getting. Right, Lovers Rock is finding himself in such an aggressive stance almost every single time. And they could have called the rotation fully off the back of that. There was a little hesitation in there, if not for an open B site, but much, much better from them.
Giant X need to stop the hurt. They need to put a bandage on this. In fact, probably something even more better.
A splint?
A splint? That's for breaking a bone, not for stopping bleeding, mate. And right now, that's all they're going to do is bleed another player.
Yeah, there you go. Duct tape? I have no idea, mate. But
Stooky,
how many more rounds do BBL need on this defense for us to feel confident that that attack side's going to be enough to get them over the line? That's where my head is at right now. Nice combo shot to the feet of Ara, but splash damage isn't quite enough.
No, it's not. Keeps himself alive. Cloud doesn't know it, but he's actually done a decent bit of damage there. This operator is one and done, that's for sure. And unfortunately, there's not going to be one in it as all goes Ara's way. Wall gone. GX in a good spot.
Yeah. They're going to take their time on this, though. They've dealt with the Vice util. Still a flash for Creven to play off.
Oh.
But look at Loiter. He's hearing these steps. Echoing through Spawn. Brilliant transfer to take down 2. Loiter back into the shadows, and GX back to the Dark Ages. Where do you go from this?
Well, the superstar factor is certainly back, I can tell you that. The Spike elsewhere, it's on Ara's back of all players as he heads into B main and gives the round up. BBL hits 6, Giant X not able to recover.
Loiter wants one more, gets it. A quad for the youngster. And BBL back to winning ways. They've managed to chain 5 rounds back-to-back now. And once more, Westside's impact nullified on this chamber. The space left open and Loiter takes full advantage.
It's an absolute screamer of a round from BBL. They're starting to really get themselves into gear. This is what we expected. A team not in crisis mode, but a team cruising to London. And they need to prove it here and now. Loiter, in the middle of things, needs to be careful, and well, he is.
That's the thing. You look at GX in this situation, it's a ragtag buy, but if there's any way to do it, it would probably be brute forcing the double-layered C-hold so many times, but as they try it yet again, it feels like the same result. That's until a couple kills come back in the feed that get you interested. Lovers Rock just shifting that status right back, but still, down to the grindstone we go. Lovers Rock swapping out the guns.
Oh my God.
Something to try and take Westside offline. Finally, he does it on just 1 HP. And if Flickless can get past the first of one of these 2 targets, then you fancy him for the round, but it's Kreven up close. Swaps out the gun and finds what he was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, a bit chaotic, but that's where BBL thrives. Once again, it's ragtag buy and desperation. Not from BBL this time, but from Giant X. Again, it does feel like Lotus is their map.
It's weird though, because GX are going through the motions. It feels almost non-committal the way that they're taking these sites, right? Like in terms of the spacing, I don't see a world where a lot of these are getting traded.
Yeah.
Flickless did really well in that round, but otherwise it's like, where is that second layer, you know? Ara closing the distance here early. Showstopper doesn't find anything.
Okay, straight away a trade on to Flickless because of the splash damage, and you can look at Lovers Rock starting to take C main once again, a problem GX haven't identified, and they look to hit the B main spot where Kreven has a wall set up.
You can also see Lovers Rock flanking up on this, so how much time can BBL possibly buy for this one, or do they not need it? Kreven has shut down the first player, that's Ara, and I'm talking of this second layer. Where is the follow-up?
That's the question, although on the site already is Grubby, but the spike caught in transition. Westside able to get one of his own. It's just pick after pick, but it continuously favours BBL. And what is now the last 2 rounds, and will be the last round, I feel as if Giant X need at least one, and they've not shown it to us, as we're waiting for the last pick to come through to confirm what is going to be BBL on 8.
It's crazy how much operator usage we're getting in the server right now.
Yeah.
It's something we were talking about earlier, but yeah, it's, some of these rounds though from GX, as I said, I think the issue right now is just in the scaling. When it comes to hitting these sites, they're losing so many members before they can even find themselves in a dangerous position. Lovers Rock once again scot-free, out in sand.
left.
How many times have I said that so far in this map? Because they've not done anything to handle it.
How do you handle it though? What do you do to, like, realistically, right? Sand has been an issue after like they lost it the first time. Like they won it. Like you think of that first C fight, right? They sat back and waited for the push. That went excellently. But since then, they've been so avoidant of taking that fight.
It feels like BBL have started to invest more numbers in taking this A lobby space, but GX still want to try and fight it. Whereas rather than actually trying to force the op off this line early doors. That's more of an afterthought for them. Looks like Westside might finally challenge it head on here though, and that might be the best chance that they get.
You look at Lovers Rock though, he's already crossed in that operator playing an off angle. As Giant X still once again so slow in taking this fight, but it's Kreven that goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ara has a stun to try and stop Lovers Rock here, but let's go trading for utility.
Lovers Rock, you know he wants onto this line. Ara has seen him, and the shot given away. Yep, still alive, and Royce now tries to get in on the mix. Doesn't happen, and still Giant X have the advantage.
Yeah, I don't know if Rose just thinking that there was a lack of numbers there or something, but got to be careful they don't throw this one away now. Loiter again in the lobby. GX have to have alarm bells ringing.
Had a double last time, and once more, Flickless is the man dedicated to this angle. As a swing comes through, Flickless gets it, and this is a much more positive note for the attack.
They've dealt with that threat, and now they can start to focus on this C hit again. Thought for a moment Lovers Rock had been called elsewhere, but it will be a 4 versus 2 with BBL at the deficit. Their chance to find 9 on this defender's half.
Both duelists
30 seconds
in
left.
the deep. Oh, an off-angle LaRock. That was a bit messy, but he manages to capitalise onto, giving Lovers Rock a chance. But into the Viper's pit, he needs to go and makes it work. There's no way. A 1 versus 1 up against Grubby, which Lovers Rock just misses out. Grubby giving Giant X a massive lifeline into the next half.
Hanging off the olive branch into this second half here, when it looked like Lovers Rock stared death in the face and smiled. He was the one put in a casket in the end. Can GX bury them here, or is there more from BBL?
So, a great half from BBL to bounce back from a map 1 loss. But can Giant X show us a resurgence here to finish this 2-0?
That's all we're waiting to find out. As we know, BBL have struggled with their attack, and this is who they're up against now. An Ara which has made improvements, not just in terms of his output, but his operator impact as well. And that has come through a slight change up in the agents too. I think we've seen him play less Waylay across the board, I would argue. I think the Neon is the better pick of the two from him. It's more in vogue. And on this map, in terms of what he's got to do, well, I imagine it's probably Westside that we'll see using that one a little bit more.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think for West Side, like being on this chamber, right, it's going to provide a chance to go for a double operator push if they really want to, considering the long lines of sight you have on A and you have on C, and the fact that if West Side really wanted to, if he gets the ultimate, he'll also have a rifle.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? You've got that difference in terms of Sentinel as well. I know the chamber can be quite nice if you get the trap off and the slow field deploys against this Neon, but starting out in the pistol at the very least, he is tasked with marshalling the situation on A, as he was the inverse. TP for Tree. And as the Prowler comes out, BBL ready to peek into it. First couple shots are a miss, but Westside gets the green light. Rose is down.
Yeah, Cloud also here playing within the smoke, but as the players go back, they nearly walk into the Giant X pack.
They're boxed in now, and BBL have to fight. Well, they're going to be going down on the way out. It's a group up for lobby. Look at Grabinho, he's tucked in the corner as Flickless is fighting the duels for him. Paranoia in, messy shots, but plenty of damage. BBL are in trouble now, and they're not walking away from this one.
So it's 3 out of 4 pistols for Giant X in this series so far, and BBL put themselves in a pretty difficult spot here. A chance for Giant X to obviously convert the anti-eco, but we've got to be thinking about that bonus round.
I mean, Replay doing Westside dirty, but he hits the shot he needs to in the end. And for as good as Lovers Rock's bait is there on the Neon movement, no one on the BBL side could follow it up. And I sort of agree with your point as well, right? GX winning double pistol on Lotus with the momentum you can accrue on this map, you're just feeling this one is far from done right now. Grubby's got a lot of work to do here though. Oh, maybe he'll have it cut out for him by his teammates. Into the smokes go BBL.
Enemy remaining.
They've found a couple, but needs to be one more if this is real damage. And yeah, looks like GX will pass the test.
Yeah, I was thinking about what can they get saved here, but you can see the pistol player nowhere near close to picking up what he was looking for. No, sorry, got the Bulldog actually. So overall, bonus round looking good. This is where we're looking at now. It was never about the anti-eco, always about the next round. And you look towards BBL, a couple of light shields in the mix. There's a bit of danger in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen Westside buy up a Vandal here. He had some Headhunter bullets left, but this is the path he's chosen to go down. And in terms of position, not going to make it. Yeah, I don't know. Makes a lot of noise, lets them know. Cloud now trying to fend this off with just a Marshall. He's not long for this world, and the A site holds crumbled.
That it has, no chance at all. Trying to go and take these fights. Flickless, looked away the wrong time. That's the worst thing in the world, isn't it? Ara now giving his best with his Spectre, and now the spike on the ground.
Yeah, needs a way to recover a rifle here. Didn't get the Vandal though, and that might be all she wrote.
Could be. Depends on this 1 versus 1, but Ara looks away, and now it's up to the Sheriff. It's a real messy round. One that gives Grubby a chance. Tries to play with the TP, and you can look at both players on BBL with an escape to be.
Yeah, they're walking away, but this has given Grubby a rifle. He knows exactly where both of them are going because he heard 2 sets of rifle fire. What does the post-plant setup look like? Kreven in main, and Larok tasked with the plant.
Well, you know that there's a flash there, and probably going to be identified yet by the boom bot, so that flash going to be ready to be used. Grubby thought there was a fight coming his way, but very quickly we'll know that both players want to just play with each other.
Grubby does still have a smoke. He's got a second one now. That's what he was waiting for to make his attempt.
Well, that flash used up now, so that's going to be on a cooldown. That gives Grubby the chance to walk in towards site. That's what he was waiting for. Something to play into his favour. Tap of the spike. Does anyone peek him? It is Larok. So now we're in a 1 versus 1. This is worrying. Kreven jumping into the smoke. He's all alone, wins the round, but at what cost?
Yeah, a slightly muted celebration there from BBL in the end because they know it was far too costly. Ara working miracles on site, honestly, and Grubby hits the 1 headshot he needs to buy a ticket for the clutch. Not happening this time, though. Had to find half there, and Kreven has the timing down to a T. Bit of a let-off for BBL, though, and into the next. Westside is out for punishment. Every single player in striking distance of this Outlaw.
That's the danger. And the Outlaw is towards the A side of the map, and a couple of players being lit up by the Haunt gives Westside an inkling as what he wants to try and find, but as the door closes, so does his chances.
That's the thing, you want to try and get on that early aggressive position. The TP with the door closed is a chance for Westside to move back to safety, but within the range of this rendezvous, he's happy to test the limits. It's Loiter he has to be aware of.
Loiter's played this position for years in Tier 2, and he'll play it again to the highest level. There goes Westside, there goes your A control, and the Omen player wants to escape.
And Loiter's that last leg on A, so he can continue to apply pressure. And if BBL want to deviate, they can, but it looks like it's going to be an all-in on C. And with Flickless moving off, empty utility belt, there's nothing to really reinforce this.
No, there is not. Grubby tried to use his ulti, but instead he's stuck now in the middle of sight, and it's not like Haven. You can't survive with all that utility being sent your way. And in a 2v5, I think Cloud and Ara are happy to throw in the white towel. It'll be double digits BBL, and I imagine Pipson might want to chat with his players.
Yeah, I mean, look at the money. It's just not a fiscal possibility here for GX to even flirt with the idea. when you look at how the round played out, Lotus does brilliantly well and gets the timing right on Westside moving up. When it comes to the C site hold, if Grubby had got that info on Sand maybe 5-10 seconds sooner, there could have been support arriving, but not the case. BBL moving to double digits, and this is the round that they had to win.
It was. 100% agree. Start to close that gap if you're Giant X, if you win that, and put a little bit of damage to the economy of BBL. But for BBL, they hit double digits. They bring that economy back to a lifeline and really start to look at maybe ending out Lotus here.
Yeah, GX kept honest in this situation. It's still workable for them right now, but we need to see the performance from everyone on their side, right? I think there were a couple of standouts at moments. Ara Flickless, the old UCAM duo having their time in the sun. Westside at portions at the beginning, but everyone on BBL seems to be inspired in this second map.
Yeah, and do we get that third of split? That's the question that's on everybody's minds here. And Westside looks to answer that no, not for the time being anyway. As his operator gets the value, glass cannon. Can he get one more? He certainly can. And he doesn't even drop off. Flickless is there to support, but he can get the value that's needed. A rocket chasing him down. BBL eventually have the site.
It misses though, and Westside now just guarding this side of the map as everyone else is moving. Waterfall, that was a leg shot. He'll connect on the next. That's 3 now for Westside. And the rest of GX have arrived at just the right time, all on Rose.
And it is. The captain has been good here or there for something magical, but this feels like another task entirely for him to try and clutch up. Damage being sent his way, plenty of bodies, and Giant X to grab the round.
Rose had half a chance there. I think he's one of those players really where there are a lot of these first engagements. He'll put his body on the line to get you in the site, but if you leave him in a clutch, he can win it for you. Not against GX on this round. Westside hitting those shots again, back in form. Exactly what they need if this is going to look better for them, and that comes in those first engagements.
Yeah, just noticing as well there, BBL having a little discussion. I think probably to think about how they're going to try and take on this operator. Now it's switched to the C side, and especially now you're seeing these pings here. Are they going to go through B to try and hit towards C? That's the question. And Westside is firmly in the middle of this push.
I mean, that's the difference between these two comps as well. BBL with the double duelist can go a lot more dive heavy, and already off the barrier, you can see here the intentions splitting the Sand side of the map as Westside has been detected. Still yet to take the TP, and when he does, Lover's Rock is waiting for him, threaded all the way through, and the rest of the side none the wiser.
No, Giant X left scratching their head as to where the players have come from. Rose managing to get himself back into the corner, but not to safety. Still advantage BBL.
Could change the face of this round, but it's yet to be seen. Kreven with the ult to fall back on.
The Lover's Rock so deep with the operator, and straight away breaks the back of this push. So Cloud and Flickless, where do we go from here? Well, they've got no way out. They're going to have to brawl their way to safety, or either brawl their way to the spike.
The supply line's been cut off here by Lover's Rock, so any attempt to make a save is under serious scrutiny. A clinical execution from BBL. GX have read his position at the very least, but he's ready for the next.
Now he is. Quick reposition, a Horn that identifies his position. They want that operator back, and Lover's Rock wants to deny it. A big piece of Giant X's defense, and it will be 11. That 4-round gap has been recuperated by the attack.
Giant X are escape artists there. I don't know how it was they were able to find a plan to get out, but very smartly played from Cloud. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. I'm so surprised that Lover's Rock can get all the way through B and into Waterfall to punish Westside's TP like that. But that was the intention, right?
Yeah.
That was the call from the word go. And now, in having picked it up, they can play to a slower pace. They can change gears when required.
Oh, and Westside not looking in the right spot. the adaptation to Rubble here on Lotus since we've seen it been reintroduced to the pool. Benefits that of Lover's Rock.
Bring them back.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've been really impressed with how BBL are starting to manufacture some of these openings. The 1v1 against the op there, Grubby advanced.
Trying to take the next engagement. And well, yeah, has TP's out here, and he's going to opt for that. As the rest of BBL try to chase him down. Oh, it's a little bit. Oh, where are we going? Oh my God! Still alive! How in the hell is he? And manages to get to safety.
Yeah, gets away with it. 4-on-4 situation. Still very winnable here for GX, and into the retake, they've got our result.
Yeah, that they do. They can easily come back in here and start to break a few wrists and trying to flick towards him as he looks to try and send it their way, but the operator already working, and so is the rest of BBL. It is up to Ara with the ultimate as he look to try and get away from him. He wants the next engagement, wants to try and find this, but it goes Rose's way. BBL on map point.
Masters of their own destiny. The grand design of some of these opening rounds from BBL are just fantastic. Rose is the one playing chase here. It's just like...
don't show Mitch, man, that, please, for the love of God.
Channeling a Hadouken or something. Trying to like... Brutality. Yeah, I don't know, man. But I have to say, I think even in the retake there, Ara's got to be the one breaking the crossfire, sliding in first. Just some of these little micro decisions I would love to see GX make improvements upon. Pipson laying down the law. It's a 5-round gap now, and if you look at the last 5, 4 of them won by BBL.
Yeah, I think that's the big talking point here is when we've got to rifles, it's gone one way. You can see it when it comes to the round count, right? Outside of pistol rounds and anti-ecos and stuff like that, you're talking something like, what, 2 rounds a round? And that's the worrying aspect of this.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You look at the timeline here. GX have won only 7 rounds, and out of that, you've got 2 pistols and only 1 anti-eco. Yeah, literally. Like, in the rifles, we just need to see that more success from them.
Well, success needs to come or we're getting map 3. That's it. Yeah. Simple as that. There's no room for error. GX have to show us it. BBL, though, I mean, let's just see what they can do because we know exactly what they're up to. This time, Ara's actually started to take the fight to the attack, and they're respecting it.
Yeah, and we've got a pit propped up on the other side of the map from Flickless on C with Westside playing in the corner by the box. This all really falls on Grubby, though. If he loses this early engagement, there's a real issue here. He does win it.
Has ulti, if he really wants to.
And he can reinforce this space as well with utility, but GX got to be quite careful that they don't get caught up in some of these fights, and that's exactly what's happened. Ara trying to keep them in this as he's playing behind the Viper wall, but BBL will be diligent to check it, clear it out. Ooh. It's Larok again. And with that, they get the numbers back on side and freeze.
Yeah, Ara just trying to play on the edge a bit too much, but Westside is on site all alone.
Just got his TP back, places it, and now starts to move further up. There are a few players in tree, already sliding out Lover's Rock here with the op. Facing into that is an instant death, and with it, Westside's shown the door. Flickless has it all to do, or BBL are taking us to split.
It would be something brilliant from him. He's only got a molly, which he's already used, so maybe a Viper's Orb onto Spike, but let's be honest, it's 1v3.
BBL showing their Lotus for the first time this year. Not since Ascension did we see it, but improvements have been made, and that might just be enough to pave them all the way back to a playoffs run.
Yeah, it's been fantastic from BBL to bounce back from Haven. Sure, 13-11, but it didn't look too great, to be honest.
We do have Larok standing by to hear his thoughts after this one.
Actually, it's Lover's Rock. By the way, congratulations. That was a crazy performance. I want to ask you real quick, when it comes to losing the first map, now you're on the second one, you're absolutely popping off. How did you get from that mental transition after a loss?
We didn't get too much mental down. I mean, we could have won first match as well. It should have been our map, but we lost. It's okay. We move on.
All right, and that's exactly what you guys did. I'm going to let you move on as well with the team. Good luck in that one out there. We're going to be back with our final map of the series split coming up next after the break.
No! 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 Lower strike! No! No!
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
We are heading to split for map 3. What do you want to see from them to close this match out?
We want them to play like Lotus, you know?
Yeah.
Not play like Heaven, but we want them to play like Lotus, I think.
Yes.
Especially mentally.
We knew that they are not comfortable at split. That's why Decider is split and we have a surprise for them.
Yeah.
We have a surprise for them. Okay, I'm personally looking forward to it, but welcome back everybody to VCT EMEA. BBL with this win managed to get their bonus map pick, equalize the score and push us to decider, and what a fashion they done it in.
Yeah, I think that we're both just really happy to see them go back to the double duelist rather than
the surprise is going to be Neon, isn't it? That's the surprise. Like, yeah, I'm telling you, the surprise of the split, it's going to be Neon, because his Neon looked utterly cracked throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, we don't want to speak about the Whaley from previous week. So I think, yeah, if that's a surprise, it doesn't really feel like a surprise now. Now that we've seen Lotus,
Okay, now you guys have ruined it.
I could be wrong. Maybe they're going to play Clove.
Wow, no, you're absolutely right. I think Clove is going to be... Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
all
Reyna,
right.
there you go.
No, instead, let's talk about the
Reyna, we're off to
chamber
a good
first, because we were expecting to see certain things from the chamber. We didn't see it because the Neon operator, Lover's Rock, was just going insane.
Yeah?
Yeah, but it was basically... You saw moments from Westside attempting to do stuff on the other side of the map, but unfortunately he was out-opt, well, not only by one player, but by a second as well. There was a round where Kreven just picks up and kills 4 people while the solo defender on the site. Shouldn't really go down like that. You should be able to push him off that angle.
Well, he didn't go down.
This was the case, and we're going to see a lot of the defensive side operator kills, but the fact is, Lover's Rock started picking up on the attack, swinging into angles, jumping up on that new little post that they've added on Lotus and killing people there. He ended up with a 6% headshot because he was killing everybody with the op.
Yeah, it's kind of insane when you think about it. And I like as well that he was on the Neon using this operator, right? Because you saw in one of those rounds there where he can get a pick on one site and then he just rotates around and gets a pick on another site, similar to how he used to play it with the Yoru, right? He's able to just run around on this Neon now. So yeah, I think for us, this is what we wanted to see. We got to see it. Now they're kind of pushing us to that third map. Long may it continue, hopefully.
But also want to discuss GX specifically, because here, Tom, you said whenever we see a bit of a pattern, we see them play first map the first time, it's not really there yet, and then the second and third. So consistently they are improving, but this was the first time that we saw split out of them with the compositions that they had. Did they, in any way, shape, or form, meet some of the expectations that you had of them? Because it was their map pick.
I would say on Lotus, it kind of just felt like they got boomed. Like, I think a lot of the time when you have your sort of set execution plans and you're just getting wrecked by an operator, like, sure, you want to look at them and go, in the moment, you need to adapt these things, but the better that you see BBL play, the harder they are to play against. So even if you're not going to run into the operator, you're going to run into LaRock or someone else who's just popping off on the Raze. I think the only thing I'm a little bit sad about is because he was so good on Neon, we might actually not see as much of LaRock's Neon, because his Neon is also insane, but it's like if your operator player is able to run around and do that, and you're playing Raze, which may not even be the edge you necessarily wanted to be playing, and you're still going 3-10 in ACS and 20 and 13, I think they're okay. Maybe run that more often.
Yeah, maybe, you know, we'll have to trial and test it. But that's a scary part as well for BBL when they are tuned in. Really, it's literally any one of these players can just be such a thorn in the enemy side, regardless of the composition that they're playing, regardless of the sets that they have set up, regardless of how they're trying to approach the game. When you're going up against BBL and they are locked in, they're comfortable, they feel like they can take you on one-on-one, and they have that confidence that they're so known for, what do you do?
Fight with confidence back, like, and I think as well, like, it's just so instilled in BBL to have that confidence because of the things that we've seen them achieve, right? I think coming back from Santiago, it was kind of one of the toughest losses that they've ever had as a roster in their career. I think if you're Giant X, like, we already spoke to Cloud about, you know, things that they're working on as a roster and things that they need to improve. They have to be able to bounce back. You know, we kind of set this matchup today as a must-win because both teams are 1-1 in groups right now, that it could come down to this matchup by the time we get to the end of groups to see who actually ends up going to playoffs.
Yeah, and Split is decider for this, which to me, Tom, I'm also a little bit worried for GX's side of things because we heard BBL's coach, they got a surprise in store. Maybe it's Neon, maybe it's not the Neon, okay? Like, I don't want to spoil that, but they feel so comfortable and confident that they can actually take them on and win this series, which for GX's camp, what are we expecting here then?
Look, if he was really confident, he would have told us what the surprise was. That's all I'm going to say. But no, I
think
the surprise. I think that we also come off two different teams in two different places because they both played Pacific, they both won, they both had strong defensive sides. But then we saw the weaknesses of BBL playing this map when they played against Eternal Fire. So they've now had that extra learning curve. Like, okay, a team that's super high in flare and firepower has managed to take us down, had a horrible attack side. So that's where I think the adaptations are going to come in. That's where they maybe do move away from that jet, because I do think that diving in doesn't really work quite as well as it used to. But that is also the style that we're seeing on the other side, because you have the Waylay, which is literally that dive in and arrow on the sort of follow-up on the Neon. It did work, but it worked versus a Pacific side who didn't know how to hold a post plant.
Yeah, I mean,
so let's see what the surprise is. Let's see.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
No way, it's the Neon. That's crazy. Who could have seen that coming?
I mean, my eyes instantly gravitate towards Kreven on the Vice here, actually, Tom. Like that, to me, that's the surprise. Not the double duelist, it's
What
the
they did
Kreven
on the last map is the surprise.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, because he's been playing Viper on this map more recently.
Yeah.
So I think seeing him on the Vice is a bit more of a surprise. It's funny because BBL have run the Neon and the Raze on this map, but just never at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? Because so like they moved away to it, and now they're like, oh, actually, maybe this is the secret sauce. So yeah, I think it's kind of what we expected.
That's crazy. No, I'm blown away. I'm so glad we waited for that surprise.
I'm so happy that you got to witness it. But I'm sure our casters are also absolutely over the moon for the surprise, because they are ready to cast our final game of the series between BBL and GX.
Yeah, this one deserving of a decider after how GX started things off and BBL have rallied the troops back through Lotus, a map which historically has been good for them. Equally so is Split, but the question is, do they have the necessary fixes after losing it against Eternal Fire just the other week?
It's a step in the right direction for BBL, I have to say, but while GX may have won Split last week, BBL lost it. And the weird thing is, the team that lost it looked much better than the team who won it last week. So let's get into this one and let's hope that Giant X can give us a much better showing than what they did.
Well, already you've seen the GX pistols. They've won the vast majority of them. Only one dropped over the course of the series so far, if I'm not mistaken. And Split attack side is, you know, one of the sides in the game where, you know, winning a pistol round makes all of the difference. So I think if there was any time to find another one and find your feet early, it would be now.
Slow start. Giant X have been so good at pistols so far. 3 out of 4. Can they make it 4 out of 5? Already Kreven, though, has seen 2 towards B main. And there's a wall to identify if anyone does go towards it, the heaven spot. It's all red herrings. GX, they want to start to head towards A. And that's where Lover's Rock is all alone.
Yeah, the potential of a crunch through vents here could be huge, and you've already seen Rose just recalibrating. He'll be looking to fend them off from ramp, or maybe investigate. Bit of proactivity. Ara fends them off. And Westside with a trade indirectly. Cloud following it up. And the B site left open for the taking. GX en route to a 5th pistol round in this series.
I'm out of here.
4 out of 5 has it, not just a 5th.
Oh, that's
quite
true.
yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's still impressive nonetheless, and that's the big point that we have to take from this. Giant X have looked lights out on pistols, but it's the rifles that are under a microscope, and they show us it once again.
It looks maybe if they do get a 5th pistol round, they'll have a better chance at closing. Because as we know on Lotus, they won both. But they weren't able to convert it. And immediately I do want to talk about the comps just a little bit here and the difference in terms of meta read between the two teams, Cairo, because I'm happy to see the Vice on the BBL side. Couple of teams already playing this. G2, Furia, I believe, both showing that one off. MIBR. Was it as well in Americas? Whereas GX with this Sky and then Waylay Neon, I mean, those 3 agents, specifically the Sky, I've only seen it, you know, pop up in like top 5 highest picked agents in CN. Like that is the meta read that they've gone for more than anyone else, where Waylay has dripped off a little bit for other regions. That's interesting.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting, but the rifle gets picked up by a pistol player, and now we're straight back to the same thing, just one less player in the mix. BBL have been known for pistols in the past. Not so much in their Tier 1, because let's be honest, since they've been in Tier 1, they've always been winning. And it seems like they won't get another chance here as they stop the push on towards A heaven. Lover's Rock still holds on with a shotty, but this time caught out. So it should be business as usual now for the attack.
I mean, one there would have been huge, but Larocque, we see what his bandit can do. Only one map ago, but or could it be repeated? No, just one this time.
That's fair enough. Overall, yeah, Ara now starting to get in on the mix, and he's 4 away from that overdrive should it come through. And Giant X have a pretty decent end to that, and also have a win condition for the next round through Ara.
Yeah, it looks like the engagements have been pretty easy for them so far. Building on what I was saying about comps, I think that's one thing we've got to be looking at with this Sky pick, something which Cloud has always been known to play.
Yeah, 100%. I think for me, when I look at a lot of teams, the one thing that's consistent through a lot of them is Neon, Astra, and Viper. All the time we're seeing these 3 agents, and I like that BBL have decided to have a look at the world and thought, what's good for us? Let's go away from this kind of typical agents picked.
Yeah. I guess the difference is, right, you've not got like a Cypher or anything either, so actually creating this ramp pressure might be a little more difficult for them when the side swap comes through. For Ara, it's no problem. He's breezed all the way through.
He's on an adventure, mate. Let's see what he can find.
Potential for him to be a backstab now if they do want to start heading towards B, but first of all, the mid players have to try and find something. Already cut off. Ara still holding on to this one and will pick up Rose.
Yeah, it forces BBL to the re-clear, or else Ara becomes a real big issue. What is happening right now is it gets messy between the two, and then there's Ara's overdrive. The player's still not wanting to fight, and then Ara goes running into Creven. The spike is heading this way, and that's a big 1 versus 1 between the site player and Cloud.
I mean, even with a spanner thrown into the works, feels like GX haven't fully profited from the situation. Creven now in an awkward timing.
Oh, but does he lose out? Cloud playing around here, plays in west side. Good shots, but can't quite find that second kill that probably would have won the round for Giant X. Instead, BBL come out on top with, what, 40 health between the last two?
Yeah, it's a really weird one, you know. Someone's got to go and address that issue. Ara cannot be left unchecked in spawn. Larok does a brilliant job at marshalling mid, and eventually they clear him out, but not before he picks up 2 kills for the Endeavor. Important round though, crucial stage in the game for BBL to get this defender side active again. The building blocks for their success last time, it was, you know, nearly a 9-3 half down to the 1v2 on Lotus.
That's true. It is do or die once again in the economy state. This is usually when we see BBL actually shows what they're made of at judging play, and this is the map you want it.
And the position that you want it right now as well, because very soon Rose is going to find himself hot under the collar, under the bright lights. Will he bend or break? GX just shuffling the guard as they're ready to drop in, and there's Rose. Stands the test, no problem at all. Rocket let off from Larok, he goes down with it, but doesn't matter how much utility Rose is going to miss here.
Yeah, but well, this is a bit awkward. Giant X don't come out too bad. It's 2v3.
It is, but look where the spike is. You've got to travel through 2 different layers of elevation through vents if you want to get it, or wrap the whole way around.
Where's Loita going? Because he's the straggler between the pack.
He's watching the backside here. He's the rear guard to the situation, so Grubby could very quickly be caught knife out.
Left.
And instead, it's just Loita that collects the info, continuing to backtrack. This is what I'm talking about. That drop into vents against this judge. You can stun it, and you can, in fact, kill it if you're flickless, apparently. Such a long way to go for Grubby, though, and it just doesn't give him any real opportunity now.
Yeah, time really running
10
thin.
seconds left.
So, straight away, BBL bounce back. At the same time, though, it is a round 1 for the defense, but it's a lot of rifles lost at the exact same time. Loita lucky to walk away with his life, but there's at least 2 players there that probably won't have a buy.
Yeah, we'll see what the money looks like. I think they should be just about all right, and, well, with GX now dropped down onto an eco, matters not, because I'm expecting Outlaws and the like to come through. Rose did excellently well in defending this position. And I think that's something that we have to consider when it comes to their split. You know, are they ready to respond to these different levels of pace if it is going to be GX sending it into mid every time?
Well, that mix buy that we saw in Lotus having mixed effect, but not a win, comes back through on split stingers and 3 sheriffs. What can we find here? A trade, okay, and a rifle picked up. What can we do to convert this into something better, though?
Yeah, Ara takes on board a boatload of damage, sliding through the thorns, and BBL are here and ready to be counted. A third on the board, and they find themselves in front for the first time in this map.
Yeah, it feels as if BBL have been put to within an inch of their life to wake up and be like, right, okay, guys, we know what we need to do, and actually start shooting Giant X, because this is much more their pace.
And I think this round is probably the perfect example of where you then find the value from that Vice.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the Thorns come out, Ara's losing, you know, 2/3 of his health bar in an instant, because it's the distance you travel to take the damage rather than the amount of time you spend in it. Exactly what is required to be the antidote for this Neon, which has found no troubles taking to ramp. It's in the site where the problems lie.
To heaven they go. Rose is the man playing on the... Oh, he's trying to play on the edge there. I don't know about this, because LaRock straight back in, but somehow numbers even, and Kraven having to hold things down. A big ulti to put him in a position where he can try and challenge the players of Giant X, but they go elsewhere, towards CT.
Both guns caged, but quickly unleashed. In screens, Lovers Rock already on the line. I think BBL know exactly where these last 2 players are. They've considered it, and it's just a question of dealing with that threat.
Well, it's picking your fights here, because every single player is on their own, on their one, and Giant X have the numbers advantage no matter where they go. But I think Kraven just heard exactly the Giant X players, and with that spike on the ground, the rest of BBL are going to get into position to win the round and put a little bit of distance between them and their opponent.
Yeah, it's a very well-gauged situation there from BBL in terms of who is taking the fights, who's backing up and inviting others. I like this, you know, play from GX to try an entry, but I have to say, I think BBL equal to it. The setup on site from Kreven just stops them from getting in, gives a position to fortify, and there you go. 4 rounds to 2, and GX back on another bad bite.
Yeah, as LaRock, a shining light once again, double digits in kills already.
Blocking vision.
And looking to continue on. Giant X though, through mid they go.
Yeah, I mean, this is space which BBL are happy to give up if they can then fight the extremities together, and that's exactly what you're going to get here.
Yeah, it's flickless on a Sheriff, and he's not even got his crosshair lined up right either, so... I don't know, how it feels like a death match, especially when Lovers Rock can do something like that. It's a bloody operator, for God's sake.
Yeah, he's on rails right now, and that's exactly what was required. Do you think of the op duels in the previous series? Izzy was really headlining that encounter. And here it comes back to what I was saying, you know, knowing when to pick your battles. That's always been a factor with BBL.
Gotta go.
Ara might have the element of surprise here. Doesn't last for long.
What is happening at this moment in time? Ara now, yeah, he's a sitting duck, come on. And now with the operator on his back, Grubby does get the stinger in hand, but it doesn't get a chance to use it. So 5-2, BBL really starting to flex those muscles.
Yeah, you want to see BBL getting proactive like this on the gun rounds as well, because I think back to their old composition, they actually used to play Sky similarly to what we're seeing from GX here. It was Rose doing that, and he was the one forcing the issue, helping set up op lines, stuff like that. If you can find the same value from the Fade here, which has proven to be the premier choice on this map so far. That's what it's all about. GX looking to go for the B play again, but it's this reposition from Kreven and his Thorns that we've got to be thinking about.
Already BBL though, they're all in heaven and ready to line up and support Kreven. So once again the Vice utility gets the effect that they want, and they get to rotate in and support.
And this is exactly why I wish more teams in our region would play Vice, because she really feels like the premier solution on a couple of maps to counter that Neon.
Vice for EMEA says Hazard. Do you vote yes?
Well, I vote yes, yeah. It's
Well,
what I
you're the poster boy for Vice, so
I am.
I'm hoping that you would be voting yes.
I did.
And Giant X seem to be voting no at the minute because they've got rid of LaRock and want more. A brawl in mid, one which does not continue. Because at this moment in time, it's a heal up and a wait. Execute coming through. Rifles actually getting to work. Rose, when do you take your chance? Probably now as the players walk away. Is this a defensive Cosmic Divide that's pushed GX away from this point in the map? And there's not a whole bunch of time left, so they need to get a move on.
Yeah, it makes that rotation a little bit easier towards A now as well if they're looking for it. In fact, Rose actually pushes out beyond the divide. Big fight in middle.
Oh, and one
I say fight, he did not have a gun out.
More of a beatdown, and to be honest, GX, they need to get a move on. And Lover's Rock, up in hand, doesn't get a chance. So this should be a Giant X round. No other way to look at it. 1v4. Craven, no chance in hell here, surely.
Yeah, look, I may be the poster boy for Vice, but not in this situation. Coming from what? You wanted to be the poster boy for Scottish Cast, didn't you?
Oh, Scottish Casts? Yes, definitely.
Scottish Casts? Yeah. Scottish Caster.
Well, we'll see.
Can he add any fuel to the fire here, though? No. Put out in an instant by Westside.
Well, the good thing is here, if this does go a traditional split way, that's the lifeline, right? That's what we expect. Considering Giant X can win pistols, that's what we'd be expecting here.
I mean, look at that. Arret is down to 15 HP, I think, before he takes that bullet to the dome. So it was job done. And what GX need to do is they need to find a way to bleed some of this utility. Now, with the Thorns, that's going to be pretty difficult, but you know, if you can find a way to bait out the wall, maybe you're sending the fast lane to get Creven to pop it a little preemptively. That's got to be the way to do it, you know? But right now, it feels like a lot of rounds where we're just seeing a blind commitment towards one of these sites, and it's really costing them.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the compliments, I guess, to come out the back of that was that the mid-rounding was actually very good from Giant X.
Yeah.
Going back towards mid, managing to get a couple of picks in their favour. But again, we can't be like, you can't start a round bad every round and then work it into your favour, right? We need to start to see some more momentum-based rounds for Giant X.
I would also probably argue that it's a knock-on effect of playing double duelist. The macro is fundamentally different.
Yeah.
This was a team that always loved to play double initiator and have those tools to really scour for that information. Now their hands are tied and they're being forced to maybe play in a way which is a lot more heads up, and I think that has been an issue for them. So we'll see what the answers are coming out of the timeout. It does look like much more of a spread default here.
Yeah, take the time, split up, look for clues, Scooby-Doo and all that. But gonna need to see some ultimates in play as well, see where they're used. Need to be careful of Flickless though. He does have the spike, he loses his position. This could be BBL to go on and win, but a great shot gets rid of the operator and Lover's Rock.
Gotta say, when it comes to holding down an angle, Flickless has had BBL's number at times in this bout. Loiter is going to win against the op of Ara, but Flickless is right there for another. That's 3 bodies buried in middle. And the round almost single-handedly wrapped up by the Belgian.
Yeah, I feel as if I'm waking up in a fever dream. Why are BBL once again going and taking these ones when something they're good at playing together was swinging together, right? Flickless just takes them all for himself. Now we've got a last 1 versus 1 and Grubby cannot win out. So it's Mr. Clutch himself to move into a 1 versus 3.
It's a world away though. And look who's waiting in the tower block. Eviction notice in hand. It's Flickless. A quad kill from him and 4 rounds to match it on the GX side.
You're respectable. 3 rounds left of the half. Which way does it go? I think if you're a Giant X fan, I think at least one more would put me into a real confidence spot for this roster.
The part that makes this round a little more puzzling for me is the fact that BBL were finding success by, you know, easing off from mid at times, you know, allowing that pressure to be taken, withstanding it, and looking towards the other extremities, the limits of the map for answers. Whereas here, they're kind of going all in on a position where Flickless is just absolutely farming them, for lack of a more romantic vocabulary. So, a timeout called by Key. And having lost 2 in a row, you've got to look at the ults that are up in this last cycle of the half from round 10. What is it that they've got to try and mitigate? Viper's Pit, and two very heavy execute ultimates.
But then at the same time, right, you have that showstopper, and you also have the overdrive for Lovers Rock. This is really big retake ultimates, and especially since Lovers Rock loves the operator so much, you imagine that'll be kept in the back pocket for those most close quarter fights.
It's that double duelist, that 1-2 punch, which has had to reinvent itself a little bit. The Lovers Larocque duo, as it has been coined by some. Because they're playing different agents than what we'd seen from them in the past. I know that Larocque was always good for a game on Raze every now and then, but Neon was the duelist which he really built his identity around when that was the change asked of him. We've seen him on so many different roles. Smokes even, you mentioned earlier in the broadcast. But yeah, it does play differently, and right now he does seem to be thriving.
Well, it's actually Rose who picks up the operator this time, and I like that BBL are playing with tendencies, right? Creven got a chance last map, now Rose gets a chance this map. So if you see the fade, you're not expecting the operator.
Little off-roll op, we've seen it a couple of times already. Boaster, Chronicle, Rose right now. Looking at things, it's another slow round from GX, but Westside gets up into ramp early, triggers the wall, and while the refract expires, he's perfectly safe.
Well, we're going to get a rocket coming straight through. The fuse, though, does expire, and Giant X managed to survive this.
Oh, but yeah, this is huge because BBL have managed to just usher GX into this corner of the map where the Vice is set up, and they're ready to fight this.
That ultimate has hit no one as well, so the value is next to nothing for Giant X. And BBL, here to fight. Sure, let's go. Take the gloves. Let's try and take a brawl right now. Giant X, though, are completely stalled out. They want nothing to do with this.
Flickless in the corner. He's caught, but everyone's here on BBL.
That's a man with the spike. They have to try and play safe President, and they've done so. He's even saved himself. Pit in pocket and Ara towards the site.
2 versus 2 situation, but the plant's got to come in at some point, Cairo. Pit to be deployed into elbow. And BBL playing back into this 2-on-2 with a health advantage.
So with the spike down and an operator to try and re-clear the pit, you've also got that overdrive from Lovers Rock.
And I mean, look at Larocque's utility belt as well. This boombot and nade could make things a real issue, especially for Flickless.
Yeah, because he is so low. So you look at Ara, put on notice, playing outside of the pit to see if he can catch a player or two off guard. He does get a chance at Lovers Rock, and the spray catches a second. BBL up to 6 on the half. But surely that's a bit of luck in there.
Yeah, just a little bit, but you take every last drop of it if you're BBL. The overdrive is the searchlight which sends them on their way. Lovers Rock holds the torch, the rest follow. Talking of leaders and followers, I gotta say, BBL did a great job at setting the pace here, forcing GX into an uncomfortable execute in the end, and it just didn't feel like there was a second plan. As soon as Larocque pops that ult, they're only in one mind, go A.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, they managed to mitigate a lot of the problems sent their way, so it complements it in that aspect. So there's some bad, but there's also some good to come out of that.
We'll need to be banking on Flickless, finding a few more of these, though, if they want to get back on even terms when the half sounds. It's a great opening pick. He has played his job fantastically throughout this evening. From the Cypher to the Viper, feels like a bit of a natural fit, but still not applying too much pressure on A. BBL aware of the possibility of mid-presence, and GX here 3 members strong.
So the mid-round and through mid has identified at least someone there, but at the same time, BBL, they're not going to have anything to do with it.
Yeah. This is where you see then Rose start to move over as well. He should have the Haunt come back up soon. He's got a Prowler, needs to collect a little bit of information to base this call off. Otherwise, BBL know that they're going to be in this site hold at the deficit.
And the good part is, you look at the positions from the players, it was pretty far back, right? Instead, they're moving towards B, and this is terrible for them.
Yeah, they're actually just going to give it up. So all of that Vice utility counts for nothing as well.
Or does it? Does it buy a little bit of time for the players to get back into position? Kreven in CT, the wall goes.
Cloud's still not made it past that Vice wall in main, still not triggered it with the spike in his hands.
So do they go for the brawl? Do they go for the fight? That's the question. Flickless still gets another. This spike plan will be successful, but where's the rest of the bodies for Giant X? They need to protect this and not lose control. That's exactly what happens. We're within one with 1 round to play.
Yeah, really cheeky Cosmic Divide there from Loiter as well to try and retake. BBL had all the players on the scene. It's just that initial call a couple seconds earlier left them hamstrung. Great opening pick from Flickless. I mean, he's just passed every test so far. And in terms of the site defense in the end, there's only one avenue of a retake and there's only one result.
That's it. So with that, BBL not the best buy. Giant X breathing down their necks at this point to try and regain an equal scoreline into the second half. Those Seekers going to be a big component of this round, you can feel.
Yeah. And you can see GX immediately going back to this vent control as well. Oh, double dive in. Larok playing around the edge of the smoke, gets caught. And he's all by himself. That's one of the rifles gone.
I think a big part of these rounds has been decided through the first bloods.
Yeah. I think it was one of the rifles. I'm not sure. You'd have to double check in middle, but BBL don't have too much going for them here. There is still the op in the hands of Lover's Rock, though, about to be tested.
Big fight. Oh, just misses out. And there's no quick trade either. And you can see the bodies from BBL being sent to the B site.
Damage onto Arrow as well. Does get healed up by Cloud as the Seekers will just confirm that the strong side for BBL right now is towards B, but with that Vice utility left behind and Rose an opportunity to play off it, the ult comes in early.
Yeah, that's a really nice ultimate. It'll buy a bit of time for Rose to reposition if he really wants to. He heard the rope, trying to go up it, but Giant X, they now have 30 seconds to get the spike down.
Grubby is the one player making his reprisal from main, so all eyes on Kreven in the heavens. Oh, and it's Divine! A big double! And with the Thorns active, there's nowhere to go. Grubby's a dead man walking, as is Flickless. Last action of the half, so he's got to give it a go, but this one is rigged from the start. Kreven again profiting.
Divine from Kreven, the BBL believers looking to try and finish out this map in the best possible position, has it. 7-5 after a resurgence from Giant X. We look to that second half to see if they can finish it out 2-1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This series in the 1-on-1 game absolutely delivering, but if you're looking for more action, EMEA have got you covered this week. We've got a few bangers, and in fact, the first team to lock playoffs could be Foot. Yes, you're hearing me correctly, because Liquid actually, even if they win that game, aren't guaranteed.
Yeah, both teams at 2-0, pretty big, massive game in that group, but so is this one right now. As we can see, look, this game has come down to third map on the second half. Giant X move on to defense on split. That's such a good sight for them.
Absolutely. We've yet to see what BBL can do in this position with the adjustments that they bring to the table as well. So you can see the retake win rate there for GX, 53%, and The pistol win rate is through the roof. 80. And I think a lot of that will be propped up by the fact that they've taken all but one from BBL.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can find that fifth.
Scout destroyed.
This should be the banker. We'll see if Giant X can capitalize on that. BBL will have ideas of their own, considering they start the attack as double duelist. Ara is caught in the seas, but I don't know if the players have saw the visual effect of that. Westside has moved elsewhere. He's a big component to the reason why these pistol rounds have been so good, and gets at least one.
A man running on confidence. Someone who has not had their confidence knocked is Flickless. Still hanging on to mid-control here. BBL starting to move towards A, and one of the big issues I saw from the last time out on Split, just blind commitments. Sending it into sites where they had no information. This time they're grouping up. It's a 5v2 wherever they go. 4v2, sorry.
Yeah, Grobby has to hold this by himself. In fact, Flickless has come to join, so it's a double controller to try and keep hold of the A side, but instead, let it go. Let the players by, and it will be a retake for Giant X.
As we know, this should be a win condition here for GX. Looking at the utility left, Cloud has a flash, Ara the slide.
Spike planted.
Grubby a star, which he places to the pocket. Kreven playing from it. And now the defender's in motion.
So the flash used, but it doesn't get anybody. That relay bolt huge, and Rose not cleared. This should be no way back in for Giant X now. This should be BBL to win it out here and now, and it should be a massive pistol round. But that should. It's not the real deal. It's not confirmed yet. As Flickless comes through himself, it's all on him in a 1 versus 1. As LaRock holds onto the nade and buys himself time.
Perfect.
Flickless doesn't even have half. He's forced now onto the spike, and with a quick swing and a quick tap of the head, LaRock wins a huge pistol round for BBL.
And this one is binding. BBL up to 8 now with a chance to extend that lead. They've picked up another pistol, it's come at the perfect time, and this here, it's another situation where Ara is sliding in, and there's just no follow-up, no trade. I love the counter stun from Lover's Rock, that can't be overlooked, but at times that synergy just doesn't feel completely built.
Yeah, you said it's binding, it could be splitting now as we see BBL look to finish out this. Shaking the head, you don't like that one?
Low fruit. You have fractured our relationship.
Eroded, perhaps. Well, got to look for a haven for this duo.
There.
The joke's making an ascent in quality.
Go, go, go!
Yeah.
But still, an abyss to be covered here.
Hey, enough. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, that's poor.
The gap building.
I'm so sorry, everybody at home. I know you want to enjoy this match, but it's not happening between us two. It's happening for Giant X though. A nice couple of, I say a nice couple of kills. It was just one in the end actually, and Cloud's left at the other side of the map.
It's just classics, you know. So. GX waiting in the icebox before they can get the weapons of their choice. I'm sorry. They've called off.
Somebody VAR that, please. Put him. He needs to go in the sin bin.
Oh, no, I absolutely do. But
I know Tom's on desk. Tom, can you come up?
Oh, we're playing that game, are we? Oh. All right, Cloud. He wants out. He's had enough. And we're into the next. This next round is huge. We can't understate that enough.
Yeah,
an opportunity now for either GX to get back into it or BBL to put up a gap which could make this irretrievable. He's actually come up the stairs.
Yeah. All right, it's all right, mate. Maybe for the next series. I need to see what's happening. Okay.
I feel like I needed to get him on the mic just to prove we weren't seeing things.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
They say if you hang around the studio long enough, you start seeing Tombiz.
I see him everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's just because I've been seeing Derka and the likes. But listen, straight into the mix. We have BBL, who have just taken the A site. There's no problems about that. It's a 5v5 retake.
Oh, it was! LaRock with another utility kill, except that one isn't self-inflicted. Westside offline. You look at this retake again. It's got to come through Ara, and Cloud's got things started.
Brilliant start to the retake, but it's Loiter in the corner.
Doing it
that
all
gets
himself.
caught next. The captain holding on and bringing this retake through. But still, Craven and Main could be the big upset, and Ara's just found him. Grubby next up. BBL have collapsed on this hold. And sure, it's in a bonus round, but
yeah,
expecting much better.
I feel like GX, in a way, just kind of read between the lines where they'd been using so much utility to initiate before. It's almost a full contact. Cloud finding 2 kills. I said Ara was going to be the main factor with how they've tried to set him up previously. He was just tailgating. That is unfortunate for Westside. But GX do incredibly well to get through this one, and now the next round is sort of equally important, if not more so.
I think the big thing about Westside's death is it actually benefits Giant X, because that showstopper's no longer in play. They win the round, and they don't get the value. So with the next round, as you said, it becomes even more important because of the economy.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Larok happy to take that trade, and well, BBL into the A site again. It's been forfeited once more. GX playing to this. Their game plan in the retake, it worked well in the previous, but Loiter has disrupted it here.
Same sort of results from the last round, but Cloud, he won't be able to... Oh, he's able to get at least one, and the trades are good.
Nice.
Okay, it's 3-on-3.
Yeah, and BBL have to play this forward line. They have to find a way to disrupt what GX are doing.
Yeah, but they're also playing Loiter so deep in main to play for the stars, but he's going to have to come closer because things could get messy here. Grubby now, looking to try, swing out, get an engagement. Rose hiding, doesn't realise the position he's in. Craven manages to dodge the molly, so with the start being used to try and grab well, this is just going to be a defuse. Craven, Loiter needs to get into the mix. A defuse coming through, he's missing the shots, and it gives Giant X the round. We're within 2, and BBL have no economy left.
It was a 2 versus 3 as well, I think, from GX in that situation. Backs to the wall, post plant set up. Flickless is so patient in making his reprisal through heaven. I think GX were lucky, honestly, with how caught off they got at the start of the round, but again, these post plants for BBL, such an issue, and that will be the main talking point of the timeout, I'm sure.
Yep, second and last timeout of this series being used up by Key. And we discussed it, right? As we start to head into split, what does this defense side look like for Giant X? And since we've had a bonus round, a rifle round, Giant X have won them all, and they've put BBL under real pressure.
This is at that stage in the game now where you're looking for the next layer of development, that next adaptation, because for BBL, they've been allowed into the A site for free the last 2-3 rounds. GX are giving this up on purpose, yeah, not without, you know, an unneeded death here or there, but they've stuck to their strengths and it's worked. BBL now need to try and find what the resolution to that is. You saw the first little sign of it with them taking a little bit of screens control, a bit more advanced last time, but there has to be something else to win them these rounds.
I agree with that, but I also feel as if BBL are so thinly spread. They want to play a player in main, but they also want to take extra space in screens. And when those players in screens fall, your player in main needs to come a lot closer, and that's where Loiter maybe failed in that last round. Okay, next round, ultimates in play for both teams.
Yeah, when you look at it, gotta say GX are a little bit closer in terms of finding themselves with the real best stock of them. I'm thinking Flickless's Pit for mid-control when we come to the rifle round. And Westside maybe even looking to get that convergent paths up as well. You can see here the plan for BBL, take mid-control, build off the back of the bucket. But no duels entertained so far. Not until Flickless. Oof.
Yeah, not as clean as he has been. And well, it's going to continue to get cleaner. That's a nice setup through Westside's way late.
Fantastic Hinder coming in there, as they've still got the main control. Cloud should move with an air of caution now, as he knows mid-control's already been taken, and yeah, the rotation's arriving.
Yeah, support in numbers, and expectations are that this is going to be Giant X to close this one out. 30 seconds remain. A spike plant would be huge for BBL if they could get it.
The question is, where are you going to find it? A is probably your best chance, and even then, Kreven's walking in low. Cloud takes that one every single day of the week. Rose follows it up, though, and actually, in that foot race towards the site, they win out.
And they also have a rifle, so in a 2v3, I'm getting a little bit worried here. It comes down to these shots, and Loiter lights out. This is game on now.
That's really one to drag your attention. Loiter doesn't have any stars to work with from what I can see, just the Sheriff in his hands. Both players retaking from screens. Herd on the BBL side, a double stack.
Yeah, 2 retakes attempted, 2-1. Can GX make it 3 out of 3? We're even going to get a Cosmic Divide. That's how worried Giant X are. Grumpy spray! Just gets it. It's an expensive round, yes, but the answer is, have they won? And you get it right now.
Yeah, an 8th for Giant X. Felt like BBL's setup was catered perfectly to what they wanted to try and do in that retake with a little understacker and elbow. I like this defensive utility from Westside. Profitable, catches Ara mid-jump. Or sorry, Lover's Rock. And then, yeah, this from Grubby. The Cosmic Divide, obviously, to cut off anyone playing post-plant from Dean, but they get exactly what they're looking for.
That's relief on the faces of the players, it has to be said. That's the big part here. Lover's Rock, Operator back. Every player on 25 shields coming into this. And you can see BBL have changed things up a lot slower, a lot more methodical. That's what they're aiming for.
I have to say, this game almost brings my mind back to the GX BBL match we had stage 2 last year in groups. GX winning it over 3 maps and BBL having to fight back from the death to find their playoff spot. What a statement this would be against this team. And Flickless once more proving invaluable in those opening engagements.
Well, 3 strong now, and Flickless getting healed back up. The Sky's value proven second to none in this moment.
Yeah. Doesn't happen all too often, but there's been at least a couple rounds where Cloud's been able to heal off one of his teammates. Grubby now under the microscope on this A fight. Locked into the line, and with the jump peak taken, the first bullet fired. Trigger pressed, Flickless right in behind, and Rose completely detached from this, so it really has to be Grubby in map right now. Up close to the wall, does catch one, and Flickless still slow to take his timing.
Yeah, happy with that. Our Giant X, they want to play the retake, but they also, BBL, want to play on Rose. Look towards him.
That's the thing. They don't know that he's still left behind here. Ult to try and make that first incision. Kreven pops it, one of his own, but Ara still wins with the classic in hand. Flickless pops up with the perfect time, and Rose trying to reverse engineer this wall. Still can't stand to the task. GX tying us up at 9.
All even. BBL and Giant X. It's an absolute disaster. How has this end up being turned on its head like this? It feels as if BBL have been stuck on 9 for the longest time.
I mean, we've seen this happen to them a couple of times on this map. I think the NRG game in Santiago as well, when they struggle to close out there, relying on these hero moments. Players like Loiter again being alive in the late rounds, the only bailout. There has to be something more consistent to it. All in A play, and Ara's watching it with the op.
Rose barking out his orders right now, making sure everyone on BBL knows that this is a must-win and they need to fix their mistakes, and it's not going to happen. It's Ara's first in the kill feed. All 4 players for BBL are here, all remaining 4 players.
I mean, how many times have GX found this opening advantage and gone back into a retake? Huge fight going down in main.
BBL now on the move. They have to be the protagonists here. They have to find something, because these retakes have been so potent for Giant X. It's going to be through Lover's Rock overdrive, but he's so scared. Doesn't move out of main. And right now, Giant X have got the site. They've got control of the spike. BBL need to win the heaven fight, and they don't! Cloud holds on! Giant X on the precipice of something special!
Double digits locked in, and Giant X really going through the motions now. It's another round built off the back of the same idea. It's not Flickless this time, but it's Ara. Stalwart in position. gives the platform that allows the rest of the Giants to pile on through. Look at the round timeline, 5 defuses in a row, all part of the plan, and BBL without an answer, without a timeout here either.
I think the worst part is BBL won the pistol round, and in my head I was like, right, okay, time to settle down. BBL are about to go and win this one, and it has not been the case whatsoever. BBL have looked stunned, stunted, and absolutely stuck out of this game. Towards mid they go, and it is towards Cloud, who, to be honest, in his own right, has earned his plaudits.
Absolutely. No less for the match which he's called. Split specifically looking much better for GX. Ooh, awkward engagement, but does find one to the headgear of Kreven first. Does Cloud, cowering in the Kingdom corner, taken out. And with the follow-up taking its sweet time to arrive, what's Lover's Rock to do than watch Larok die beside him? Chasing him down into the sewers with just a singer. Cloud is ready for this one, as are GX, but, ooh, I say that, Loiter does manage to retrieve a weapon here.
Yeah, but he's not Omen. He can't go and collect that spike with an ultimate. They're completely locked out without a key.
I also said retrieve the weapon. He's just left it there to go through the vent, and I don't know.
Oh, you speak out, locked out without a key. BBL don't have key for the rest of these rounds. He has to sit and watch like a passenger.
And when I mentioned Santiago earlier, what I'm really saying is, have they learnt the lessons from that global experience? Because it's a different level out there. That should then be translating to matches like this, when you get put under pressure, when you have to adapt. It just doesn't feel like they've got that second gear to shift into.
Let's go! And this is the first round after that run of 5 retakes that GX have won purely on gun kills, on kills alone. Cosmic Divide back up for Grubby, Operator in hand. BBL now go back to the grindstone to see what they can get.
GX will have seen that Vice Wall be placed, and Westside over the top of it, not able to capitalize. Insert of Ara though, and back to this mid-focus where BBL are gathered.
Oh, Flickless now under pressure. He's managed to escape pretty easily.
Yeah. BBL again playing through this 1-3-1. They've gone A almost every single time when they've done it. This is the deviation. Now setting up for a B play on the 4-buy.
Yeah, but look at this. This is the stronger side of the map for Giant X. They've also changed things up, but with the Whaley heading elsewhere, this could be an issue. A nice off angle, and Cloud's ready to drop out.
Yeah, Loiter down to 17 in transition as well, and he's so far away from the play. There's only Lover's Rock in heaven. As soon as that smoke drops, there's a real issue here, and Lover's Rock still, again, fully faithful in the notion that if they take B, they can win these fights. But look at the health, it's just too low. Westside sweeps in to take 12, and in zone flawless. GX, 1 away.
I can't believe it. We thought about the idea, right? Spoke about it. The fact that BBL haven't looked the best. A little bit wobbly here. And this is the biggest of wobbles right now against the GX that last week has looked like they should have easily been dropping out this group.
Yes! This game, or the match that both of them played against Pacific, feeling like a bit of a barometer. Credit to them for the rounds that they've taken, but now into this final round, what is the difference for BBL? You can already see Lover's Rock getting ready to take the A space, tagged on the way.
It's the spike not committed anywhere, but you can see right now the Seekers are looking to get that information for the defense, and they want to actually go and fight this. Lover's Rock with a judge in hand. This is not a fight you really want, not at close range anyway.
Yeah, well, that's where you would like it. Not going to be offered it on their terms, though. It's all Westside right now, making BBL pay a hefty toll. The team which towered over everyone in kickoff may just be bested by the Giants in a group stage game.
I'm out of here.
1 bullet left in the chamber, but the cavalry's already arrived. It's falling off at the wheels here unless Lover's Rock can find a way to steady the ship. Bodycon! It's GX over 3 maps with a huge victory.
GX are skeptics in the face of the BBL believers, putting them in such a weak position, in such a vulnerable position. You'll need to bounce back next week, Haza. This is something that we never expected. And Giant X, credit to them, what a performance.
Yeah, on paper, for most people in the community, you would say that the opening 2 games that BBL had, or opening 3, were against some of the weaker teams in the group. A couple of them expected to sit outside of those playoff places. They've come out of it with only 1 win in their opening match, and now this is a team in crisis. There are issues that go deeper than what you can see on the surface, because there is so much that they've got to do to try and turn this around now.
Yeah, and for Giant X, what they have ahead of them as well, a real chance to qualify from this group. I think that's the big aspect and the big thing to come away from here. But what a performance from the team in front of you. An upset for the Cards, and one that I think will resound throughout the rest of this group.
Yeah, Giant X, of course, yet to play Eternal Fire, who now have head-to-head over BBL. BBL themselves, Fnatic, Vitality. And you realistically need to win 1, if not both of those games to really feel comfortable in yourself that playoffs is going to be a guarantee for them. And with how star-studded this squad was and how they burst onto the scene in kickoff and then Santiago, you just expect a whole lot more.
Yeah, this group of death is living up to its name. You also have Eternal Fire versus Vitality tomorrow. That's one to watch, Haza.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And I've got to say, Cairo, this one has been a very entertaining one so far, but I believe we can head it down to the stage now, where we have the man of the moment, Flickless, standing by with Ginny.
You believe correctly. Flickless, congratulations on this win here. A bit of a back and forth, but in general, when I'm looking at GX week by week, you guys are looking stronger and stronger as a team. What do you think is the main contributor that allows you guys to be so consistently improving?
I mean, for me, it's just Pipson and Veilander. They are mostly like telling us what to do in practice, like what is going wrong, and for me, this is what helps us the most and makes us better and better every time.
Yeah, what did he say last week after the game against Pacific? Yeah, you want to go into that?
A lot of things has been said, but I'm not gonna say everything, you know. But we were losing some dumb rounds, like always. It's in our genes, you know. We cannot get it away. But what we were lacking the most is like energy on stage, and I think Ara stepped up like really good on this, and he's bringing like a lot of energy, and for me, this is why we play so much better as well.
That's good to hear. I mean, we see that improvement, so it's absolutely working. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. But I want to talk to you as well individually about your role specifically, because you're the flex player. How has it been for you to transition into different roles? And in general, what do you think about your role?
I mean, it has been both hard and easy, kind of. Like for me, it's kind of hard because it's full different from what I was playing, but I have Veilander and Pipson who are just telling me what to do, and I just follow what they say.
Okay, everything's working so far, but my final question, you still have 2 in your group. Your 2 wins, 1 loss. You have Fnatic, you have Eternal Fire. How are we feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling good.
That's what I want to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank
Congratulations once again. We're going to be heading over to the desk where we have Billy standing by as well. So, Billy, how's it going?
Hello. You hear me? Yeah,
I hear you.
Hi, come over. Welcome. I want to also say congratulations to Cloud and Aura. Congrats on that game.
Thank you.
What's the initial thoughts? How are you feeling right now?
You go? I mean, it was, I think, a deserved win. Like, we tried, we didn't give up till the end. Even if on the last map it was a bit in their advantage, the game. But we still believed, everyone gave their best, and in the end, we won.
Something that we were talking about on the desk, Cloud, is that coming into this game, you against BBL, it was a very important match for both of you because you were both on 1 win, 1 loss, especially when it comes to making it to playoffs. Did this feel like the case when you were sitting on the stage? Was there a lot of pressure, or did you guys not look at it that way?
I mean, to be honest, I'm playing here already like, what, 3rd or 4th year? I'm getting excited before every game, you know, that's normal. I think everyone gets, but about the pressure and nervous, I wouldn't say this because like it's my 3rd year, you know, and I'm used to it kind of to play. But the moments that gives a lot of emotions, it's kind of like the close game, you know, 11-10 when you win the important round, when they have buy in their next eco, you understand like game is going your way, and yeah, that's why we love to play, you know. That's what I'm playing for.
And this is your first time playing against the BBL roster, right? So, or at least on this stage. I don't know about Prax or anything like that. Do you feel like you were underwhelmed? Did they play as you kind of expected?
I mean, to be honest, they played kind of how our coaches told us in a lot of moments. But as I told before in the interview before the game, they were pretty aggressive, you know, especially on the second map on Lotus. I think their coaches like gave them the slap, and they said like, let's go peek into them, you know, like don't be scared or something like this. But yeah, they played how we expect, kinda.
And I want to quickly touch on your defensive rounds as well, because especially on that last map split, I think we have round 18 to show you guys. You kind of mentioned like protocols in your interview this morning with Ginny. How can you kind of go into a retake like this? Do protocols still stick in your mind, or do they go out the window, especially when you have BBL committing a Visol? Like, are these things that you're thinking of pre-round or in the round? How do those kind of situations affect you mid-round?
Wait, I was looking at the round, to be honest, and I skipped a little bit. Can you repeat the question,
Yeah,
please?
of course. So how do these kind of situations affect you mid-round? Because I know that you'd mentioned protocols previously. How do you call in moments like this?
I mean, I just look at the rules, like what's the best possibility for them and how we need to play. In this round where they Vice ulted, like we had our Valley ult as well. And the main idea was that we are already close to retake them, and Valley was coming up, and there was Razors. As soon as Razors are down, we just need to Valley ult and float, just because we don't give them position and time to think how to play good, you know?
Was that a pre-round call?
Yeah, I mean, it was on City. I told like, it was a pre-call, because I called we will start like with a B round, Valley will pick up ult and our like retake will be strong, you know? So it was kind of pre-call, you know?
I mean, the retakes were looking clean on split. The retakes were looking clean.
That's what we were working on scrims as well. You know, a lot of times we were like mad on each other because we were doing like wrong things on the retakes on scrims, but seems like it was worth it, you know?
Something as well that we just heard in the interview about you, Ara, was just the energy was lower for the GX camp, and then you, one of the people that's really pushing up that energy, pushing everyone to be better. How does it feel for you to be in a position where you are able to give that energy to the rest of the team? Because we saw you on the cameras, you're very animated today.
I mean, like my coach said, Pibson, like I'm a very emotive player, so my emotions matter a lot when I play. For example, like if I have a bad mood, or like I'm not like screaming, hyping each other up, like even the team play is gonna go down. Maybe we're gonna lose some rounds because of this. But since he told me that, I started being like how I was in stage 2 when I first joined the Giants, and it was going really good back then. And now I will take this matter into my own hands, kinda, and I will be responsible for this.
Okay.
So yeah.
Does it ever get tiring?
I mean, when you play, no, but sometimes in the screams and stuff, not every time I have the energy, but I will try my best to have it, you know?
Okay. Well, you have Eternal Fire coming up. How are you guys feeling about that one, as well as Fnatic, actually?
I think our next game, Fnatic.
Yeah, are you confident, worried?
I mean, just a normal game, of course. We'll prepare, we will take a look how we need to play, what we need to fix from this game. Because in my opinion, playing 3 maps, close maps, it's also really good to rewatch. And there's a lot of mistakes we did, of course. So it's better for our improvement overall in the end.
All right, and you, Ara?
Me what?
Are you excited for that match? Are you maybe worried, not?
I mean, I'm just happy to play. I don't mind. Like, I will just play.
All right. Well, thank you guys both so much for joining us. Congratulations as well. Once again, 2-1 right now in your group. We're going to be heading over to a quick little break, and we'll be back with our second match of today. We have NAVI against Gentlemates, so don't go anywhere.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Like bubbles in the skies above, somewhere in the clouds.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA. As promised, we are back with our second series of today. We have NAVI against Gentlemates, and there is a whole lot to discuss. I'm Ginny, joined with Billy and Tom, and I think we are going to have to address the elephant in the room. Yes, Tom is bald.
Oh, it's not me. Okay, comeback.
Yes, that's
He has
on.
come back into the roster, but the different roster this time.
But he's still
not
back.
the roster that was on the other side of the stage. No, now he's in a different roster again. And I'm quite excited for it, I'll be honest with you. I think this is going to be a fun matchup. He never managed to win a game with his previous team mates. So now he could beat them as a first win for NAVI.
I think you actually tweeted about this, no, Tom?
I did tweet about. Am I going to read my own
Yes,
tweet
read
out?
it. In, like, explain it like you're 5 years old.
So Tombiz said, by the end of today, Comeback could have more wins versus mates as a stand-in for NAVI. See, I should have put than he had wins on mates. I can't write. He also could have a win with NAVI and a loss against NAVI in the space of 2 weeks, which I don't know if anybody's ever done something like that before. He could also have more wins than Heretics, which was the team he just left after today. Obviously, they haven't played yet, but that's still pretty good.
You know that meme of like,
I'm giving myself a medal.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm Obama, is what you're saying.
all right, everybody, let's reel it back in instead. And I would like to hear your opinion, Billy, on Comeback as well, joining, because I know we just read Tom's tweet, but it was a great tweet, by the way. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 tweet, but also this is great for NAVI. Like, it's almost as if you really need a Neon player to sub in for you whilst you wait on exit, being able to join you. It's almost like Kalosha was like, you know, they were doing as they could as a stand-in. It's almost like Comeback just became available, and hey, Comeback is a great Neon player. Yes, we did see Comeback playing the Chamber for Team Heretics towards like the start of this stage, but he is known as being a great Neon player.
Do you know what else he has? A visa. So you don't have to do anything. Like,
You
it's
don't.
obviously sad for exit, but that's the
It
problem
is.
with getting all the stand-ins is you would also have to go through the same process to get them here as well, whereas Comeback already has one.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in for Comeback. Unfortunately, Exit is still not here, but I do know that Navi is working tirelessly to get that
For
visa
sure.
sorted. So
Great player.
hopefully, we do have him join us at some point in Stage 1. I'm a big fan, I will say that. But a player that is here today that we also need to talk about is going to be Filu, Billy, in regards to how he has been performing, especially when we're looking at the Chamber.
Yeah, I mean, the Chamber has looked great. I want to see NAVI playing Chamber across majority of their maps. Obviously, last week we did see them jump onto a double duelist when it got to split, where the performance kind of fell off a little bit, I think is fair to say when we think about Filu. But yeah, keep the Chamber coming. I've been really enjoying it from Filu. I'm not really sure why they moved away from the composition that they ran on split in kickoff. Obviously, it was Ruxic playing the Chamber back then, but I don't really know why they moved away from that last week.
See, he's been incredible on it. The only thing I will say, it's a little bit funny that if you include Ruxic and now Comeback, he might actually be the third best Chamber on the team because they've got some, not because he's done badly, but because some of the players they have are insane on Chamber. Like, for example, if we do get Lotus, Comeback on Chamber on Lotus was cracked.
It was cracked.
I guess it's
also
like
very
they
good, though.
toss a coin on whoever gets to play Chamber on whatever map. But you know what? They're going up against Gentlemates, and a discussion that we had about mates quite a lot is them coming back from Santiago and it looking a little bit flimsy, especially because there were the meta changes that nerfed Yoru. So again, the question up in the air still is, Billy, what are they going to do if Martin isn't on Yoru?
Well, the thing is, we have this kind of conversation from both teams, right? We've just discussed Filu having that duelist to Sentinel pipeline. We also have the same for Martin, right? These Euro changes have come into place, and we're seeing that duelist to Sentinel pipeline. I think initially we thought it might have been the Chamber, similar to Filu, but we got to see the veto last week, which he has said he really enjoys playing.
Do you know what my favorite element of this is everyone who's moved from Yoru is trying to find an agent that has elements of Yoru.
Yes.
It's like, oh, this one has TPs, that's cool. This one has flashes, that's cool. But none of them have all of it.
Yeah, and also something that the quote highlighted is from Martin's point of view is the things that he does really enjoy about this agent, it being the teleport, it being the ability to be able to go back and have a little bit more freedom. But when we're looking at the execute of that agent, Billy, it felt like everything he loved about the agent just wasn't there.
Yeah, on Fracture, I was waiting to see some cool things, and don't get me wrong, like, you could understand the theory behind it with the way that he was playing in tower, but against the KO, again, like, getting knifed out of position, so he couldn't use his TPs, not really ideal. On the Haven, though, I just felt like it was cheese. I don't know how you felt about it, Tom, but it just felt very, like you couldn't replicate that more than once, I feel, with the things that he was trying to do with the veto, the Odin usage, all of this kind of stuff on the Haven.
The thing that's a bit sad about it is like the two agents that he's kind of moved into are the Phoenix and the veto to get elements of Yoru. I think he picked the wrong one. Like I really like Phoenix on Haven especially, and I think that fits more into his game style.
Yeah, in general, like when it comes to Gentlemates and how they've been feeling since they've returned here to EMEA, we had a check-in with Starkso ahead of this matchup, so let's see what he had to say. Starkso, you got a match coming up today against NAVI. We'll address the elephant in the room in a little bit. First things I want to discuss with you is last week against KC. That was a good win to get under your belt. Would you say that's the momentum shift that the team needed to move forward?
I mean, for sure, you know, like we had to win that game. We started 0-1 in the group. Like this was no-brainer for us. We had to step up. We didn't play our game against Foot. It was kind of sad for us to go out that way. So it was must-win for us. There was no other option.
A must-win, and you managed to do that. I actually really like that you're talking about the group in general and the slow start that you had against Foot, because you're one of the teams that went to Santiago. Now that you're back here on EMEA soil, what has that been like? What's the process been like of adjusting? Because I would say we're closing in on playoffs, so it's really important to ramp up.
I mean, adjusting was like for everyone, you know, especially with our time given, you know, like we had to take a little bit of breather, you know, after Santiago. It was like a long journey since kickoff for us. So we had to take a break. We had to adapt, you know, to new changes, new map pool that I never IGL'd on the maps like Fracture, you know, and Lotus. So I had to also learn that with the boys, we know Yoru as well. So it's like huge change for us, especially. I think we're doing quite well, you know. We found our way. We're still kind of trying to find it like the perfect balance, but I think it's getting there slowly. So we're aiming for playoffs for sure.
All right, I'm loving to see that, loving to hear that. But you're talking about changes. One of the changes that you have to deal with this week is comeback being on NAVI. So how do you as a team make sure that whenever these really quick changes are coming through, you're able to adapt just as quickly on the fly?
We try to not think about that. Obviously, we know how big of a caliber player is Comeback, you know, we know his potential, he's really aggressive, and like his sniper is really strong as well. But like we're trying to play our game, we know Navi style, they change also IGL, we're trying to find a way also to approach them. But the most important for us is to play our game, not get distracted by anything outside, you know, like turn off the noise, focus on our game, and hopefully it's gonna go our way.
All right, thank you so much for the insight as well. Good luck with your game today against NAVI. That's it from us. Let's head over back to the desk. Turn off the noise, which, you know, considering there's no one screaming today, I think that is a great position for Gentlemates to be in. Yeah, but he's not here anymore, so we'll be okay. They'll be okay. But in general, when we're looking at Gentlemates, it still is the same question of Yoru is off the table. How can the team come together and also just have Martine on a different age and just have everything work out the way it kind of felt like it perfectly did for them in kickoff?
I mean, is Yoru really off the table? Like, could they not try it? I feel like they could try it, you know? And I think that when we kind of thought about the keys to victory, we're looking at mates now and we're like, okay, things are not really working out in the way that we maybe would have expected them to, considering they've just come back from a global. They need to convince us now that that wasn't a fluke, and themselves that like that wasn't a fluke, and that they can continue to be able to go on and be one of the top teams in EMEA. And I think for NAVI, one of our keys to victory was Hero and Ruxic. Just someone help Hero and Ruxic.
Well, I have something to ask you, see if you agree with me. Is Comeback coming into this game, even though he was the guy that was kicked, the most informed duelist in the server?
The most informed duelist?
Inform as in like...
Oh, I thought you said informed.
No,
I was like,
the most
he did his homework.
duelist.
Oh.
I think he might be.
But he's not played duelist in a while.
No,
do you know what? Someone pull up the ranked games. Maybe he is.
Because that's what I look at this series and go, okay, Filu swapped to Chamber, but I think that I would put Comeback above him. Martine's not been in the best of form and has also kind of moved off it a little bit.
Yeah.
Bipo's also been lower down the board.
Yeah.
Comeback might be the best duelist in the server.
It's just crazy to think about. Like, I don't like that you put that thought in my head now, because now I'm doubting.
Because it's correct.
Sorry to break it up, though, because we do have a skirmish ready as well that we're going to have to head over to see which one of these teams is going to be able to get the lead on the map veto.
He looks ready.
Fight!
So we're playing dirty. Okay, playing fair. I can't do him like that.
There's an ult. Okay. Okay.
GG's. GG's.
But, you got the you could take it. So we're heading into game. I just have a really quick question before we head onto stage. You're playing with Comebacks today, so from your perspective, how has that been?
It's been good. He's slotted in the team very well, and practice has been going well, so.
Anything else you want to give us? How are the comms? 1 to 10, how are the comms?
Comms a little bit better than what it was before, so we're looking forward to playing.
All right, well, thanks so much for your time. Good luck today. We're ready. I'm going to take that away from you. I'm going to let you join the team because we are ready to have the players walk onto the stage for our second series of today. Gentlemates against NAVI is going to be starting today.
So hazy, shots in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past, what made all these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling. Gentlemates. Keep falling. Took a risk even though my hurt me. The fire in my chest keeps burning. I'ma prove I deserve.
All right, both the teams are ready to head onto the server. And yeah, it is starting today. I was going to say now, but my gosh, I panicked, all right? Anyways, I'm sure the teams will not be panicking today. First things first, though, the map veto, Pearl, Lotus, and Split. Billy, what do we make of this beautiful map veto?
I mean, EMEA really be loving the Pearl, no? I don't know how many more Pearls we're going to have to watch. But yeah, I think looking at the bans kind of seems like the usual bans. Obviously, Haven has been an insta-ban for NAVI so far throughout this stage. I think Pearl is going to be an interesting starting point considering both teams have already played it, Tom.
The thing is, Lotus has the sickest storyline of all time because you've got NAVI beat Comeback on that map. He was probably the best player on Heretics. The last time mates played Lotus, he was on the team. So he's literally like a trifecta of I lost to the team that I'm now on, was the best player. Now I'm playing on the team, and he was the best player in that game too. And they won versus Vitality. It's mad.
You right there. Can we also just like rewind it a little bit to how Clark said the comms have been like a 7 out of 10?
Oh, he said they were better.
They were better now.
Do we want to talk about that?
But then that means that before it was like, what would, like a 5, a 6?
No, but like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean? Like, when we consider everything, the comms are better?
I'm also curious if, because I know that in Heretics, I don't think they really like to, like, switch to Turkish at all. They were always trying to keep it in English, so maybe the 2 Turkish players are actually just putting in more to try and help him out. I think that's something we'd have to ask them is, like, is there a switch in languages? If maybe the 2 that aren't speaking Turkish go down, you just swap, and then you help him out, or maybe they help him with the cause. I know that Hero especially will be able to just switch like that, so I don't know. Maybe they're just doing more actively to help him individually. Who knows?
It could be. I think it's, if anything, that answer to the question even brought up more questions, which I think is great for us. We're going to have to get to those at some point. But in general, when we're looking at this map veto, and okay, we're looking at the Holy Trifecta, but is there any one of these map picks that you think, Billy, would be especially crucial for mates?
A map pick that's crucial for mates? I mean, they've been going with this Pearl an awful lot, and I feel like there's still things that I'd like to, you know, see from them other than just this constant pick of Pearl. Like, I need to see a little bit of depth. I know that Starkso did mention in the interview that, like, yes, he's having to learn on how to IGL on maps like Fracture and like Lotus, which is completely understandable, right? Let's not forget, he did only pick up this role what, this year? I mean, a matter of like 6 months ago when he had to IG out for the last stage of Challengers last year. So I can understand it from that extent, but I want to see more depth from them.
Well, I also want to see if there's a swap. Is Comeback just going to slot in and play that way? Like, no. He's actually the one to steal away. I said it. He's stolen the chamber away from Filu. I'm not sure I like that. Filu's definitely had his struggles on Duelist, but giving Comeback, especially on the defensive side, the ability to just run away with that operator, it makes a lot of sense. I do think that it could be a little bit difficult, though. Martin running in with those flashes, if he gets opportunities, Comeback's going to have to TP away pretty quick.
Yeah, I find it really peculiar that they've decided to put Comeback on the chamber here and kind of take Filu off of that and move him onto the Neon, but alas, that's the kind of decision that they've come with. I think one thing that's interesting, though, is them starting on the defense here. How much is Comeback going to be able to get away with that B long pressure, right? I'm looking at Gentlemate's composition, and I'm trying to wonder, how are they going to isolate that operator? How are they going to get an operator off a deep angle? That's what we're looking at here. Yes, they have the Martin flashes, but as far as initiation goes, they really only have the fade, which isn't a lot.
Well, it's also possible, though, that NAVI just went into this and went, well, we really struggled versus Comeback playing the chamber. Let's just put him on it and let him do his thing.
It worked against us, it'll work against us.
I do also think, though, that like to answer your question from before, I think Mates come into this map as pretty heavy favorites. I think this is one that they should take. I think that what we saw before with the Waylay from NAVI, I really didn't like. It was just Kolosha diving in, dying, and then someone had to trade. I think this gives more opportunities for Filu to actually do damage, where it would have been much harder for Kolosha with just that dash.
Do you think this would also be setting up both Ruxic and Hero, which are the two players that we've kind of hinted at? We want them to have more team.
They'll always have impact. They don't need help. It's everyone else. We need the others to perform.
Yeah, but is this agent composition enough to allow them?
I think it should allow the others to perform.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Let's hope so, because we're ready to head into our first map of the series with our casters, Hazza and Cairo.
That we are. We're back. Double Trouble, second series. Why not? Navi versus Mates should be good.
Yeah, I guess you could say we're coming back for the second series.
Yeah, I think that's quite on brand, I would say. The devs downstairs are absolutely hating the banter, but unfortunately for them, you're locked in here with us, not the other way around. So, into Pearl we go. Yeah, the change up in terms of agents, I think, has got to be top of the list for what we got to talk about into this one, Cairo.
Yeah.
Filu is someone who has had his critics as a duelist within the region, and surely you want to enable him as the permanent member on the team, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I would agree with you as well, especially after the clip we saw last week, right? But listen, maybe things are more towards getting Comeback up to a higher level. We know he's an operator player. That's always been his level, but he's also a Neon player.
And he's on the line right now in main. Ruxic just shouldering this for a little bit of info. Crosshair takes a second to adjust, so Comeback takes half his health. Bippo flying straight in is a perfect distraction, but with Hero backfilling the site, there are no problems in the end. Navi with a strong hold. Let's see if they make sure to account for Mini, and they do. Ruxic is all over it. Should be the pistol in the bag.
And Cloric straight into this one as well. So Navi get the pistol round, Comeback getting the first kill as well to note. But the biggest thing about these two teams and matching up against each other is that this is a big game in the middle of the group. Two 1-1 teams, especially with Team Heretics playing Carmine Core later in the week. It's going to matter a lot in terms of those standings.
Saw at the end there as well, battle between the NA imports. Glyph, of course, played Cloric 3 times last year, won 2, lost 1. Most famously in the promotion relegation event for Stage 1 of NA Challengers. So, two players who I think which have massively bolstered their teams on joining. And the Gentlemates vying for this A main control again. Navi are one step ahead. Fantastic utility.
There it is, and fantastic kills. Of course, it's your main man, Hero. And getting many of those points towards the ultimate, right?
And I think this is an area where teams sometimes have been a little slow to adapt playing against the Phoenix, right? We've seen a shift in this next layer of the meta from kickoff to Stage 1. You're playing up against it a lot more. Cloric just firing from the hip there for an in-zone flawless. Yeah, just denying those orbs early.
Yeah, that it certainly is. but with a flawless round brings that bonus with a lot more bite to it, and that's something that Gentlemates will really have to navigate. And speaking about Gentlemates as well, it's a team that's had its own struggles considering we just casted BBL in the last series as well.
Yeah, another one of those Santiago teams, right? And that's what the desk were adding on in their keys to victory. That they got to show us that Santiago just wasn't just a dream run, and that it can be repeated here with the change in circumstance. Martin's still firing on all cylinders. He's had a pretty good start to the stage so far, and picking up a couple orbs for his troubles here as well on the Phoenix is definitely going to help them.
Yeah, I thought for a minute NAVI would have went and cleared mid, and obviously you've got to be trying to find Glyph there, but with 4 players down on the site, it's 3 versus 4, not 2 in favour of Gentlemates in the grand scheme of things.
Glyph just closing up the distance here a little bit. Hero is as good as dead, and finally it is confirmed. Martin will be wanting to die to one of these last 2 players or find an engagement that he can win, because that would bring the run it back online. So perhaps something for Gentlemates to be thinking about here.
Yeah, it is, and you can already see Martin starting to gravitate towards this. Can he find the last one? A big condition, win condition for Gentlemates in the next round. It will happen, another flawless round in this early stages of the map.
Yeah, another in-zone flawless, this one for Gentlemates, and getting that ult up into the first rifle round, really out of the bonus, is absolutely huge for them, especially being on the losing side of that pistol where it didn't look like they could really create any space. That is another similarity to Yoru, of course, a free path into the site. And just being confirmed there by our stat man from NA, the collegiate clash, as it were.
Winthrop versus Maryville University.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's impressive about NA, the fact that they have their universities involved, but as for now, comeback involved. Big kill there goes Glyph, and there goes your smokes for the rest of this round.
Of course, Maryville going on to become NRG Academy. As Gentlemates here continue to push towards the B site, it is through Martin's ultimate, as we prophesized. Chloric fighting from this corner still, but bailed out by comeback, and as it goes unconsidered, he's able to find big value. Comeback played in for the next, and Navi doing a brilliant job at holding on.
Ooh.
Problems starting to pop up though. Starso is left in a clutch of which we've seen him win many.
Yeah, Philu starting to give up the space, hoping that Rooksik will get here close. A 2 versus 1, you've got to favour the NAVI boys, right?
And that's if they can find a way to play this together. Huge factor of that Santiago run, especially the group stage, was Starso winning out clutches just like this. Similar position. Gentlemates so good on Pearl, but it's not to be on this round. Rooksik winning the fight in the alleyway. And so Navi up in numbers, 3-1 now.
It's 3-1, but Mates did get a spike plant. Their economy not the worst, even though they've only won 1 round. And comeback looking pretty decent overall, right? That's the big thing, this operator being set up right, getting the value that you'll be looking for. Sure, it's fortuitous circumstances, but hey, listen, you've got to be there to get the kills.
I mean, comeback on a role like Chamber as well, it makes sense, you know? It's a less vocal piece at times if you're able to take those fights on your own terms and conditions. And as you can see here, the A main fight about to take place, a priority for Mates, and with all that utility dropped in, Bippo sacrificing himself to try and make something happen. Martin follows in behind with the same result, 2 down, and Navi barely a scratch on them.
Yeah, this is real issues for Gentlemates. Remember, this is their map pick as well. This is where we'd be expecting for them to really show their stuff. Next round could be pots and pans in terms of buys, so this is a must-win for the attack.
Navi looking to get proactive in middle, or reconsideration perhaps, as Chloric is holding on with the judge in alley. Finds the kill onto Mini. Makes it a 5 versus 2. No real way out here for Gentlemates. Even if they want to re-explore B, comebacks there with the operator.
45 seconds to try and make this round doable. But Glyph and Starzo, as they go investigating, aren't found a whole bunch. Navi giving nothing away. And that's why we're going to start to transition into a save state for the attack. And Navi with a brilliant start so far.
Of course, it's important to mention that this is a rematch in 2026. Na'Vi and Gentlemates faced each other in the upper bracket of kickoff. Of course. Both teams got off to a fantastic start in that event, but of course, only Gentlemates went on to make it to Santiago. And that's what I'm wondering here. How long does this, not honeymoon period, last for Na'Vi, but can they keep picking up the results that they need to actually make it to a playoff stage?
Yeah, the question you ask is this a honeymoon stage or is this going to be a permanent stage for Na'Vi? Because I agree with you, like it feels very much like the start of kickoff, right? They have a good couple of the results, they start to look decent, but it's in the face of adversity, in the face against a big team, is where they really failed in kickoff, because I think back to that, they nosedived out of that tournament.
Yeah, also even if you just contrast the game which they played last week against Foot versus the performance against Heretics, it really puts things into perspective. A team that's in form versus one that's drastically out of it. Of course, the player that we have to talk about in this matchup, though, will be Comeback. He has represented the Mates jersey in the past, and as the tagline says, if you can't ace them, join them. He was just one away on Lotus, which we've got coming up in this veto. Chloric outdoing him, and well, it was little moments like that for Na'Vi on the whole which unraveled Heretics' performance that game.
Yeah, it really did, right? But like for that, you've got to be thinking about like how does Comeback now start to work in this team? We've started to see that in the early rounds, right? Starting to see Comeback show what he's worth and what he can provide to the team. I think it's going to be more interesting to see how willing he is to start to take a bigger step, right? To hold down that B long from on top of B ramp when he has no TP, and how he deals with it under pressure.
In some ways, Chamber is a great answer for the absence of a Yoru when you're talking about an agent that can stay on a line for a long time. Sure, not too far advanced beyond the barriers usually, but an improvement than what others can provide. That's really what Mates are looking for an answer for in this stage, a solution to what was their ultimate win condition all the way through into Santiago.
A lot of pings from Gentlemates towards the art position, where we can already see Na'Vi have got a fair amount of bodies on the line to try and defend this position.
Yeah, double stack in the corner with Ruxic just face checking. Blazeball comes in from Martin. I don't know if that's dealing damage to the trademark. It isn't, and so with that, still information here on the Na'Vi side.
Oh, it does just go in the end because of the molly from the Phoenix, but that's a lot of utility expended for only one piece on the Na'Vi side.
Yeah, and Na'Vi have re-cleared this position now, so heading into the late round, those ults on the defensive side just get stronger and stronger when Mates have to funnel into a lane.
Yeah, does Chloric get anything from this? The answer is no, but he does hear the rifles, and so the audible's information in itself, and you can see Gentlemates starting to grow closer and closer towards going for a crunch on the A site.
Gearing up for this execution, and as I said, the Armageddon is so well timed. Running down the clock, inside the 30-second mark is when players will start to emerge from Art, and it has to be Martin here. Flash available, but closing up the distance, reaching 20 seconds now, and still Gentlemates still yet to make their move. Sees out in the open, bit of a blunder from Starso. Weaves a way back in for Filu, quick double, and just like that, Na'Vi have everyone in the right position. Mates down to the last 10 seconds and still no progress on that plant. They've not made it into the site itself, it's just Mini left and he's got to walk away.
Yeah, a massive loss for Gentlemates. It feels as if they're starting to go slower, and in a way, become fanatic-like in how long they're letting this round count go down. And Na'Vi do really well to counteract that. They know exactly what they need to do to stop Gentlemates getting towards A, especially, it's completely given away what they want to do when they go for the Nightfall.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Na'Vi with a perfect start here. 5 rounds to 1. It's exactly what you want to see. I think it's interesting, the desk were mentioning it about the Turkish players that we've got in this team and whether that's how they want to set up. I think over the last couple of years, and it was mentioned earlier last week as well, about seeing Turkish players on international rosters. How can they succeed? You know, is this the world that we're in now versus the Turkish teams that we've also got coming through, like BBL, like Eternal Fire? Yeah, and where players like Hero and Ruxic find themselves in all of that.
Yeah, I think like when you think of Hero and Ruxic and obviously what they've been able to do, the one thing they haven't been able to do, has obviously commit to that international performance or get that chance, right? And I think as well though, when you actually
it's a long night for us too.
But the point I want to get to, right, is let's actually sit down and think about like Turkish teams and Turkish players' performance at international events. BBL is the first full Turkish roster we've had an international event for a while, right?
Yeah, well, not since FUT previously, and I think last time we would have seen them would have been at a Champs, and it wasn't too great back in 2024. Obviously, last year I think was the first time we really had an absence from them at one of those, and already equaling that record, right? 5th, 6th was the placement that they ended up with. Gentlemates, on the other hand, and I think we can tie this nicely back into them, sort of showed the limits of their team performance on that big stage. So we do want to see this system start to find value, not just based entirely around individuals at points, and to kind of close up that point as well. When you speak of individuals, I think Ruxic and Hero are literally some of the best to come out of Turkey. So it has been a shame not see them go to those.
Yeah, I would love to see them going toe-to-toe with some of the best, right? Some of the best aimers we have in the world. Oh, there he is.
Hello, Hero.
Come back going for a nap there.
Yeah. Just doing the Aspas?
The Aspas, yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Fair enough. But yeah, and I think as well, when we think of like EMEA as a whole, when are we ever going to get a chance to like go further, go deeper in the tournament as well, right? I think I had real hopes around this BBL roster being able to go and do it, but it feels like it's going to be the same old. We're going to be...
I don't know, man. Yeah, no, it's the classic. Fnatic, right, this is the prediction. Fnatic win the stage. Liquid also qualify because they've got a good meta read, go 1-2 in groups. And who's...
Vitality.
You think Vitality taking that final spot? I think it relies on tomorrow, doesn't it?
It relies on tomorrow.
It does rely on tomorrow.
And I think the next reliant then is if EF win tomorrow, is it really comes down to BBL versus Vitality, which would be a lovely game to watch. And I think as well, off the back of that, is like BBL, right, in my head, like the fact that they've been caught in such a bad spot as well, considering, right, we've spoke about it in the last series, 2 maps, and the fact that you have to kind of adjust the duelist nerfs that we're getting, because not only have you had Yoru, you've had Whaley, and there's also rumours of Neon as well. So I'm like, starting to like...
Right, like, I mean, some of these teams, they have different reads of double duelist, and I think Gentlemates being one of the Phoenix teams, you want to talk about Liquid. Liquid have found a pretty consistent success with that. So, of course, we are in a technical pause right now. A team has reported a potential bug.
Ooh.
What that bug means, I don't know.
Oh, an infestation.
Yeah. I mean, what? Did we have a spider drop out of the sky or something?
Oh, not again,
with Rians? Like last year when we were commentating? I don't know.
I remember that.
What type of bug have we run into? Oh, hello, Tombiz. You want to join us? No, he's closed the door. See, again, he's like a phantom.
Yeah, it's just funny though, like when you think about it, right, the crazy things we had, like the fact that we did have like a random bug when you get ready, got to catch, you're getting all excited and then, mate, we've got a little delay because of a bug. What type of bug? A spider has dropped on his head.
Yeah, with legs. And it's crawling all over him.
Okay.
Terrible stuff.
Terrible indeed. It's almost like your patter.
Yeah, no, it is. For translation for the international viewers, because there are a couple NA players in the server, right?
Course,
it's getting late.
Yeah.
Patter means like it's like banter.
Yes,
but
it's Scottish. Yeah, it's Scottish.
Can you
banter.
actually teach the audience some Scottish phrases since we're here? Because I feel like we've not had that opportunity, you know.
Yeah, that is true.
Educate them.
I don't know Scottish phrases that. Dreary is a good one.
That's not like a Scottish word though.
That's a Scottish
dreary.
Yeah, it's got to be.
That's just you saying an English word with a Scottish accent.
Shut.
Everything you say is Scottish by that notion.
Well, that is true. I mean, Scotland does rule the world, right? How about Dreich? Dreich is like...
Dreich?
Yeah, that's like dreary, you know. It's
again, another word for miserable.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what? Funnily enough, a lot of people won't know this. It is miserable a lot in Scotland, so we have a lot of words for miserable.
It's unbelievable. Fair enough. Billy's looking up from the desk down there and laughing at us because she can probably think of a few more Scottish words, and you know what? Actually, that's a good question. Yeah, we can throw it over to the desk and see. Billy, what's your favourite Scottish word?
What's my favourite Scottish word?
Yeah.
You know what? He's kind
All
of
of
put me
them.
on the stop there. Yeah, all of them, every single one of them. I'm just glad that we finally put them out of their misery because that was.
They were going on a tangent.
They were going.
It was like, what?
That's what you gotta do.
A spider?
That's what
What's
you need
your
to do.
favourite bug, Tom?
It's my favorite bug, ladybug.
Oh, that's actually a very good choice.
Honestly, when you asked him what's your favorite bug, I thought you were asking him about an in-game bug that he was able
To be honest, I am
exploit in
always
ranked.
there. I'm always there. It's happened so many times where I was on the desk once with the turret bug. I was there for that. That was really fun.
That was
when
generational.
we had to replay a match from 7-1 because a team was using a bug cam. It happens to me a lot.
I remember that one. I can't
Yeah.
wait for you to get a stern email after this.
So
I'm kidding.
they
I'm
were all
kidding.
bugs.
They're all bugs. They are actually.
And I'm here again. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. If you like the color red and you like Kit Kats, you're in a good place.
Yeah, this is everybody's favorite time of VCT, the tech pauses, right?
Mm.
Everybody loves to hear about those, especially us on the analyst desk.
We've not
but-
been that bad this year. We've been fine so far. You know, it just had to happen the day that Tom decided to come on the desk, so that's okay.
But it is 5-1, so I feel like analysis-wise, there isn't too much that we can break down unless, you know, Tom, you want to really go for it.
Feel looked pretty good.
Yeah, that's what we
in the
want to see.
in the last round, if it isn't a bug would count. He should have died, but managed to sit in a C's and still get 2 kills.
Yep.
Which is impressive on his part, but I'm also a little bit worried if that continues for mates because he really should have been dead. I also liked the ult usage they had. Like a lot of delay being created by their tail. I think that like you're already seeing the value that someone like Comeback can bring, just like being aggro with that operator. And I think it was something that I kind of feel bad for Kolosha because I think from week 1 to week 2, improvement was massive. Like he had a really bad first week, he improved, and I wanted to see by week 3, by week 4, how good this young Ukrainian could be.
Yeah.
The problem is we are in a results business. You need to be winning games, especially in groups that we've already seen a super competitive. GX have just beaten BBL. You look over to the other group, you got Foot and Liquid at the top, and you got teams that were making it like mates to Masters
And
who are
he
now slipping down.
He
So
did improve.
you need
from
that's
week
the
1 to
problem.
week
You
2.
need to win now. Who's going to bring you results now? Comeback is.
Yeah. I think one of the things I noticed from the 6 rounds that we've had so far was one of my
Or
initial
5.
concerns, potentially 5. One of the initial concerns I had was the B-long operator and how Gentlemates were going to clear that out with this composition that they have. Mini Cypher Cam. I saw them do it around and I was like, okay, yeah, that is.
But then wasn't
a
it the
way.
next round they used, I think it was Glyph's face. I think he cleared it, he walked in and got
Listen,
shot in the
if
head
it
and they knew
works,
there was
it
an op there.
works. That's
Well, they
one
lost
way.
the round, but they knew he was there.
But the thing, right? Like, you wanted to check for the up, you checked for the up.
With your eyes until they got
To be fair, actually, this kind of goes back to the
destroyed.
we are results-based business. So you check for the up, tick. Did you win the round?
No,
Yeah, I guess. But instead of us yapping, we're going to head over to a little feature from one of the Gentlemates player, because I know that is 100 times more interesting.
Yeah, I think we as a mate, like, I mean, we took us some time to find identity, you know, like we struggled in the off season, you know, as I said, you know, in January we kind of find our ground and our foot, you know. I think at this point we kind of know, you know, what path we want to choose, but like still in the game, the meta is changing, meta is shifting, we still need to adapt, doesn't matter, you know, like what happened in the last few months or last year, like you need to keep up to the meta and like do your best to make sure you can like win the games, you know. So, but I think we found some good ground, you know, to like start building on top of that. So I think we're quite confident. I think nothing needs to happen. Like we're not going to set any expectations like on the kickoff. You know, the thing that we qualify or like went out of group stage in Santiago doesn't really matter to us to like put any big pressure, you know, on ourselves. Like we want to keep the same process that we had, you know, because it has been working for us. There is no reason to put any pressure, you know, on ourselves. We're just gonna keep working hard, keep doing like everything that we've been doing so far. Maybe we're gonna win, maybe we're gonna lose, you know, but for sure we're never gonna give up.
The NF Euro, you know, it sucks kinda. We had a lot of comps built around them, you know, and when they make him unusable and we had 2 weeks to prepare, it was kinda hard. But it's all about finding our team identity. I think we are working on it. For me, I came into the league, you know, as a Jet Race player kinda. I wasn't even playing Euro that much. And then eventually, like, people understood it's broken, so I was just put on Euro 1 trick all the time. So I was good at it. I'm ready to play other roles. I really like Race and Jet. Yeah, I think the system and my overall role is much different than KC. I wouldn't blame KC in any way. It's just I'm the second duelist, you know. Last year I was entering as kind of solo Euro, so it was definitely harder to get kills, you know. I had to go alone first and like make the space, but now Bippo is making the space and I'm using it kinda and I'm calling around it, so I think it fits me better. I don't think I've shown my full potential. I think there is always, you know, something holding back, so I can always improve and always be better.
All right, I would like to pick up on that last bit actually from Martin, where he says he doesn't believe he has hit his full potential, especially now that we're looking at a meta where we're not seeing Yoru picked at all, which to me actually really is quite surprising because especially on that first week, he said, yeah, of course, like, I'm not going to pick Yoru as often as I used to, but it's still an option, yet we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, we've not seen it. And we kind of like, that's why I was like, why not just try it? Why not just try it? But even in saying that, they're kind of getting past the experimental period, I think is fair to say, now that they've picked up a loss and stuff. So yeah, I think for Martin, like saying that we've not seen the full potential is fair, because I think coming into this stage, I was like, yes, we're going to get to see the depth of his agent pool, how flexible he can be. And so far it's looked a bit Dreek, as Cairo would say.
His full potential, he'd have to break back-to-back records again. That's quite a high bar. Like yeah. that's the problem. If you break a European record and a world record in back-to-back days to qualify to an international, and then go, I'm not even in my final form, most people go, are you sure? Because like you now need to like smash the record if that's going to be, or he needs to go from map to map, just dropping 40 on every different agent in the game. Like it is, he's set an incredible bar, and I want to pick up on what Starzo was saying as well, because we see this a lot in like interviews, features where players will go, yeah, like I don't feel like there is any additional pressure, no pressure at all, and then they repeat it quite a bit, and I kind of sit there and go, I think there might be a bit of pressure. Like I think, because it is, like you come in, you were in the tier 2 for a while as someone who won champs, like it's unusual to go like all the way to the top, all the way back down, and then all the way back up again.
I love that you just removed Koi from your memory.
That was the down as well. Like that was part of the down. But the fact that he then is looking at this and going, okay, well, we got back, but I don't feel pressure. I don't believe that, because you are the guy that kind of managed to do something that mates weren't even winning a game, and now expectations are so much higher.
I think especially if we even cast it back all the way to kickoff, where they actually were able to lift that trophy and qualify to Santiago, the emotions that came specifically from Starkzo during that trophy lift was absolutely incredible to see, and it kind of feeds into the story of the highest of highs that he has been able to touch, and then also just, dare I say, some of the very low lows. To be able to come back, I think that in and of itself is an incredible story to have as a player, and it also shows just versatility, but also the fact that he's able to not crumble and persevere and keep going. I think that's exactly what Gentlemates needs right now, because as much as they like to say, oh, there is no pressure, there is still a fan base that has seen you go to an international once, and that was in Santiago. The next one is going to be in London, and this global event in London, your fans can actually come over. Like, it's not that far from home.
Yeah, I mean, Starzo is like no stranger to the French fan base as well. When we think back to like the time in Challengers, and I think just to like quickly touch on that journey throughout Challengers, he was going through adversity last year with his roster being picked apart between stage 1 and stage 2, and then even before Ascension, they didn't even know they were going to be at Ascension.
And then they played with stand-ins.
And then they had to play with stand-ins. So like, there's already so much adversity he's had to overcome as an IGL. So yeah, I think that he needs to be able to like, you know, be able to pick his team back up. Like we mentioned, like he was able to go to Santiago. He's already kind of shown what a great IGL and what a great path this has been for him so far. But in terms of adversity, like he's no stranger to that.
I think as well, though, there's one other record that Martin could have that for me would be not a very fun record, because obviously he's got the EMEA kills. He has the same for World, but he also, with KC, went one kickoff and went to an international, and and then didn't go to any internationals.
Oh, here we go.
After that. So if he was to do the same again this year, I think he would probably be the only player who's done that.
Do you believe in like manifesting and putting things out in the universe?
No.
No? Okay, because I do it. I was contemplating like putting some tape around.
Can you manifest me some? See, I can't even say it.
It's okay.
I can't even say it. I cannot get hair back. It's not going to happen.
There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Am I joining one of the Turkish teams?
I don't even know what you're putting out into the universe right
Okay.
now.
I would, however, also like to have a discussion about NAVI because we had the keys to victory, specifically setting up Ruxic, setting up Hero as well. Do you feel like we've seen that from them?
They've been pretty good so far. Like the thing is, for me,
I mean, from the rest of the team rather than those two individuals.
Players are like, they're safe. Like you had them in the roster before, where like Xiao wasn't necessarily putting up any numbers and they were still competitive. We saw it last year where they had issues all across the board, and you could see Ruxic walk into a site on his own and kill everyone. Like those two are world-class players. It's always just been the pieces around them. And I think like...
Ooh, I'm seeing fist bumps.
We have potential now that they do have the players around them. They have people like Chloric, who's constantly hyping everybody up. And
Yeah, he's been a great
he's such
addition.
a good vibes guy, but also
Really,
watch how
yeah.
he plays in the server. He's taken space so other people can get the kills. He's a very selfless IGL. You got Filu starting to step up. And if you add Comeback into the mix, even at like his okay level, if we get to what he was like on Mates, they're winning the stage. Like, they're winning it.
Do you know what as well? Like, I think seeing Comeback on the chamber, like initially I was like, whoa, why are they not just putting this guy on the Neon? But like, I kind of get it. Like, I do get it.
He's very good.
He is very good. He's very good on snipers. Like, we know this. He's very proficient on that. And I think another thing as well is he doesn't really have to come with the rest of the team if he's going to be lurking on the chamber.
Just shoot.
Makes sense.
And another thing as well is that we finally have a little bit of an update for you guys. A player has reported a bug, but it did not affect the outcome of the round. So we're going to be getting ready to get back straight into the game, just as we left it with our casters, Hazza and Kyra.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, very happy with the answers for favourite Scottish word, favourite bug as well.
Yeah.
But it's gone to VAR, and no further action required, unfortunately, for Starso here. Calling for the refs to get involved, and yeah, they've said no.
It's kind of like the eagle eye with tennis, you know, except we didn't all get to clap
No,
along.
no.
Yeah, we didn't get anything.
No.
But I guess it's time to say that we are ready to come back to game.
You're not going to run that same joke. I mean, I hope we don't have another tech pause. You're going to be at it all night.
Yeah.
But we are back in, and NAVI retain that 5-1 lead. So to just catch you up to where we were, of course, Gentlemates starting out on the attack side here, struggled to put together a couple of rounds now. Comebacks look good with the AWP, immediately gelling in. Hero continuing to put up big numbers as well, but they're into a mixed buy now. And with the Phoenix ult available, does there get to a point where they can find a clause to use it?
It looks like they're going to try to, but remember we've seen the B-site exec with an ultimate before they run it back, and it was successful. It was that third round that we've got to remember, if you can remember that far back, and Gentlemates very quickly back in towards the site and ready to respond. But Chloric, really excellent double kill. And looks to put a stop to what Gentlemates wanted to do. All of NAVI collapse on Gentlemates for an in-zone flawless. And yes, Hazza, it is exactly like we were before the tech pause.
Dreek, that's what it was. Because I gotta say, you look at these site holds from NAVI, and it's absolutely brilliant work from Chloric and Elbow. But, I mean, the rotations are so snappy because, mates, there's no second layer. I get it. This is the eco. We'll track how that develops. But that round did feel like a repetition of the last few that we've seen.
I think the worst part about this for Gentlemates is they have had a little bit of respite after with the tech pause. With such a dominant start from NAVI, you get to reset the mental, get yourself to go back into this, and it's the exact same result.
That's the positive way of looking at it. On the other side, I suppose they are left to wallow in it, right?
Yeah.
6-1 now the score. Chloric got to tread on thin ice here. It is the pack of players walking down B long now with Glyph detached and Comeback already aggressive in mid, but no position to catch him off. Comes down to the IGL on the B site to forfeit this space.
Players give it completely up, but it's of course the ultimates have got to look towards, and it's the fact that Gentlemates actually have control of all of the available ones, right? And that's exactly what they're going to use to hold on to this post plan.
Cosmic Divide available in this retake, and it does go up, but not before Chloric falls. Recon already parted from his utility belt, and now NAVI down to their last 4 members. Trapped in the corner, Hero can fight back out from it, but we need to see a whole lot more of that if NAVI are to be set on the right path. And instead, Glyph will send them to the shops. Come back, walking away from this with the op, but that's about as good as it's going to get.
And yeah, Comeback happy to hold on to the operator. Gentlemates come straight back in, double up the round count, and keep hanging on just in there. Big thing for Gentlemates so far, at this point in time, would be getting those rounds together, starting to string a couple, but minimum, I think it has to be 4 as always has. It might even be 3, depending on how the next couple of rounds go, just because of... Just because of how the way that things have been going.
Yeah, Gentlemates ready for this flood back in, so they've got to try and find a way to mitigate it. Of course, they're not going to have Martin's ult every round, so you've not got that liberty to go ahead and take so much extra space without support. It's this A main duel that we're going to see yet again. Those salvos respected now by mates, but there's an ult behind this for Filu, and it doesn't matter what agent you give him. The gun in his hands is good enough.
Yeah, it's a double op, so if you go towards A main, you're going to hit at one, and if you go towards B main, you're going to hit another. So Gentlemates are really stuck for options.
And of course, it's the NA player with an Odin right in the middle. So whichever way you go.
Don't say that. You're going to end up with like Meg sounds like egg screaming again, you know?
Wait, why is it what? Because the Odin? Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. Down a player already, though. Bippo has struggled to find impact on these rounds thus far. Ult out of the picture. And it has to be a commitment into another site where Na'Vi look prepared.
The flash hasn't affected anyone, but at least one horn did identify the players. Hero once again, Mr. 3K makes it 4, and Na'Vi have an advantage for the next half.
He's their star player for a reason. Brought into the roster at the waning end of its old era amongst the names that had lifted trophies on international stages before, and he is putting himself well in the conversation to be someone to look forward to in the future for those kinds of events. But that's exactly what Na'Vi needed. It's just the consistency as well. He's had such a great stage so far.
Good flash. Biffle now on the hunt with an ultimate of his own, but he's not getting anything from it. In fact, he's given up the space entirely. And Na'Vi, Rooksik still holding on to this space around the edge of the smoke. Oh, the players don't realise it. The timing insane. And can he get through? The answer, no. Okay, so with that, the reinforcements come to the A site for Hero.
And the round is given a little bit of time to breathe. Gentlemates still scaling towards A. It's Filu's operator on the line, which poses the biggest threat here. No flash, nothing to challenge it with, so it's a free kill onto Glyph.
It's a long time to try and even save.
And the round drops silent again, but this time, Gentlemates, their backs are to the wall. And we spoke about the setup, 2 ops, either extremity, Odin through the middle. How on earth are you supposed to make it through this right now with how Na'Vi have been playing?
Comeback needs to be careful here. And that's why we're seeing him drop in towards CT, give up the space.
This is the one avenue of the map where Na'Vi are happy to let up a little bit because Comeback can pick up the slack in spawn. Starso tempted to peek it, wins the duel, and now that is huge.
Yeah, this turns things on its head, and now the post plant looks a little bit different. Martin, no flashes, but a couple of kills could change that. At least does have the molly.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be looking at this such an important round. Hero even considering the possibility of using his ult to just clear out the backhauls. Starso has the Nightfall. Oh, the spam is just condemning him further back, and there you go. Ult comes in, forces Martin out into the open. Starso's got to fight his ground, but he just can't stand the test, and so Na'Vi move to 8.
Yeah, trade of ultimates, but it's Na'Vi who come out on top, and Gentlemates are just completely not getting any value, and I think that's the worst part here. It feels like Gentlemates of old, right? Ultimates not finding value, and really bad halves.
One enemy
it's like even there, the slowing of the pace towards R, allowing Filu to get back on this line. Absolutely no threat from main. Easy pick onto Glyph, and it just crumbles around that. Yeah. Starso and Martin still having their moments, but this can't be a mates made on moments. It has to be more.
Yeah, and a man who you just saw on screen, Bippo, he has really struggled after Santiago and looks to struggle some more here in this moment in time. Been waiting for his moment in Tier 1 and finally got it. Looked as if it had been overdue.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he can create space for the rest of the team, that's all. It's just the amount of times they're getting shut down before they even have half a chance. This time, it's Starso falling behind the cover.
Yeah, if you want to talk about game plans, NAVI has got it down to a T.
And for Gentlemates, when something like this happens, how do you adjust? It looks like they're just going to commit through this onto B.
Yeah, but the problem is you're committing to 3 players and ones that have plenty of utility, plenty of bodies on the line, and plenty of rifles to make you pay. And I'm telling you, Gentlemates are paying double right now, as they look to have only got 2 rounds out of a total of 11. NAVI nearly on double digits before this first half is over.
Yeah, I mean, this is Gentlemates' map pick as well. They were one of the best teams, I mean, say one of the best teams in the region at Pearl. Doesn't really mean too much in EMEA, I think, in recent times. Well, in all time, let's be brutally honest. They were going toe-to-toe with BBL, who did feel like a bit more of a consistent pick here.
Nice, boys! Nice! Sit down!
Filu, mate, I think they're already sat. They've been sat since the tag pause.
Yeah, they've got nothing really to stand up for, do they? Oh, that's unfortunate, and it's going to get even more. It's Filu just unfortunately can't grab anything. But look at this, an immediate pivot, and this looks like the killer feeling that Gentlemates usually have, straight towards the B site, and it's going to be a brawl, one which goes either way, but Spike is on the ground. That's the issue for Gentlemates at the moment, and they need to try and get that back.
NAVI main control, Ruxic to take contact.
And the players come through the smoke, and it's Bippo to come out on top. Spike recollected, and the double duelists have a moment.
Come back on the way through. Has to really challenge for an early fight here if he wants to win this.
Yeah, but an off ankle is what will get Gentlemates their third. A lifeline, but a pistol round could throw that on its head.
It could potentially. They've just about kept themselves in it, but goes down to the wire if they can't find consistent success in that second half, which we'll have for you in just a moment.
We might have had a little bit of delay, but NAVI are looking to make up for it. A 9-3 half here, Haza, and this might be a little part of the problem that Gentlemates have.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say problem. Martin has still been performing. I don't think Agent has been a hindrance to him whatsoever. If I had to contrast his... If I had to contrast his performances just on a KC jersey to a Mates jersey, the change of environment and the system is actually what's brought the best out of him. Now, of course, that statistic sheet does show that on the whole, not just this map in particular, other agents haven't been as fruitful, and that's the thing. You can't broadly apply it to every single map in the pool.
No, you certainly cannot. So we look to get things back underway in the second half. The pistol round is most important for Gentlemates to try and come back in map number 1, or we could be heading to NAVI's pick of Lotus before you know it, and that's not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, I'd like to see Mates fight back into this one as well. You know, they're a team which, in the past, previous versions of the roster would have crumbled in this kind of situation. They've shown us some tenacity throughout kickoff into Santiago. Does that translate here?
on a Wednesday night in Berlin under the lights. Let's see. Sheriff out for Chloric. Same could be said of Mini.
Camera taken out.
NAVI just gutting the mid space before they make a commitment, but Spike already sent in the direction of A.
Split towards A, but how does Gentlemates begin to figure this out? Oh, it seems to be they want to take it on the front foot. Look for that information. And that's a big joke because Spike is here and Gentlemates are coming out on top. The second half of the push is coming from behind, so Gentlemates need to get cozy, need to find a position to work with, and they have. Spike on the ground. Hero able to recollect it, but that's a great way to answer back.
Yeah, love the reaction there from Gentlemates. Deficit of information in the middle of the map, and so they react into main, make sure that they can at least fight one of the arms of the push, get themselves some solid information where Mini was already watching B-Long. And great jewels taken by Glyph. Hero gets another salvo kill in there, by the way.
Yeah.
This guy is just pumping them out. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I wonder what the end...
Watch out, he's about to take off.
Hey, listen, maybe Gentlemates are. That's the question.
Maybe.
Maybe it's just an attack half deficit between these two. As Martin manages to take an orb with no challenge and come back, looks to try and take the space all by himself through art.
So the Starsocopter is on the helipad. They've got the pistol. What do they need to make this start feeling possible, Cairo? That's a nice opening kill from Martin. At what point in this game do you start to believe, yeah, okay, NAVI are actually slipping?
No, not in these 2 rounds, right? I think this is like a mandatory, like, yeah, you've got to tick the box, get through that. But it's where the rifles where I'm going to start to really consider Gentlemates. Once we get by bonus, get a couple of rifle rounds in, that's where I'm going to be looking at Gentlemates. Like, yeah, they could come back here.
All right, well, no need to buckle up on that one just yet then. Bippo, nice clean kill. Hero trying to trade it through the mid door, but the judge will do as it likes, and I don't think he's going to get a salvo kill there either. Bippo won't want to stand in that, and the rest of mates clean up for an in-zone flawless. Now, Cairo, you want to talk bonus rounds. I don't think it's going to get much better than that with the weapons kept.
No, it's really not. The fact you get to keep a judge on defense side, an outlaw as well. But the good thing for NAVI is they've not got a whole bunch of players within striking distance of that outlaw.
They've actually fully bought into heavy shields in the next round. You won't see it just for a second, but vibes are good on the Gentlemates side. And one aspect to those comebacks is Starso is an emotional leader.
Yeah.
Where everyone else can drop off a little bit, he's always there to bring them up. And I think that's the reason why they made it out of Swiss in Santiago.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And already Gentlemates looking to brawl their way through that A main space. Something that Phoenix combined with the Fade will actually have a great effect to.
It's good, right, if you take that space. The problem is they've not left anyone behind, actually. Bippo is just soloing this, but he does peel off, and it's re-cleared through a drone. That's now 2 big bits of utility you'll be missing later in the round, non-rechargeable, of course.
And at this moment in time, NAVI, as they start to move towards A, they pick up this spike on their way there. We now know exactly where that execute is going to come through. 3 bodies strong, but heavier on that art push, and that's the weaker side for NAVI.
Recon Dart lands just to try and clear out the art space. As you can see here, mates ready to receive. Martin on high alert as the execution comes in, but Bippo playing guard and just sliding right in, fighting Hero as well. Chloric's got a whole lot on his plate, and it's just too much to ask of one player. Bippo with a 3K. And the bonus in the bag for mates. This is the start of something. Cairo, that Starsocopter, the blades are starting to spin.
Hey, listen, mate, you're really obsessed with this Starsocopter.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to... hashtag, not only hashtag Vice for EMEA, your
hashtag Vice for EMEA, hashtag Starsocopter.
Love that. But the problem is the point I want to bring up now is this attack side from both of these teams have left a lot to be desired so far, right? Like right now, you're seeing NAVI come into the site, and they're not clearing key corners. They're not anticipating, like for instance, comeback just completely peaks by himself. And that's criminal in a position like that.
That's also the kind of individual decision-making that you expect just coming into this team without the amount of time to practice, right? Being given freedom to play his own way in many ways and fill in that gap. And while Mates may not have fully taken off just yet, Starso's back up on his feet. And with a 3-round gap here coming in against Navi's Eco, it's a huge opportunity for them to really close the distance.
It seems as if NAVI have opted to not even challenge A main anymore. They would rather give that up and head towards B, see if they can challenge there, get some information from that side. But all they've found is Gentlemates ready to rack them up and knock them down.
Ruxic still has the rifle here, but how much can you possibly build around this? Gentlemates don't need to go exploring in middle, but it looks like they're going to anyway.
Yeah, they want to try and find something from this. Chloric Sheriff not got a whole... Yeah, I was going to say not got a bit of bite, but certainly Ruxic's rifle does.
And that's exactly where I start to get scared, because Ruxic is here holding. Mates are still letting their presence be felt, and Na'Vi just decides, you know what, let's take the B site. There are still some traps up here, but I think Chloric gets there first.
Yeah, it's a foot race, but it's a Sheriff that sails first. It's not your rifle, and it's not your healthy player, and it's Ruxic that has to commit to the spike plant. Well, Chloric gives himself away. Gentlemates so zoomed in, zoned in on the only player that was low. Martin instead takes position elsewhere on the site, finding Ruxic. And Gentlemates get the round they were looking for.
Yeah, full confidence in their own individual ability there when you look at some of these fights that they're taking. Bippo going wide after the first. Then he gets his double there, and as Martin's the first player out in sight.
Nice, okay.
As dangerous as it looked on the surface, they have found a 7th.
It's good, I like it, guys. It's okay, it's okay. Bro, I love it.
What does he love?
I don't know. He loves the fact that Gentlemates are coming back in.
Yeah, no, that
And
makes sense.
It seems that the coaches are getting a lot happier as well with this defence side. And at this moment in time, as 4 players line up for NAVI, they'll await the spike. Thickness execute could come in quicker than you'd expect.
That's the thing. What can NAVI do with it? We're going to listen in on their comms.
Take back side. I'm dashing back on. Front, man. Back on Neon, guys. Back on Neon.
Ninja to 120. All five.
They're gonna push back
Down
on.
B.
Good, pushing.
Last player standing.
That's nice. Okay, call timeout.
So it's a clean sweep from Mates on the site, and with that, some real propulsion behind them now, just 1 round separating the teams.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and you can hear the disappointment in the voice of the players after that execute. It just feels like when it comes down to these brawls, NAVI just do not have an idea of the kind of team fight capabilities that you would expect in those chaotic environments.
5 from 5 on the defender's side. And the call for the timeout is made. The first from NAVI. There was a point in time when they were leading this game at 9 rounds to 2. Mates finding their third just at the tail end of that first half, and they've been able to chain back-to-back success on it now, to the point where it's become a real problem and Angel starts to get involved.
Yeah, I think this is what's needed, right? Angel just telling everybody in the server, listen, this is what needs to be done. We need to be playing more as a unit rather than playing so individually.
And look, I think the scoreboard reflects that as well. Comeback sitting at the foot of it, 6 and 10. For as much as we were speaking about him wanting to play on his own, you're seeing the negatives of that now when you're on the attack side, where you require a little bit more cohesion, a little bit more communication. It's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, and it's so interesting, right? When we look at it, the double duelist performing so much better on the defense. And it's this same sort of setup that Gentlemates keep going for. They want to keep challenging A main. There's been nothing to really stop them. And NAVI struggling in that aspect, not really given utility to stop that at all. And now they start to put bodies elsewhere on the map towards R. And Gentlemates are up for the task.
I mean, that's where Glyph also plays into the conditioning as well. Early smoke goes up. Bippo still fighting in front of this. Finds one, but the Stingers continuing to play chase, and behind their own divide, a chance for the plant.
Yeah, that gravity well, given a little bit of vulnerability, but nobody to get anything off the back of it. Spike in though, that's Cosmic Divide causing an issue.
So much utility used, but no one from Gentomate swinging off the back of it. Na'Vi are able to get away with this, and playing up close and personal, these Stingers could have a serious bite. That's when Martin strikes. First one found, Ruxic offline. With comeback in the corner, he does have a TP, and takes it quite early.
Yeah, a nice pop flash, but you've got to be thinking towards Art as well.
Yeah, Chloric also waiting with his ult in main. Na'Vi have win conditions here. Mates need to hunt these players out. Catches a tag, he's up in the air. Chloric only just taken down. Hero still with a real chance to win this, and he finds the first through the wall. Martin on that second tap. It's a full stick, and I think there's time. So mates have brought us level.
What a comeback so far from Gentlemates on this defense side. How many rounds in a row is that now? 6. And Na'Vi have not been able to answer back once.
And 7 if you include the final round of the previous half, which I think just gives them that little bit of belief that this was a possibility. Chloric up in the skies, trying to play denial, but fully committed to it, and Hero can't win the clutch. Mates feeling themselves now, and that's a scary, scary prospect heading into map 2.
Yeah, you asked me when do I consider this a comeback, Hazza? Yeah, I'll admit to it now, right? 9 to 9.
Oh, you've waited until now. Well, look, if they lose, then I know whose fault it is.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Beppo's operator identified, forced back, and I mean, this is nice mitigation from Na'Vi. But it's all about the fight up next. As this smoke begins to go, Gentlemates would rather fight close quarters, and that's what's really been favouring them.
You can see what the game plan is here as well. Comeback, finding a kill on the extremity, just walking up. They've left him behind though. The rest of Na'Vi are ready to take the A site. The only issue is, it's a long way to the A site.
Yeah, it is, and look, all these Cypher traps still up. Starzo with an operator, he plays ahead, and that shouldn't have been the play at all. The fact that he had that Nightfall in pocket, and now it's up to Bippo's operator, which has been pretty decent so far, is getting pass marks, but can it go one better? Filu, 11 points of health, up close and personal. The trigger discipline, good, but not good enough. 2v2 now, that operator no longer in play. It's all down to the rifles, and Na'Vi in a pretty decent spot. Although, a 1 versus 1 around the spike is not the position you would want to be in. Ruxic does have a star, but it's going to be a very difficult position to be in should this 1v1 be lost. Beppo looking to just go into this fight and win it out. A 1v1 now against Ruxic, and he has no stars, no stun, but there's not a whole lot of time left. And that's where Ruxic is going to be in prime position to win this out and give double digits back to Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi set themselves up really well there. I don't think that 2v1 would have been losable by any margin, sparing some heroics from Bippo. But it's rounds like this here where you see what it is Na'Vi are trying to do. They're setting up comeback to get to a deep position where he can find a pick and have the rest of the team pry away on the other extremity. They find value from it here. It's their first round on this attack side. Do mates have a counter?
I mean, it's only a drop, right?
You want to play?
And what has been an ocean of Gentlemate wins.
Actually, instead, it looks like mates are working the map together by setting up 2 players towards B long, so there's a chance for Martin to flash and Bippo with this operator. Now that's inserted, they can stack up on the other side.
I think they're going to just try and fake some presence towards that B side before they go for what looks to be a split. And that Prowler finding nothing. And with the pressure about to come through from Hero on the B side, I'll start to move a couple of players around here, and that's going to make sure that Na'Vi are in prime position for this next execute.
Oh, I don't know if it will, though, because Bippo's not overcalled it. There's still 3 bodies here for Gentlemates, and time is of the essence. We've crossed the minute mark, and still presence being felt on A.
Martin and Gentlemates haven't blinked in the face of what has been real questions. Big kill from Starzo, big delay. Ultimate still to be thrown in here from either side, and that's what they go for. Send them right into the middle of the field as the players look to fight each other, and Gentlemates still at 2-2. Big kills from comeback, sure, but that spike on the ground.
We're still here.
Yep, and Bipple gets the kill, so it has to be the sub. It has to be comeback here. Under pressure, and can't stand up to it. We're all even once again.
20 rounds played and the team's inseparable, but Gentle Mates with much more of the character and charisma that you expect from them at this stage in the game. Another round win and they're back to winning ways.
30 seconds left.
Comeback had a couple of nice shots here, really, but again, it's just how deep does that go beyond those couple of frags?
Now Gentlemate's getting up on their feet now, much to Philo's dismay. It's that same drone much earlier now, down B long, trying to identify the operator that Bipple had.
And look at this roaming pack that Starso is currently leading through spawn. They're just deciding, do we want to commit to be here? Is the mid pressure enough for us to bank on this? Or do they double back? It's an eco that they're up against at the end of the day.
Yeah, but is that conditioning playing into it? That's the other thing you need to consider.
Yeah.
You know, Gentlemate's never moved on the last fake. Do they move now? But that cam probably factors into the decision making now.
Navi also have the info that there was a re-clear in mid. Trademark of comebacks has been broken. And Mini's on high alert, has to just dip back a little bit, respect Philo with this ultimate, who will be looking to pave the way forwards, honestly. Look for as much as he possibly can, not given anything. Same can be said of comeback, it's a dodgy fight, but he's gonna win it over Mini.
And that Spectre at close range is exactly what you would want. But ultimate put in, run it back used, and Martin's got a kill off the back of it.
Looking for a second before that one expires, but it is just the one as it stands. 4-on-4 situation. And Na'Vi have a couple of players deep, embedded in secret right now. That's what mates have to hit on the head, and that's exactly what they'll do. Hero can't play post-plant from this position. Flushed out by the molly, still hitting heads. And Ruxic doing enough to delay the defuse initially, but now Starso's hands are busy. Ruxic, there's no way he walks away with two there.
Yeah, it's nice kills all in, but what does it really matter when Gentlemates still win the round? Good damage, yeah, but you're looking at an economy which I thought had a lot behind it. This is a little bit spicy now heading into the next round.
Yeah, you'll see it in just a moment, but those two kills from Ruxic could have more weight than we imagine. Extra 300 credits for everyone on Na'Vi for that plant, of course, but staring at...
pretty big swing rounds.
Yeah, exactly. A round which means so much at this stage in the game, because this is either mates taking 12 or Na'Vi tying it up at 11 all with a bad buy for the defenders, you imagine.
Yeah, a swing round at the end of the first map could really help decide this. As Mini swings out, catches Philo, and even gets more information, so this fake is now known about.
We're just trying to solo fake, but it's into the Cypher setup there. I mean, Chloric maybe trying to break the traps with the shocks didn't work. And Na'Vi have a post plant at the very least, but mates retakes have looked good so far.
Now they have. They've looked excellent. So come back within the corner, stunned up, and that's the worst part. Has to give up the timing already. Firo using all his utility belt. Gentlemates, absolutely brilliant so far. There is a cosmic divide to try and challenge this spike, but why would you use it? Come back with a nice shot, but still no control of that spike. No way to deny anybody defusing, so it forces players out into the open. And that's where Gentlemates really make them pay as they head on to map point on what should never have been theirs.
It's their map pick at the end of the day, but Na'Vi have really faltered in the face of a 9-3 lead coming out of that first half. Looking at it here, I mean, Mini does a great job at defending the B site, but in some of these post plants, you're looking at Na'Vi and the agents that they have, right? They've got the gravity well to delay with Ruxic. They've got both salvos, they've got shock darts. It just feels like they're never playing for that post plant though. They're trying to take fights, especially through Comeback, who's having some success with it. It just never ever seems like it's getting to a position though where they can win it out on time.
So with that being said, Na'Vi will use their timeout, and the last one that they can possibly use of this first map, last chance. Sure, they've still got a buy in towards the next one, but it's not as convincing as what you would like.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Navi are the team that burned through both of their timeouts first. Gentlemates, no reason to interrupt the rhythm that they've been enjoying so far, of course. But just one attack-sided round in this second half falls way below the level that we expect of a team that is pushing to try and make playoffs. Because that's what this game is all about, right? It's the 1-on-1 match. Gentlemates have already proven that they can go and do that from kickoff. But with Navi here now, in these stages of the game where you've really got to be closing, we expect better.
We do. We demand better in this position. And once again, it can't be stated. The team who loses this goes 1-2, and with Team Heretics and Carmine Core playing each other later in the week, then becomes a little bit more exciting towards that bottom part of the table.
That's the thing, right? It feels like Group Omega is the one which could have multiple people qualify, similar to Group Alpha in Pacific, where there's multiple frontrunners. This one, yeah, I don't know. Still not really decided towards the top end, but Gentlemates want to send themselves in that direction, with Bippo already finding one and Mini locking down the B site again through middle this time. Navi are at another impasse.
Another question asked of them. Hero on 5 HP. He's not long for this world, let's be honest. And Gentlemates have taken up position through mid, so the only question, or the only answer really for the attack is send it towards B, into a Cypher setup, and a retake cam set up by Mini.
Mini is just giving this cam a look, though, for some early information, and that's exactly what he'll get. Catches wind of the push coming in early. Very preemptive Cosmic Divide here as well, just to make sure that no one can take advantage of those traps should they reveal a player. But Navi can't afford to be on the backs of their feet in this situation. They have to fight forwards and find an advantage.
Especially with Martin's run it back. If he uses this, I mean, that's just a free body to send it into the site to trade off of, right? But let's be honest, who's trading off of Martin? He's usually going to get the kill himself. So the flashes and utility get sent forward. He doesn't get a kill, but Mini does get the trade. So a 2 versus 4 in which we're going to have to see Navi try and clutch up from. Onto the spike they go. Ruxic already in the kill feed. And comeback identified. It has to be Ruxic. All the way from long, with players starting to encroach on his position. It's Gentlemates to encroach on Navi's lead. It will be Gentlemates to complete the comeback on this first map of Peril.
Yeah, more mates magic tonight as they're able to clamber their way back on Pearl, their map pick. The question is, can it continue for them? Is this success built to last?
Question, but you know what? We'll ask Starkso something instead. It was fascinating to see the energy change on stage, because at first everybody was like really quiet, but you're the only one that was screaming. And then all of a sudden, someone else started screaming, and then you guys started winning, and everyone else was screaming. How do you find the energy within you to keep motivating everyone, even though you were down so many rounds?
I mean, since the start we believed in our defense. I think historically it's quite strong for us, you know. We knew we get the pistol, you know. I think they have 0 chance. They had 0 chance on attack. I think it's a lot on me. I'm happy the boys, you know, didn't drop any energy, you know. They kept being with me. It showed up, you know, great resilience. We move on to map number 2, right?
All right, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to let you go with your teammate. Good luck, congratulations. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with our second map of the series, Lotus, coming up next.
Nice, boys! Nice! Let's go, boys! Nice! Come on! Come on! Nice! Let's go! Nice! Let's go!
Stand up like this! Oh, sorry. No screaming. Hey, pull up.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of land. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Fucking them two and I'm thinking it through. Like shorty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought. Yeah, if I want it, I'ma get it. Yeah, I just talk the way I live it. Yeah, I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High-end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense. Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. Got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah.
What was the thought process behind moving Philo back to Duelist and having comeback on Chamber here? That's super simple, like, because we don't have much practice time with comeback, so we decided to put him on self-sufficient role, where he can play like on himself. He's not a part of a lot of like strats, team play, setups, etc. So it's just easier to implement short term.
All right, thank you, Angel. That is a great response to be hearing from the side of NAVI in regards to the positions where we actually saw a comeback play on today. Was the Chamber. We had a bit of questions in regards to what the reasoning was behind it. I think that fits it perfectly. There's nothing. Yeah, perfect.
Makes sense. Yeah, answered our questions.
I love it when they do that. Like, it makes me so
Thank you,
happy.
Angel.
Thank you so much. It actually also at the very beginning looked really, really good for the side of NAVI. And then once Mates was able to get the pistol, it just went downhill.
Well, it also just felt like both teams had similar problems. Like their duelist, or at least their Neon, was really struggling on the attack side to find anything, just getting shut down by a lot of the time the other aggressive duelists, like the more surprise factor. And Philo had a pretty good first half, but it was the turnaround on the other side from Bippo, which I think is a lot harder to do. If you have a really bad first half as a duelist, to just go, reset, I'm going to go back into this. But honestly, he did incredibly well.
And I feel like also what pretty much contributed to that was the fact that Starkso somehow within himself had this continuous energy to just keep shouting, and like he was literally pushing that team forward. When we're looking at the reactions from the team at the very start, especially Bippo, he was not having a great time. They just looked absolutely done. They were not having a great time, and then all of a sudden they flip it, Billy, and they are so locked in.
This is why he's such a good leader, though, because quite literally leading from the front, right? You can see that as soon as Starso gets hyped up, the rest of the team, it just has a domino effect. Like the rest of them just completely follow suit, and I think that's what all you can ask for from your IGL.
Yeah, I think for sure, like he's always been that sort of like, even back at like 2021 champs, he was like doing exercises during pauses and stuff. Like the guy always liked to have fun, and I think you could see that shine through when you have very emotional players, that they're getting down in the dumps, getting a little bit depressed, and then he's just sat there being a jester, like he's just being silly, and that really helps out with the team. And I think that maybe at points you can sort of question some of the strategical stuff, like that. So even admitted in the interview earlier that he's learning and as he goes, and I think he's got great coaching staff for that. But the fact that he's then like just the perfect vibes merchant is great.
Absolutely, and it pushes the team forward, which is what we wanted to see, especially when it comes to Bippo as well as Martin. Martin this time around not on Yoru, on that Phoenix, and delivered still 306 ACS, bro.
Insane.
Like, what?
Yeah. And I think as well, like, I want to highlight people here specifically, because I think that this is someone that we have been pretty critical of. I think it's very easy when Martin is kind of the one that steals the show, I guess.
Yep.
And I think that when you actually look at Bippo's attack versus the defense, it's like night and
1-9.
day.
Yeah.
It's actually ridiculous, yeah.
First 11 rounds, he was 1-9, and for the rest of the game, he's 19-7. Like, that's a turnaround and a half.
Yeah, it's crazy. And
honestly impressive.
I'm also looking at like the first kills and first deaths that he's giving away as that duelist, right? And I think that the attack versus the defense was crazy. You look at the attack, he's giving away 5 first deaths, which you're hoping are going to be traded out by a Martin or someone like that. And then you look at the defense, he's picking up 4 first kills and like 1 first death. So this is the impact we're talking about.
Yeah, we also have to look forward to Lotus specifically, because that is what we're actually, never mind, we're going to be heading over to the coach confession instead, because we got time now. So what did the Gentlemates coach say? Let's find out.
Stark talked about having to learn to call on the new mobs. Lotus is up next, so what protocols have you worked on, to help his calling there?
I mean, it's not only about the protocols overall. Starksu is a fresh IGL, so definitely he'd never IGL Lotus and Fracture us before he was not IGL. So what we focused is understanding of the map and understanding different ways how to play it. It's not only about the protocols, it's overall understanding the map, the concepts, and yeah, all of the tools that he can use on those maps. And I think he will do good.
And why I was laughing was because obviously we will not tell the protocols here, but you will see them on the game. Important is to get him in the flow state. He's one of the best in the world, and when he gets in this flow state.
Yep.
All right, high praise, but also we know you don't want to leave the protocols, but still a great answer in terms of like giving the players the tools and the understanding for the map to be able to set them up for as much success as possible, which is what they're going to need here, Tom, when it comes to Lotus, because again, it is Navi's pick, and for Gentlemates, it's their first time.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what direction they'll go in, because again, we've seen some teams go for the double duelist, but it hasn't felt anywhere near as necessary on this map. I think a lot of teams opt for more of a double controller look. Maybe you keep the Fade in there as well, Viper Killjoy. Like, those are very, very competent picks. I think they've got a lot of those pieces solved, but it's, are they going to keep both of them on double duelist, or maybe do we get the veto again, or are they going to switch into an initiator?
on the breach again? I mean, we saw that on Fracture. That's where my head is kind of going.
I wouldn't
like,
hate it.
Because if Martin does, I'm going to bang on home about this Chamber pick. Because it's a great map for Chamber, right? So, like, is there a possibility that we see Chamber being the solo Sentinel, but maybe we see Mini on something like a Breach again? Don't want to see that. Might see that in the case of I'm thinking about their Fracture. Like, I'm thinking about things that they might be trying out. Yeah, I'm intrigued. It's just the Sentinel role that's, I think, where I'm like, what are they going to play?
I still like Vice on this map. I think especially when your opponent's running a Neon, or in this case, likely a Neon Chamber, it's like you have one that can dive in very quickly, and then the other player is left behind if there's a wall and all of the thorns. So I think that maybe a Vice would be a good pick, because they will have already seen what Navi has been doing. And Angel kind of gave us the tidbit which will actually help his opponents as well. It's like, well, we're trying to just put him on his own role. But he'll be on Chamber again. That probably means we'll get the feel of Neon.
But I think even with the Vice there, like, Mini has only played Vice 2 times in his career, which was...
I believe in Mini.
I understand, like, Vice is a great Sentinel for this map, but, like I say, like, I was just thinking about it. I was like, I swear, I don't really, like, have...
Would you rather that over his Breach?
Yes.
Yes. So
yes,
there you go.
I would. I would rather that over the Breach, but it's not like Sentinel I would associate with Mini, which...
No, but I think like anybody I've seen that's like a master Cypher player, if you put them on Vice, I expect them to be decent.
He could just play the Killjoy, to be fair.
He could also do that, but that's boring. Play Vice.
I'd like to also touch upon a bit more on the Navi side of things, considering comeback. I mean, you already touched upon the fact that we saw comeback on the Chamber already.
He'll be on it again,
He'll
I
be on it
think.
again. We want to stick to the self-sufficient roles to not...
I think it makes sense. I think you've already seen him do that on Heretics versus
Navi,
the Navi roster. He played very well individually. Sure, that they didn't win the map, but that was because they lost a 1v5 and a 1v4 back-to-back to Cloric. Now Cloric's on your team, so you might as well stick with running that. I'd be surprised if they change anything too crazy, and yeah.
He does stay on that Chamber, but Mini on the Viper here
I think they've
instead.
also swapped Fade and Viper on the Navi side. Like Cloric's now on the Viper, it was Hero before, so that's interesting because Cloric's Fade was fantastic.
Yeah, they've completely switched them two around. I wonder if that's down to a calling thing, like maybe Cloric just prefers to call on the Viper. I think the Gentlemates one though, I don't know if this is what they're going to be locking in, but it's kind of what you alluded to potentially wanting to see, Tom, is having that double controller and double duelist.
Yeah, I think I would have still liked to see Mini on a Sentinel, but I guess Viper still kind of fits that role. I think this is one of the more like standardized picks, and I think that Bippo's on a comfort choice, Neon's look very good. I like having that secondary dive factor, so you have him sliding through crazy speeds, and then you can have the blast packs around the side as well for Martine. I think it makes that 1-2 punch a lot more threatening. Also gives you some util to just force comeback out of angles, like throw that nade in, throw the boombot in. Like they're going to need to clear some of those positions because you know that quasi-double duelist on the other side is going to be aggressive on the defense.
I'd also love to know when the last time Martine actually played Raze was.
I don't think we've seen it yet.
We've not seen it this year, and even last year, like he was playing so much Yoru. So Captain Cow, do your thing, go and send it as a toasty. Like I can't think of the last time I saw Martine play a duelist like Raze.
He said in the video, right, there were two agents he named that he was looking forward to playing again. I think it was Raze and Jet.
Yeah.
So if anything, if he's excited for it, I'm excited for it.
But do you think he's excited for it?
Yes.
Absolutely. No, I think Raze is a really fun agent to play, but also just to watch. So I'm looking forward to see how they are going to have this setup going forward. In general, I'm also looking forward to the calling for Starkso here. I mean, that's something that we already touched upon, and I want to see how that plays out. I do feel like for both of these teams, they got to prove themselves. This is Navi's map to lose if they want to push this to the decider, but we are ready to head into it. So let's head over to our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, I mean, if you're Navi, you've got to really bounce back from what was a difficult defeat here, Haza, on that last map.
Yeah, and it's one which sort of broke convention as well, because it looked like they were completely set up to close it, and just that attack side was incredibly poor. It's a similar situation here. They're beginning on the defender side of Lotus, their map pick, so the immediate expectation is that you're coming in, hitting the ground running. If Gentlemates are able to channel any of that previous momentum, there could be a serious problem.
Yeah, first time we are getting to see Gentlemates play on Lotus. Obviously, we've already touched upon Martine playing on a duelist that we never necessarily expected, so it's time we give him a little congratulations for 2,000 and hopefully 2,000 more for him on a new duelist. Well, not in this map, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he had about 10% of those kills in just 2 series, which he played back-to-back, didn't he, in kickoff. So if he can emulate even half of that level, then mates will be home and dry. It's already looked pretty good so far in this one. And he's part of the play which begins to emerge from the A lobby. Out into the grassy A main, where, as you can see, Navi are starting to rotate some numbers over. They have come back on the C line.
Yeah, they've left him all by himself like we expected from Angel's coach confession. And a big detail to how this defense is probably going to set themselves up. But with that, Gentlemates looked like they were going for the A exec. Instead, they go a step further.
Yeah, a lot of teams liking to go towards A, turn the door, pressure tree a little bit. Na'Vi trying to see through it, but look at this gap. Gentlemates have managed to thread 4 players through the eye of the needle. And while you can see Filu is set up here for main, is he going to anticipate a player rounding that corner from close? Does the crosshair click onto position? It absolutely does. A quick double.
Does get flattened by Glyph.
30 seconds left.
So there is a way back in here for mates.
There is. With that spike going down, Starzo left outside of door. They'll be asking themselves, where is the fade? Has he went in with the rest of the pack? And the answer is no.
It's going to take so much time for NAVI to clear all of this out, so Starso gives them a gift. On a silver platter he goes.
Last two have sheriffs as well, so there is a little bit of bite about this.
There is. But how much can Bippo do up close? Still the slide available. Is there a clause to use it? Needs to find something here early. Glyph shredding them on the way back through, but still not enough with the sheer mass of bodies in that retake. NAVI get the pistol.
Yeah, too many targets to try and hit in that one. So NAVI, with their 65% pistol win rate, answer straight back in. But listen, this is a long map. We know how Lotus likes to play out. Yeah. I think this defense side, we're already going to start to see how it works.
Yeah, we know how mates are. Slow to start, but once they get going, as Kundi was saying, that Starso copter, it's flying all the way to a map win. Yeah, no, I'm fully bought in.
Okay, hey, listen, if you're bought in, I'll try and see if I can convince myself, but it's certainly going to need a refuel here, because at this moment in time, poor weaponry, or maybe it's already had a refuel, because look at this buy. 4 stingers, there's a bucket in there as well, and Gentlemates are making this doable. I completely caught NAVI off guard.
Yeah, a little upgrade in there as well, I think. Spectre picked up by Glyph now. Those stingers proving to be valuable. Comeback on the way back in. Has a Marshall, and this could be nasty.
No, it could. This Phantom could really hurt, especially with Glyph so low. But at close quarters, you don't doubt that these stingers could catch players off guard, and that paranoia buying precious time for this attack. Oh, defense of the site, I should say. Defense of the spike as Filu looks to save up. It will be Gentlemate straight back in.
You can already hear him shouting away. Filu does find one as he fades off to the A site, but Gentlemates, the instant reaction here, it's almost better than a pistol round in some ways, because it's that instant break of any momentum NAVI would have been looking for. No chance at a bonus. Mental going to be boomed again. That's something which I want to see from players like Chloric on the other side. Think of the Heretics game. The amount of a boost he was able to give them sort of on that emotional side, not just through the clutches that he was putting up. Does he have that aspect to him in these sticky situations?
Gentlemates going straight for that C site once again. They've got blood in the water and they want to try and use that to as much of their advantage as possible. Comeback out wide, Headhunter, and well, his teammate has gone as well, so will he.
Yep.
It's what we expected. That rifle's still in play though.
Yeah, Filu, I was just about to highlight, is one of the players retaking here. Has the Phantom, but no real tools to make himself too dangerous. That stun isn't available. Has a slide, but really you want the Neon in first and the rifle behind it.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Still though, NAVI taking the time to come back in. Maybe waiting for that Haunt to come back up on Hero.
Yeah, potentially. But I think 20 seconds is 20 seconds too long to do anything here, really. Hero in that classic, man. He's hitting shots with it. Filu teed up on the rifle as well. It's down to a 2-on-2, but I just, again, think that on time this isn't tenable.
Is it?
It just, with Mini finding that one there as well.
Yeah.
It's left far too late for Chloric to really salvage anything here. He does find one, but I don't think he's going to be able to stick the defuse, so Starso's got it covered, and mates walk away with the bare minimum.
Yeah, a bit of a weird round, the fact that NAVI are maybe waiting for someone to peek them and Gentlemates like chilling on their post plan. They didn't necessarily peek in the last round either, so it doesn't happen. That C mound going to be a real issue if NAVI can't fix their issues there, because already once we come out of the replays, you'll see Gentlemates are lining up to hit this again.
I think something we want to see immediately with this operator purchase from Comeback is just him winning his ones. It doesn't get any more clear-cut than that. The sole player stationed to defend A as it stands, but All eyes on Chloric for the time being. He has to fend off this push, ward them away from his sight, and while waltzing around the edge of the poison cloud, they have absolutely no idea he's here. Glyph walking right back into it, fellow countrymen, but there is a trade, and there you have it. Mates find a way in front.
Yeah, that spike can go down now. A little bit of safety for Gentlemates, but you can see Navi dancing with the idea of hitting this again.
That op in the hands of Comeback, though, a player deficit that just means you need that first fight to go your way, or it's going to be another save call, most likely. And you can already see that look of dejection building as the heads start to turn away on the Na'Vi side. They know this one's done.
That it is. Gentlemates straight back in, getting their lead in their hands. And again, they know how to build momentum, they know how to make it work in their favour. And Navi, right now on the defence, on a 3-site map as well, are really struggling.
They are. Mates have found that there's a gap on this C site, and they are consistently abusing it. I mean, whether it was into Comeback's op previously, or his TP, sorry, I should say, as this is the first time we see it, the debut, they know that the scaling with this double duelist is so effective. The Neon and the double satchel from Martin, something he was looking forward to playing, and I mean, the proof is in the practice.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's it. And I think this is something that a lot of teams will be experimenting with, double duelist-wise, what they can add to the roster of agents, right? I mean, for a lot of these duelists in the league, they should be able to pick up a Raze or a Jet with next to no issue, and Martin definitely one of them.
Yeah, I think, again, sort of giving that cross-regional context, team like MIBR's looked really good using the Neon Raze on this map, so it fits some teams, others not so much when you consider what their agent pool looks like. And if you have that Neon specialist, really, like Bippo, who can create the space, and someone happy to play the Raze in behind, then benefits are absolutely there. Mixed buy here from Na'Vi again, as Gentlemates really encroaching on that A site.
There they are. And already seen one, the Neon, but there's plenty of bodies here for Na'Vi, and that's why Heroes Bucky at least finds one. That bike backside secure for a moment, and the overdrive coming through as well. Still advantage towards the defense, but time to work with if you are Gentlemates, and that's why they're going to start to go back and look elsewhere.
Site now heavily fortified with Comeback arriving as well. The door turns for the umpteenth time. You're just waiting for Comeback to make his move on this op. It has to land, and it does. Asked of him multiple times already. This one will not miss.
Yeah, a 2 versus 4 once again, Glyph and Martin.
30 seconds left.
On the same site as it was the pistol round. This time, though, you're expecting the rifles to make them pay, not necessarily like the Sheriffs.
Yeah, Comeback can't quite chase the players off to main, but with this Viper wall up, it's going to be a really difficult post plant.
Yeah, it is. How long do those toxins last, though? But with Rook 6, smoke going in, now you're starting to really favour Navi. Now, if you will already, let's be honest, as Glyph starts to throw in the white till, respect what Navi have got, and save that rifle up.
So the deficit reduced by 1, but Gentlemates, I mean, that's a big round to lose. Na'Vi have done a brilliant job there to win that one. Filu just good for the 1 with the ult, bit of damage. And Comeback in that situation, right? You see him there in stairs and your heart is fluttering, right? You're on the edge of your seat because he's really not looked too great so far. That was his first kill of this map. If we get a few more moments like that where he's not getting punished, when he is able to just take a duel and win it, then that's what you want to see.
I think I 100% agree, right? He's not looked the best, but he's not looked terrible either.
Yeah.
I always find it so interesting that since he's left tier 2, he's not looked like the player that we expect him to be.
It was him going to mates, right? Yeah. More than anything else. It was the kind of advantages that Na'Vi enjoyed on the previous map, which that same team were giving away when he played for them.
My ult is ready.
Times have changed. But it does still feel like it's the same comeback in some ways. The VCT comeback versus the high on confidence one we saw tear challengers apart. He will get his chance to shine in this round, though. Make no mistake about it. Gentlemates have congregated, and they grow closer and closer to the C site by the moment.
Yeah, but he's starting to get an idea, although stepping forward, still in his TP range, thinking about players in the smoke, can't quite connect. His luck not going in his favour. A Nightfall in. Martin, oh, that's nice movement. And we'll even get him a kill. A little bit awkward, as you can see. Feeler trying to get to backside, but Bippo's already there. Gentlemates have their post plan.
And there's no op to save this time, so Na'Vi perhaps willing to go for this retake attempt. Cloric spotted a kill, or so he thought. Mini makes him pay a hefty toll.
He does. Martin now with an operator, gives it away. 2-on-2. This is much more doable than we originally thought. Bippo and Starzo are full of health, and Navi aren't quite there themselves. But that operator picked up from Cloric might prove an issue.
Still has a pit as well. If he can find a safe way to site, this is a problem.
That is a big if, though. That's the issue, is Bippo is waiting for the barrel to be seen, and it's exactly that. So Cloric looks to save up the operator, and Gentlemates look to walk to 4.
I mean, Cloric walking away with the op here is the best of a bad scenario when you consider the 4 versus 2 that they found themselves in. The fragging IGL still finding plenty of value round to round, but its comeback getting absolutely overrun there. There are a couple different TPs you can use as a chamber player. That close one is just to hug the long wall and get the early info. The only problem is it doesn't really give you then that second escape plan, that second route out, especially against a Neon player.
I have to thoroughly agree here. It's the chamber, like, on the defense side, is really important as well in terms of getting that information, allow you to lean heavier towards one side of the map, etc. And speaking of a player who would have allowed you to do that, Hazza.
Yeah, it's Filu. I think it's important that we talk about him here because we wanted to tee up the idea of his chamber versus some of his other agents. Specifically here, it was the Rays. Of course, he would have been playing the Chamber on this map, but it's the Neon which he's gone with. And yeah, I think Chamber definitely enabling his strengths. He's a great player with the op himself. But now he's been tasked with something completely different, right? Gap close towards the site. And that's the similar playstyle that you'd have as a Rays player.
Yeah, exactly. With this now coming in, the Rays is certainly demanding our attention as well of Martin.
Yep.
And that's the difference, right? We think towards BBL, they're going back in the meta in terms of them being the top seed in Santiago, and Gentlemates taking a step forward with picking up this Rays and allowing Martin to really flex his agent pool as well. And as well as a difference, Gentlemates are in a winning position in this series.
Door open for comeback here to play in that operator, but Filu's already been dropped, and the person whose role was replaced is not able to find anything from it. Look how quick this reaction is from Gentlemates, heading towards Cloric, solo on the C site. Oh, wow. Orb timing's perfect to counter that horn.
There it is, Cloric. Oh, nice tick flick onto the next player, but Martin once again shows what he's good at, entering a site, getting a kill. Gentlemates still one to the good, but that spike not down.
I was going to say, Cloric does well to counter anything there, finding his 1 kill. Looking at the retake, all of them still decayed by this ultimate, but Mini finding a quick double, leaving only Rook6 standing, and that's not for long. Mates in full control on this attack side now.
I mean, what else is there to say? You're exactly spot on. They're in control. They're making the defenders' economy so weak, so fragmented at times in terms of the buys.
Yeah.
And not only that, they've got the full control of the ultimate economy as well.
Yeah.
Where does it stop? I feel so sorry for Navi at this moment in time, right? Because they're playing with a second stand-in and they've not even got a chance to play with Exit. And the question is this what we're going to see from Navi, or what do they look like with a real duelist player?
I mean, that's a very scathing analysis, but
no, I understand
the
that,
player that they originally wanted to play with, I agree. And I think if you're talking Rays Neon being a good read for this map, he is a fantastic Rays player. So looking at it here, Navi still trying to cause issues with the purchase that they do have. Mates getting to grips with this attack side now, and Star so part and parcel of it. He's able to drop Ruxic on that extremity. Outside of C as they move into post on B now. They're not just going to settle for this. They want more. The paranoia is in to take a little bit of deeper control, but that's when NAVI take their own cue to fight back, and that's where Hero and Filu both pick up kills.
Yeah, but Mini's Outlaw holding things down. He sees the Neon.
He's actually going to pop the pit to try and play around this. The Outlaw's got to work as a shotgun if this is to find any success. And very quickly, the toxins do drop, and it's just the classic left. Mini forced to concede the situation. RV, the ones that will find their third.
I mean, NAVI, the fact that they've managed to get themselves back in, Gentlemate's completely taken aback there. Close engagements once again. Filu with a nice entry through. But like, how are NAVI getting that space when there's players in main, players on site?
Yeah, that's the puzzling part of it. If there was anything you wanted to criticize about Gentlemates, a couple of these post plants have let NAVI a way back in. Doesn't feel like an overarching theme for now, though.
Where are you?
But Money looking a little bit ropey. NAVI this round had to stick for them, but now, once more, it's only Ruxic here. It's a sole player left to defend the C site, catches wind of Glyph's TP a little too late. And with him taken out of the picture, Mates in another post 4v2.
Yeah, getting that post plant straight and advantage that NAVI should have no way back in, but they've been able to chip away at these leads time and time again.
And that's what's keeping the money honest for Mates, but that's about it. It doesn't feel like there's a concrete solution to this C hold yet that they've been able to settle on, where, you know, in the past you double up on your anchors perhaps. Maybe it's the Chamber and the Viper in the same area of the map. It's just not something that they've wanted to lean on. Comeback actually going in for a second opportunity here. He'll give it a go, but it's only good for the one.
I mean, but every kill you get is a little bit of damage again to that economy, considering Mini and Bippo are on 900 and 400 respectively. The other thing is, though, I mean, Stalzo and Martin have some of their own money, so they'll be able to buy up and spread the money across the team. Gentlemates do find 6, though, so they're guaranteed even on the next half. A couple of rounds left in this one, and we'll see how big that advantage really will be on that second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple more rounds for them here will do it. I think they want to maximize the strength of this attack side now because, again, you're looking at NAVI moving over to their weaker side. Both teams had a difficulty attacking on Pearl. If this is what it's going to look like for Mates here on Lotus, then who knows what the second half has in store for us.
Oh, comeback. He wants to try and take the fight to his opponent and can't even make the tour de force connect, even though the crosshair was on his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was right there, whether it's movement error or just a pixel off. Would love a replay of that. Mates grouping up again to go for this C hit, and once more, it is just a sole player. Chloric here by himself, spread so thin, just feels like a lack of information at times. Does pop the pit, in fact, and Mates are heading elsewhere now.
Yeah, that decision out of their hands now in terms of where that execute does come in. With a minute left, though, they could easily pivot to B, and it is comeback on this line. The operator should be known about after it announced itself in B main. It's Tree, though, where most of the action is happening, and it's Filu who gets caught out.
Yeah, and lovely slide from Bippo, just breaking the line there, getting in. Ruxic TP denied.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Bippo's life denied as NAVI come back in with a little bit of force. Something to make Gentlemates respect them, but the utility so spot on. And that spike should be safe now.
Ruxic and Chloric, if anyone was going to do it, it'd probably be these two. And that's such an aggressive post plant here from Mates as well as the spike is just now going in.
I do like it, but this paranoia could be the one to break both of them as a caught, but unfortunately not capitalized upon. The molly already used from Chloric, and unfortunately the players not showing themselves from Gentlemates. Chloric's pushed back and Ruxic in a place which he can't return from. He's not getting any more TPs. Well, at least he's got one, but he's onto the spike. Gentlemates try and spam out, not being baited out the shot. He's trying to make things work. It gets the chaotic and somehow goes NAVI's way.
Ruxic and Chloric putting on a show there. Such an intelligently read 2 versus 3. That initial paranoia from Ruxic up in the top step, clearing out the players. I mean, Gentlemates looked efficient in the way that they took the site. It's just then in the moments that follow up afterwards where it all falls apart.
Yeah, it really is. It's this moment here, right?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, you can't play post-plant on this site the same way that you used to. That you can't get that plant on the easy default box to play for main. You got to go out against the back wall. They're forced to push back through against the smokes, and they just get melted.
Where are you?
Saves Navi for one more round. Still players low on the economy front as well. Has to be noted because Comeback has once again gone for his signature operator pick. And at the same time, Navi very aggressive on C main. Gentlemates are boxed in here.
Yeah, it's the first time that Navi have actually shown this level of proactivity. So it catches Gentlemates sleeping at the wheel. Comeback for the opening kill. And here is the dagger in the back. All the knives out on the mate's side. No one anticipating this kind of pressure from Filu. He walks away, but Ruxic's left behind. Another player to add a second layer. And only Mini remaining.
Well, what a couple of rounds felt like a Gentlemates dominance now feels like a pretty even half all in, even though Navi, for the most part, have been under the cosh.
Yeah, it looks like they've responded well to what mates have been doing. You see, on that round specifically, they would have been prepared for the C hit, but mates can't immediately scale towards A either, so that's where the flank then starts to find value. And it feels like this defender's side is a little bit more balanced in terms of the alchemy. All in on A, though, to end the half. This one could be blockbuster.
Could be, especially with all the bodies lined up against one another on the A side. Big on, but doesn't get any kills. There's even stingers and judges in the mix, so I mean, you're starting to favour Navi here to even out the half at an even scoreline. And unfortunately, Gentlemates come straight back in with the lower buy and gain the site.
Yeah, I mean, just rapid pace change from Gentlemates again. Bippo's not considered with this judge, and Comeback pays the ultimate price.
He does, and perhaps have paid the price of the round, not checking close corner. Bippo up with the judge, but it's the shorty, the little brother that comes out on top. And Gentlemates begin to regress. They're post-plant now. This Chloric and Ruxic try and clear out, and I've got not a lot of time to do this, and a lot of bodies to try and find. Gentlemates up to 7 at an advantage, but not one as clear-cut as we thought.
Yeah, as iconic as Chloric is on that site, and with the support of Ruxic, it's not happening this time around. Mates maintain their advantage on the half. Will it be enough for them to bring it home in 2? And we are right back in for the second half between Navi and Gentlemates, where Navi have been able to respond quite impressively in a group which right now has it all out in the balance. You're looking at a game later this week which could lock in the first of the playoffs teams, Foot Liquid at the top end.
Yeah, it's Foot to potentially qualify there. Liquid still have some teams that could overtake them, potentially stop them from getting to the spot that they want to get to.
Yeah.
But for now, the next highest kind of placed teams in this group playing against one another right now. It's General Mates NAVI, 1-1 game, and then you've got your bottom two teams playing also this week in Heretics and Carmine Core. This group could get really topsy-turvy, and a lot of teams that you thought were safe, maybe not so much.
I think, look, Mates right now will be wanting to keep this as clean as possible and condemn NAVI to have to play the remainder of them because, as you say, the top two have climatized really well, some of them even leading the meta regionally, I think it's fair to say, in terms of Liquid and how they're playing the double duelist. NAVI trying to give it a go here themselves. It's only Filu in first. Mini is there to guard his poison orb. And with Glyph landing the blind as well, I mean, just no way through for this attack, and it's the worst possible start.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are just wanting to trade out pistol rounds, whoever's on the defense, and yeah, come back a while away from this one. Not expecting him to show us anything, but I mean, he is going to be able to access the spike easier than accessing the players, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty exposed, so...
Yeah, you get the idea.
We'll see what he can do. Hey, maybe throws a little TP down. Okay. Oh, no, it's placed already.
Yeah.
He's not picked it back up. Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. There's the spike. Oh, all right. How much further does this go, Cairo?
Not a whole bunch further because he's looking for a pick and Gentle Mates are there. So, pistol round when Gentle Mates move up to A, extending that gap.
Yeah.
And if this is anything like Peril and that defensive side, the momentum really can start to build.
Yeah, it absolutely can. I mean, this one here, NAVI diving in blind. That's the issue. If you are just playing the solo Neon, who is that second in, right? Who's that instant follow-up? Is it going to be comeback with his TP, or how else are they looking to try and play it? I don't know.
I'll find you.
Going to give it a go here on A, at least on this round. 2 headhunter bullets. Very modest. See how much he can find with it. He's already taken one from the Sheriff on the other side.
Starzo is still getting no support either.
I mean, they've covered a lot of ground here. NAVI, they could be in for a plant at the very least.
Yeah, it's been fairly quick. So if they get a plant, that extra economy is going to look great. And unfortunately, it becomes a firing line, one which comeback can answer back. And I'm not fully convinced about this from NAVI, though, especially when mates come in and do that. So one casualty, but one General Mates will be happy to answer back in kind.
It was one of Comeback's headhunter bullets.
Yes.
So he's gone sort of 50% value there. With anything more, maybe there was a chance. But, you know, I don't mind that from NAVI. Experiment, explore the other side of the map, see what's going on. This is the round now where really we test them under the microscope and put a little bit more pressure on what it is that they're trying to achieve here. Because mates are in fighting form. The vibes are good. They're in the lead. 4-round gap. This is the bonus.
That is. Starzo on a Sheriff. The rest have rifles, well, except for Bippo. He obviously has his Judge. How is that going to get up close and personal on the A side, though? Because this is a lot of distance you have to try and cover. And NAVI, pretty slow to come out here, respecting what Gentle Mates could throw at them. And they've done so pretty efficiently so far.
Yeah, they have. And where it's a round that Gentle Mates could have found to take 10 off a bonus, it's looking like NAVI have found what was needed to reset, come back, 2 kills, even TP's out on that first engagement and goes back in for another.
Glyph has just got by the trademark, by the way, unnoticed. Unfortunately, Ruxic does note him.
Okay.
So it's a pick back in their direction.
There's one. Mini also making his approach from the same side. Does have a Vandal, though, so maybe a little more inclined to save than Glyph on this Guardian.
Yeah, looks like it. If Glyph can get even any damage here, they're probably thinking that's a success.
Yeah. Don't know where he was off to there.
It's a bit of a punt, isn't it?
Yeah, he's dead now. He's gone.
Oh, thanks, mate. I didn't even notice. So back within 3 within these with these two. And overall, right, I'm going to ask you the question that you asked me.
Okay.
When do you start to favour NAVI in this map?
You know what? I could sit here and be like really troll and be like, oh yeah, you know, they're going to do it right now. Like I believe in it, you know?
Yeah.
And it might happen. But I don't think I've seen enough just yet to get excited. We need more rounds like this from Comeback if there's any chance.
Yeah.
You want me to put like a number on it?
Yeah, not necessarily a number, but I want to know, what's your keys to victory?
My keys to victory?
Baby boy.
Excuse me? Comeback finding kills. Who's baby boy?
I think, does he not play in NA?
Yeah, G2 baby boy, that's the one.
Oh.
That's terrible.
That's bad, isn't it?
Oh dear, oh dear.
It gets worse and worse.
It does.
But it could get better for Gentlebees.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd hope so. Here is Comeback. The babyface killer. What can he find? Bippo in rubble. One missed shot is enough. Comeback has seen it all. No reason to hang around. They're able to force Bippo out of position though. And yeah, Martin doesn't really have a tangible way to play off the back of this.
That's why you're seeing the respect being shown here and giving up the full space entirely. NAVI have got the Viper wall up. They're scaling off the back of this. Full retake right now, especially with Glyph having a full belt of utility. Beppo noting the players on the A space.
I mean, with how mates are so passive towards the A site right now, they're fully prepared for this retake, or so you would think. Coming back in, there are plenty of tools. Martin has the nade, Mini and Molly. There's a blind, a seize in there. Multiple ways that they could combine and conflict NAVI, who are playing fully on site.
Yeah, it's all main in Gentlemate's favour, so that's a huge part of the map already cleared out. But Heaven will be a problem later in this retake.
I mean, NAVI are almost all in to that position right now, but mates have a toxic screen they need to fight through. Bippo, the first line of attack. He's very quickly blunted as the spear's thrown in. Double peek from mates is nice, bringing it back into an even situation. 3-on-3 and Martin wrapping around the side, just doesn't have enough bullets in the gun. Players to take out in this target-rich environment. NAVI, bring us within 2.
Well, this second map is now on a knife's edge, with NAVI, the ones who have the momentum, and Gentlemates don't really have the economy to back it.
Filu looking razor sharp on this Neon at times.
Filu, my baby boy.
Oh, that's who it is then.
Oh, right, okay. It's not the NA guy.
No, G2 Filu won.
Hey, give them a 1v1 for the spot.
Yeah, a little skirmish.
Yeah, I'd like that.
All right. NAVI need to qualify to an international first. we'll wait for that one.
We will see. As for NAVI, they want to qualify from the group first before we get towards an international.
Of course.
And a good result here would certainly put them in good stead. As we are seeing right now, Ruxic going for that scale, but it's a re-hit in towards many bodies.
3 sheriffs here. And a showstopper for Martin as well. If he can find a way to use it, it's going to just take him all with the sheriff instead. 3 picked up, down to a 2-on-2. The guns are deep, difficult to recover on the mate side, but you've now just got to be thinking about Mini. Already has a Vandal, and he's closest to the action if they head B.
Yeah, NAVI have given up the rifles, so Starzo has a chance to go and recollect one. NAVI, though, given the clean road all towards planting that spike. So it's a post-plant for rifles on both players of Gentlemates.
This one could get really awkward. Comeback has his TP this time to place, so an opportunity to reposition perhaps. Mini now relaying that info back. Has to break the door to get in. Oh, and Ruxic's just not there to reset in time. All of a sudden, 2v1, yeah. Starso just emptying it on the way back through. Trying to figure out and paint this picture. Where is Comeback?
They've missed Comeback, but that's a huge seize.
And Starso spotted it, but Comeback finds the shot. And now he's up against his former teammates! And Comeback will win this time. Mini is no more. And NAVI just 1 round away.
A cheeky smile because he knows that Red Bull clutch is what he's capable of. Lovely from Martin, but he can't quite stand up to what Comeback was able to do. Fair enough, mate. That's some time to show it, especially up against Mini of all the players.
Let's go.
A huge Red Bull clutch for comeback. And in that situation, don't need comms. Just as long as he can trust the plan in his own head and execute it. Gentlemates have now called their first timeout. Worrying signs. This was 9-5. Now a one-round game, and with some ults up, some big ones. They need to find the solution soon.
Yeah, I already see NAVI thinking about bringing out an op for the next round as well. Obviously, Lotus has had a few adjustments in terms of where you're able to spam through as well with this Odin, but it's still going to have its effectiveness. On the attack, I'm not sure if I believe it though. Right? Is it still as potent as what it could be?
I mean, this is the thing. With the Odin now, you can't spam through the A lobby wall anymore. There are only certain angles on tree that you can spam into. I'm thinking on the sort of orb side of it and then the door itself. So I'm not entirely too sure what the plan is for this one. Is it Dumby, perhaps? That guy was buying an Odin and diving in first,
You
but
want to play? Let's play.
high praise.
Well, there's still an operator in the mix for comeback, although he is being forced away in that A space. Now on Gentlemate's favour. That's a quick exit in towards B, using the Odin in his favour to entry. Not something we'd expect.
Let's check in on Navi's comms though and see what they're planning.
Heaven.
Nice. Haben.
Right, 80 on race, 80 on race, 80 on race.
We have sealed.
Nice.
Okay. One.
Vi har no one sealing, no one sealing.
Bra pickat.
Go for kill back.
From B.
Door.
Cancel.
Third tower.
CAD, ceiling, yeah. Paranoid coming out, Becco. 2-2.
Close.
Last player standing.
Oh.
80 on race.
Close to you. Nice try. Okay, it's okay.
Nice try. All good. All good.
Spike's dead. You're welcome.
Valiant effort there from Na'Vi, but not to be. Gentlemates right back on the warpath after that timeout.
Yeah, double digits, and not only that, you feel pretty hard done by if you come back. Just a few shots away, inches away from getting some key kills in that post plan.
I don't even want to say that they're easy ones, but compared to some of the shots that he's already hit, it's in the pressure situations where that's gotta land. And after he just pulled off a 2v1, arguably a more staggering difficulty, it's frustrating for Na'Vi not to be able to keep moving forward, but that's how it goes. No chance to be sorry for yourself.
Yeah, Golef now really at the high point for the roster, carrying them forward. Starzo and Bippo that we need to keep note of, especially Bippo on the line with the operator.
Just waiting to be greeted by presence on C. Not far off now as comeback. Just gets caught edge of the smoke. Bippo can't find the shot he's looking for, but the stun will land and continues to guard this C site where Mini's arrived in support.
He has.
Oh, full reposition.
Nice. Hidden in the corner. Bippo, his op will play bait this time. Not usually what you play bait for as a player in the corner with an operator, but if he swings out here,
Gentlemates fully reset now in their sight hold, and Mini is just completely unexpected. Finally, he connects that long spray of bullets. Starso's arrived as well, and so the captain and his co-caller can feel comfortable in their sight control now.
30 seconds left.
Still, with time so low, a re-hit in a 2 versus 4 is not going to favour you at all.
And Bippo's looking to peek over this as well. Even the paranoia timing from Glyph, all just buying those precious seconds. 15 of them left for Na'Vi to make this move, but mates have them cornered.
I think this is a really important round to win if you're Gentlemates. Not only do you get 11, but let's have a look at the attack side. Economy has a couple of ultimates in play, but I think those 2 rifles should have been saved. It really begs the question of why attempt a 2 versus 4 with 15 seconds remaining. And it's these key decisions that will cost you if you're Na'Vi.
Who knows, right? There are a couple of gaps here for them, but maybe swinging at half chances rather than following through on the all more likely. Na'Vi have been scaling behind this wall a lot, so Bippo will be lucky to find anything here initially.
Oh. Navi have skilled well once again.
Exactly. Just creeping up behind it. And with the smoke there in play, it's all on Martin. But he feels all too happy with the eyes on him. It's where he thrives. And living life in pink, a lot better for him. There is a bit of a trade. In fact, NAVI, they just clap back into the round 2-on-2 now.
It's the reset, though, that favours Gentlemates. Both players, I thought for a minute, in position to catch B, but instead the spike goes down on A.
Yeah, Chloric playing detached, has the pit, but no way to help set up Filu with it, Bucky in hand. In fact, it's just a full clear around here. Mini wiser to the tricks.
Where is Chloric?
So far back, but no one's already got to work on this spike defusal. They think that he could be wrapping around, so actually giving Chloric a chance to walk on up, but mates patiently wait, and they are rewarded for that patience. It's been a long first map into the second, but they've come out on top.
They have. It took them a long time to get started. 12 rounds to be exact, right? Or 11 at the very least in that first half, and since then they've not looked back. All the way into the second map as well, and there's going to even be a timeout from Angel to talk to his players, because realistically it's do or die, and if it is going to go Gentlemate's way, which at this moment in time you expect, they put themselves in such a vulnerable position in the group with still some top teams to play.
That's exactly it. I mean, it's the same reason why Foot can qualify over Liquid if they win and not vice versa, because of the teams that have been faced. Na'Vi against Foot, of course, one of those 1-0. And you look at the run-in that they've got, the games remaining, sorry, I should say. Of course, there is the match against KC, but look at Gentlemates. I mean, they've cleaned up massively since we saw them play against them just a week ago.
Yeah, 100% agree. At this point, at least you have a buy. That's the saving grace for Navi. They've got that. They've got a couple of ultimates at the back. They've got some things to work with, some aces up the sleeve. Should they manage to find a way to make that work, Gentlemates will maybe have to wait before they get their series win. We'll see, though, as we're back towards the A fight once again, and it's Martin to stand the test.
Feels like unless Na'Vi are directly hitting the C site, the early stages of the rounds are fine. They're able to take this A control, no problem. It's towards the mid to late where that post plant comes in that there is a problem. Martin on the boost this time. He's just not spotted Ruxic and fully punished for it.
Yeah, that's a massive mistake. At least, though, I thought for a minute Bipple was going to capitalise. Instead, legs Chloric. So the players on Navi's side get the spike onto site.
Again, access to site, but how does this post plant look? Pit to cut across, but Chloric's been dropped!
And so has Filu. Big picks, 3v3.
While all of this is happening, it transpires that a bit of an awkward one where Comeback's able to get in behind around the other way. Hero wins the duel on site, leaving only Starso behind in this position.
Spike is down. Starso caught with his hands busy. The util trying to get brought out, so Glyph attempts a 1 versus 3. And a big one it could be for him. Zero is up close. If he gets this kill, Nightfall online for the next round. And unfortunately, he's going to go.
Yeah, walks in, finds the first one cleanly. Ruxic still hanging around the silent drop. Glyph needs to be on top of this. Paranoia drops in the opposite way. Lands both shots on the shorty. And now it's Comeback to stand in against him. But no one can stand when Glyph is around.
Gentlemates fight their way back from a massive deficit on map 1 to an insane performance on map 2. A Red Bull clutch to close it out. And Gentlemates in good stead for this group.
Glyph delivering the goods to end what was a great map for mates in the end. No issues with the calling for Starso as his first outing as in-game leader on this one ends in a victory. But it's the comeback on Pearl which really showed signs of that same team that we sent to Santiago for kickoff.
Yeah, it really is. I think the one thing that I do have to say, and one thing that I do want to note, is that Bippo, I really need to see those numbers get up and understand his role on the attack, but even on the defense there, like with the operator, he wasn't getting the luck that we'd expect. And I think sometimes, week to week, it can get better, right?
Sure.
And that's something that he'll be working on himself.
I mean, when you have this kind of team environment, though, you can see what it does to those players. Martin's probably the prime example of an uptick in performance, changing allegiances in the French capital, but it's mates that walk away with this one. And with the improvements made from that derby win, they are looking in hot form to make it to playoffs. That's if they can keep this consistent now. Starting to find the level again, replicating it is a different thing entirely.
Yeah, especially with the teams that they still have to play, right? That's the other thing you've got to be considering with that fixture list.
Yeah, the fixtures, of course, making a big difference in each and every one of these groups. We could have teams qualified by the end of the week, but as it stands, mates keeping themselves in that conversation where our other Santiago representative had slipped away. BBL losing earlier today in the opposite group, but we get to hear from them now. We've got Starso and Bippo in the post plant.
We do. Welcome everyone to the post plan, Starso and Bippo. And both of you actually were saying this is your first time on the couch now, so apology for that. It's been long overdue. But you gotta win to be here. Wish you did today, so congratulations on that. Bippo, I would like to start off with you specifically, because throughout this series it felt like there were points where you found your confidence back again, and it's been something that we haven't really seen much of from you. So in that regards, when it comes to your confidence, like how do you find it? What's going on there?
I mean, I feel like my role playing this Neon, it's always hard to frag out heavy, you know? I feel like the confidence is more in like not like that I don't have to stop doing things for my teammate, you know? I always have to jump for them, I have to create space for them. I feel like I always have that kind of confidence, you know? And of course, like it would be nice to frag out heavy also. I feel like I've not been doing it, of course, super well, but I feel like I'm doing my job really well all the time, and the confidence is always there. I would like to have a bit more confidence in taking fights, but I feel like, yeah, I mean, that's how it is for when I'm playing Neon.
Yeah, it was a lot of the operator today,
yeah.
And I feel like that in itself is kind of a threat. Was that part of the game plan going into today?
Yeah, I mean, of course it was. We knew they were going to play Chamber, and I feel like to counter the op, we could also bring out the op ourselves, and I feel like we did that.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to your point where, you know, you say that you're obviously going in there and you're doing your job and maybe you're not fragging out as much, but I also want to say that that's not like a necessity, because we see how all of you guys play together on the server, and I feel like it doesn't anymore come down to one person. I see how you guys like behave, I see the fist bumps, I see the reactions, and it really gives me the feeling more as like a family rather than like one individual player performing. So I guess this is more towards Starso in regards to being able to build that bond for everybody and giving everybody the opportunity to feel so comfortable. How is that going? How do you do that at Gentlemates?
Good question. You know, I think we're just being ourselves. You know, since the start of the team of the project, like Paco and Mini, like they were building the project. Like they always look for the players to have good energy, good vibes, that work hard. You know, and they want to succeed. Obviously, that's really needed. But the most important is vibes. You know, when you're down 3-9 half, you know, on Pearl. Yeah. You need to have the vibes, you need to have the confidence.
That was generational, by the way.
Exactly, you know, like we that's what helps us to pull out comebacks like this, like against Fnatic and stuff like this. I believe it's long work, you know, during the off-season and stuff, but also it requires 5 players plus coaches to be on the same page, you know. If you have one player that doesn't really fit into the vibe and stuff like this, you cannot really play games like we play, you know. So like, it's props to everyone in the team. I'm just happy to be here, you know, happy that they trust me sometimes, so I'll keep doing my job, you know, as long as they trust me, and hopefully we go far.
Well, I want to congratulate you on a 100% win rate on Lotus as an IGL so far. Congrats.
Thank you.
How are the coaches kind of helping you learn the map theory behind maps such as Lotus, such as Fracture? And is it yourself that comes up with the kind of agent compositions? Is it the coaches? Is it kind of led by the rest of the team?
I think it's always like together, you know. We like to sit down after practice, do like a conclusion and like just theory craft make sure everyone is comfortable on their roles, make sure we kind of get a grip on the map. So like composition-wise, like everyone kind of brings their own idea, how they feel on the map and whatever they want to play. We just test it. About me, how I learn, like obviously coach is helping me. You know, I have like a one-on-one with Paco and stuff like this. We're trying to mix like my knowledge on the map, his knowledge on the map, like players' knowledge of the map. Obviously it takes time. Like we've been playing like few pracs only on Lotus and Fracture. So far it's looking quite okay, you know, but can be better, you know, for me, especially as an IGL, you know, I have a lot to learn, a lot of time ahead of me. So from now, just practice, practice, practice.
Sounds very collaborative though, which is nice to hear.
Absolutely. It's really nice to hear the answers, especially from both of you. And it's like, again, you guys are conveying more the feeling of a group of friends playing together rather than this is what we have to do and it's our job and we're going to clock in, do our job and leave. So Bippo, I would like to come back to you because now you guys are sitting at 2-1. And this was a 2-0 victory, by the way, which again, that's a really good job for you guys. Moving forward, considering the group that you're in, you have Heretics left, you have Liquid left. How are you feeling going up against that?
I mean, I feel like we don't really care who we play against. I feel like we just need to show good Valorant, and when we play well, we're gonna win against anyone. We don't really focus on who exactly we're gonna play against, of course. Like, we prepare for the team, but it doesn't really matter the 5 players we're playing against, you know? At the end of the day, when we play our game, we can beat anyone.
Okay, and Liquid actually is currently at the top of the leaderboard as well as Foot. When you were put into this group and when you saw, you know, week 1, did you think that Foot and Liquid were gonna be there? And KC at the bottom? Did you
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't even really know all the teams in my group. Like, I just go game by game, you know? Like, I'm like, okay, tomorrow I play NAVI, tomorrow I play KC, you know? So, I don't know. I didn't really think about that.
I can answer.
Yeah. Go for it, go.
Okay, Foot, I mean, it's a surprise for everyone, obviously, but like they have like strong firepower. When we play them, like they have, to be honest, we can call it honeymoon, obviously, like they switch IGL, they fully restructured their game plan and stuff. Like, we were kind of surprised by this. Obviously, they're shooting really, really hard, you know? So that's kind of maybe expected, maybe not, but I think they deserve that wins, you know? About Liquid, like they always play good, they always show consistency. I think it's not a surprise, they playing always great, so for me it's a no-brainer, you know? About KC, obviously the same, so I think we can move on to the next question.
All right, you know what? If you ever want to be an analyst and you want to join us and you want to talk about the games,
you know where to find me.
Yeah, let us know. It would be great to have you. But in general, it's been great having you both. I also want to look forward to the schedule that we have tomorrow in terms of the teams that we're going to see competing. I know it's going to be Eternal Fire, Vitality, and then KC Heretics. Do you guys want to put out a prediction for either one of these games?
Why are you smirking?
Are you thinking about the Heretics
yeah,
KC one?
he's smirking.
There is my boy in Heretics, Benji, so I will always cheer for them. I need to be one-sided here,
Yeah,
sadly. So I'll choose them. You choose for other game?
Honestly, I have no idea. No
choose
comment.
Gamble.
We're just here for the vibes.
Gamble, Eternal Fire 2-0.
Okay, let's go.
okay.
I'm looking forward to that. You're just vibing. You're just, you know,
That's a bit of a
nonchalant.
hot take, though.
Is it though?
A little bit.
Okay.
A 2-0 is a hot take, in my opinion.
We'll see about that tomorrow, but thank you guys so much for tuning in, and thank you as well for joining.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place, but we're going to leave you with the Razor end of day highlights. Bye.
To get their fists up and they can't defend themselves. They're losing fight after fight, and Giant X end up winning Haven, which was BBL's pick.
Well, it's the smoke from Loiter as well. It's just giving Larrock a ring to play around.
Yeah, and
Not since Ascension did we see it, but improvements have been made, and that might just be enough to pave them all the way back to a playoffs run. And look who's waiting in the tower block. Eviction notice in hand. It's Flakeless. Or unless Lovers Rock can find a way to steady the ship. BodyCon! It's GX over 3 maps with a huge victory.
did identify the players. Hero once again. Master 3K makes it 4.
On high alert as the execution comes in, but Bippo playing guard
Forces players out into the open. That's where Gentlemates really make them pay as they head on to map point.
I wonder what the end.
Players starting to encroach on his position. It's Gentlemates to encroach on Navi's lead.
Let's fucking go, man!
Decayed by this ultimate, but Mini finding a quick double, leaving only Rook6 standing, and that's not for long. And now it's come back to standing against him, but no one can stand when Glyph is around.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire.